Welcome everyone this is Catherine Burnett. I'm the founding director of the Global Tea Initiative, and I want to welcome you all to today's 6th annual colloquium, The Stories We Tell, Myths, Legends, and Anecdotes About Tea. I'm really happy that you could join us today, and we have a big day ahead of us. First off, our Dean of Letters and Science, Dean Ari Kelman, has recorded some words of welcome for us. So let's listen to what Dean Kelman has to say.
Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the Global Tea Initiative for the Study of Tea, Culture, and Sciences 6th Annual Colloquium, which is presented by our Department of Art and Art History. This promises to be an inspiring exploration of the many stories, myths, legends, and anecdotes surrounding tea through the centuries. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Ari Kelman. I currently serve as the interim dean of the College of Letters and Science. One of the greatest joys of this job is the opportunity it affords me to attend thought-provoking and culturally significant events like this one. I'm particularly thrilled to see such a diverse audience here today, drawn from around the world, representing the enormous reach of the UC Davis community and joining us to celebrate the rich global history and importance of tea. Our lineup of presenters is remarkable and represents the GTI's first ever call for presentations from across the globe. We're honored to have speakers joining us from Sri Lanka, Vietnam, Taiwan, Japan, Georgia, China, Great Britain, Colombia, and of course around the United States. Each of today's presenters will examine a fundamental question. What role does tea play in all of our lives? When it comes to tea, the lines between art, religion, philosophy, commerce, culture, agriculture, and more all blend together. And so presentations today will include the role that tea plays in Soviet identity, tea and spirituality in Vietnam, tea at the Royal Botanic Gardens, Kew, Japanese food culture, and green tea. Our own distinguished professor of English, Frances Dolan, and her students on tea in Restoration England, and many other topics that you, before today, may never have imagined were connected to tea. Beyond all of that, best-selling author Lisa See and her research partner Linda Louie will deliver the keynote address, No Coincidence, No Story, How a Trip to Tea Mountains Inspired a Novel. The innovative, cross-disciplinary nature of today's colloquium is no coincidence either. It's a prime example of the spirit and global leadership that defines UC Davis and the College of Letters and Science. Director of the Global Tea Initiative, Catherine Burnett, has, in other venues, said it best. Just as UC Davis led the way for the study of wine some 50 years ago, helping to transform California into a powerful wine producer, now through the work of the Global Tea Initiatives, UC Davis is leading the way for California to become an important tea producer, and also for the tea industry to receive the recognition it deserves, alongside commercial giants like wine and coffee. I want to thank Professor Burnett for organizing such a rich and fascinating group of speakers. Her work, especially in light of the COVID crisis, work done to make this special day happen, it's been truly extraordinary. But even more so, her and her colleagues' work has blossomed over the past 6 years to establish UC Davis as one of the premier institutes on tea research and discourse. The Global Tea Initiative's 4 pillars are social good, cultural understanding, innovations in agriculture, and health and wellness. Thanks to the University of California, Davis's strengths in agriculture, in health, in science, in humanities, and in social sciences, the GTI is uniquely positioned to address challenges in tea, such as sustainability, poverty, supply chains, and many, many others. My hope is that you'll walk away from today enlightened and inspired by the premier research happening at UC Davis, and that you'll ask yourself, how can I continue to support this foundational, important work? Again, I want to thank you for being here with us today, and also thank you for your support of the Global Tea Initiative and the College of Letters and Science. With that, I'll turn the floor over to Catherine Burnett.
Thank you, Dean Ari. That was really nice. It's always such a pleasure to work with this dean. He's just great. Well, without further ado, I'd like to offer some remarks of my own. If you'll pause a moment and let me just power up my PowerPoint, I can share those with you. All righty. So there we go. So I would like to thank a number of people for their help in making GTI happen and in making today's event happen. And first off, I'd like to acknowledge our industry partners. These are invaluable member companies that comprise our Tea Advisory Committee, or what we call the TAC. And these member companies are Bitaco Unique Colombian Tea, Finlay's Tea, Harney & Sons, ITI, or International Tea Importers, Ito N, Mighty Leaf Pete's Coffee, and Q-Trade Teas and Herbs. These industry members support and advise and are working with us to advance GTI from an initiative to an institute. More specifically, the support of our TAC members provides GTI with the operation funds necessary to plan for colloquia such as today's event, cover the salary of a part-time staffer and a student assistant. I couldn't do this without these important people. We are so very, very grateful. We also recognize the many individuals and organizations that have sponsored today's colloquium. In addition to the TAC, these include California Tea House, the Tea Book, Tea Fountain, the Tea House Times, Tea Journey, and Mr. John Vanderkamp. Likewise, we are grateful for the event sponsorships from our campus members. These include the offices of the Provost, Global Affairs, and the UC Davis Library, the Schools of Letters and Science, Agricultural and Environmental Sciences, Biological Sciences, and the School of Medicine, as well as the departments and programs of Agricultural and Resource Economics, Anthropology, Art History, East Asian Languages and Cultures, East Asian Studies, French and Italian, Gender, Sexuality, and Women's Studies, German and Russian, Humanities, Plant Sciences, and Religious Studies. GTI colloquia are huge events and take a full year of planning. Assistance has come from our Tea Advisory Committee members, and I would really like to point them out by name. Manik Jayakumar, Q-Trade Teas and Herbs TAC co-chair, Bhavin Shah, ITI TAC co-chair, Santiago Gonzalez from Bitaco Unique Colombian Tea, Paul Harney of Harney & Sons, Helen Hume of Finlay's Teas, Elliot Jordan of Mighty Leaf Pete's, and Rona Tison of Ito N. I want to also thank the members of our GTI, which has now expanded to around 40 members of faculty and librarians, and a few of them will today introduce today's speakers. These include Dr. Jackie Gervais-Haig from chemistry, Dr. David Gundry from Japanese, East Asian Languages and Cultures, Dr. Charmaine Hardesty, Agriculture and Resource Economics, Dr. Joseph Sorensen, Japanese, East Asian Languages and Cultures. And also, I'd like to introduce and thank the members of this year's first year seminar in Global Tea Culture and Science, who will moderate the Q&A sessions. These are Jessica McCarricker from majoring in sustainable ag and food systems, and Elizabeth Ramirez, who's a psych managerial economics and Spanish major, Gabrielle Tiersel from economics, Cristiana Ortiz for forensic chemistry, and Ganga Nair in psychology. Last but not least, I want to acknowledge the hard work, heroic work for GTI from Assistant Dean Charlene Madison, Event Specialist Christine Masuda, who's behind the scenes working like you can't believe, and our dedicated and wonderful staff, Holly Malamud, our GTI Research Analyst and Industry Liaison, and Sapna Bhakta, GTI Student Assistant, who I can't tell you how hard they work. Sapna also will be fielding questions on one of the panels. These individuals, well, I'm going to try to tell you how hard they work, but it doesn't do them justice. These individuals have worked long days, nights, weekends, holidays, their time off, their time they shouldn't be working to help make GTI succeed and today's event special. To each person just listed, a deep and heartfelt thank you. Now, before we get going on today's events, I'd like to use this opportunity to provide a brief overview of GTI and its accomplishments. GTI's mission is to promote the understanding of tea through evidence-based knowledge with a global perspective, promoting tea research from anywhere in the world in any discipline with any methodology. We actively foster knowledge through colloquia, such as this, lectures and workshops, which address the needs of the campus, the industry, and the general public. Our aim is to advance research and teaching on tea across the disciplines. With the goal of being the top resource worldwide for tea information, we aim to spur global research, teaching, and collaborations, drive innovation and insight in the tea industry and academia, and to establish a global tea education program for students. Our efforts rely on 4 pillars or principles. The first maintains a pillar of our university that GTI functions as a social good. And tea is just perfect for that. With GTI functioning as a social good, it's one that can help improve people's lives and livelihoods around the world. The second pillar or principle emphasizes cultural understanding, recognizing that with humanity's many similarities and differences, the study of tea and teas can promote cultural understanding and build community, and within community, friendship, and from friendship, perhaps even world peace. Our goals are not small. The third builds on UC Davis's success in agriculture, and in fact, on our own long-standing history in tea agriculture, having conducted in-depth research of tea agriculture in the United States in the 1960s. Aiming to be a pioneer of tea agriculture in the United States, GTI constantly looks towards a future to discover innovations in tea sustainability, cultivation, processing, and more. And last but not least, GTI builds on research and teaching, especially in health and wellness. As we build out our vision for GTI, we also have some dreams. And we dream of having our own building with tea rooms and gardens, a dedicated sensory theater, a model processing facility, an exhibition hall to narrate the many stories of tea, and more. You might be interested to learn of some of our accomplishments to date. I'd like to highlight just a few in the areas of research, teaching, and outreach. Since our inception in fall of 2015, GTI has been developing collaborative partnerships with top-tier tea research institutes around the world in such places as Japan, Taiwan, China, and most recently, Kenya. In fact, let's take a moment to pause and find out where everyone is tuning in from. So in the chat, please write in where you are right now, your city or country, and then everyone can see. So let's take a look where we are now. And behind the scenes, Crystal, can you help me with that? Because I can't see my chat screen. So everybody get busy, write in where you are.
Catherine, at the bottom, you hit the chat and it'll pop up.
Okay, but it's not showing on my go back to share screen. I can't do that. So I'm going to have to just trust you, okay? My screen just is not allowing me to do that. I can't do both at the same time. Oh, there it is. Okay, we've got Los Angeles and Fairfield, but that's all I see. Okay, so, but the audience can see that. So you audience, you take a look. All right, I'm going to give you another question. So let's see here. Let's ask, what's your favorite type of tea? Type that in, and everybody in the audience can see what you're writing, and I can't, but I'm going to enjoy these comments after this. All right, everybody got your favorite tea? All right, so now let's ask, what kind of tea would you like to try next? All righty. And one last question. If you have a favorite teapot or teacup, here's one of mine, what makes it special? Okie dokie. Now let's get back to this. So I was talking about GTI's collaborative partnerships with tea research institutes around the world. I want to point out that these partnerships are important because it is clear that there are a number of great international tea research institutes, and you will be hearing from some of the members of these institutes today. And each one generally focuses on their national product. In contrast, UC Davis provides a neutral space. Recognized as the world leader for agriculture and nutrition studies, UC Davis also has premier experts across the disciplines. Leveraging the unique strengths of each campus, ours and our international partners, these partnerships are ideal for advancing tea research more rapidly, while also enabling special learning opportunities for all of our students. And GTI thus helps further internationalize our campus. Another special point is that GTI is collaborating on a multi-campus USDA research grant called Establishing Partnership and Building Infrastructure for Production, Harvesting, Processing, and Marketing of US-grown tea. This proposal will be submitted to the USD Specialty Crop Research Initiative program. And we've assembled with our campus partners and multi-campus partners, some wonderful individuals working on this. And it includes a number of our members from our tea advisory committee. Before I move on though, I want to elaborate on this point. What has become apparent to me over the years is that in the United States, many excellent scholars are working on tea, and increasingly so. And again, you'll be hearing some from many of them today. Yet most are working individually and alone at their various campuses without any support structure to encourage and share this work. UC Davis's GTI, thus, is filling this void, and suitably so. Given that UC Davis is the UC's most comprehensive of its 10 campuses with 100 majors and nearly 100 graduate programs and 5 professional schools, plus leadership in agriculture, nutrition, and so many more fields, UC Davis's GTI is uniquely suited to assume this leadership position. Just as over 50 years ago, UC Davis led the US in developing the wine industry for California and ultimately the US. Now UC Davis can do the same thing for the tea industry. We take the long view. Also special, we continue to develop the GTI collection of art and material culture. This collection, built up from wonderful donations from thoughtful individuals in the community, is being used for research, teaching, and exhibitions. As for teaching, for the 4th year in a row, we're offering the team-taught first-year seminar in global tea culture and science to a group of smart and enthusiastic students, a number of whom will be facilitating the Q&A today. And on this point, I just want to say again, I'm really proud of our students. They're such a remarkable group. They're smart, they're engaged, they're eager, they want to learn, they want to put it to use. we're so proud. With the guidance of GTI's Tea Advisory Committee, we're preparing the UC Davis GTI certificate program for the industry professionals. After a trial run this spring, it will launch to the public, I think in fall or spring of 22. So stay tuned. It's a really remarkable program. All of these courses are providing the building blocks for developing a degree-granting tea curriculum for our undergrads and grads. To enhance GTI's research and teaching, reach in research and teaching, GTI has been the proud sponsor of the UC Davis student-run Global Tea Club since the club's inception in 2016. This is a highly active club on campus and a model for similar tea clubs nationally and internationally. We'll be hearing a report from the club president later today. Because so many experts from around the world have been contacting me, asking to be involved in GTI, we decided to harness this enthusiasm and create the International Society for Global Tea Scholars, a group affiliated with GTI and similarly dedicated to advancing research and teaching on tea. Our first meeting is going to be tomorrow. And as for outreach, charged at the outset by our provost to hold one colloquium a year, today marks our 6th annual colloquium. I'm excited to get the ball rolling for it. But first, I must tell you that because the call for papers for today's event engendered so many great proposals, we decided to hold a sequel event. Talking about the stories we tell, myths, legends, and anecdotes about tea, set for April 23rd in 2021, this year, so just a couple months. Details will be posted on our website soon. It will be an online event, and with the recordings of all the presentations posted online for screening, this sequel event will focus on discussion and networking among the speakers, industry members, and audience. So mark your calendars and save the date and plan to come ready to discuss and share ideas. And also, drum roll please, I'm happy to announce GTI's 7th annual colloquium, Tea and Tea, Bridging Science and Culture, Time and Space, set for January 13th, 2022. This event will explore differences between tea, tisanes, and herbal infusions around the world, and in terms of medicine and health, ceremony, traditions, sustainability, marketing, and more. Please mark your calendars and save the date and come back next year. But don't go away now, because we want to get the colloquium program rolling. For the 6th annual colloquium, we have a very special, sorry, before I get to that. I want to just say a few facts about today's colloquium. This event has the most global reach of all of our colloquia, with presentations from and or on China, Colombia, Georgia, Indonesia, Japan, Sri Lanka, Taiwan, Vietnam, and the United States. It is organized into 5 sessions, plus the keynote address. Each session will be introduced by a GTI faculty member, and then each session will be followed by a Q&A moderated by a UC Davis student. We'll take short breaks between many of the sessions and a longer break for lunch. To ask questions, you're invited to click on the Q&A icon at the bottom of your screen and then type in your questions. The student moderators will read the questions to the speakers so they may answer. First up is the keynote address. The keynote address will be offered by author Lisa C. and her research partner, tea expert Linda Louie. I've been a fan of Lisa C. for many years, and I'm happy that she so readily agreed to speak to us today. And as chance would have it, I had a fascinating conversation with Linda Louie at a tea fair about a year or so ago. So it really is a great pleasure to bring them both to campus for today's event. Linda C. is the New York Times best-selling author of The Tea Girl of Hummingbird Lane, Snowflower and the Secret Fan, The Island of Sea Women, Peony in Love, Shanghai Girls, China Dolls, and Dreams of Joy, which debuted at #1. She is also the author of On Gold Mountain, which tells the story of her Chinese-American family's settlement in Los Angeles. Ms. C has also written a mystery series that takes place in China. Her books have been published in 39 languages. C was the recipient of the Golden Spike Award from the Chinese Historical Association of Southern California and the History Makers Award from the Chinese American Museum. She also was named National Woman of the Year by the Organization for Chinese American Women. And as if that weren't enough, Ms. C also wrote the libretto for the Los Angeles Opera based on Gold Mountain, which premiered in June of 2000. That same year, she also curated the exhibition On Gold Mountain, a Chinese American experience at the Autry Museum. Ms. C then helped develop and curate the Family Discovery Gallery at the Autry Museum, an interactive space for children and their families that focused on Lisa's biracial and bicultural family. The installation was up for 12 years. That's really remarkable. In 2000, as if none of these other things were. But in 2003, she also curated the inaugural exhibition, a retrospective of artist Tyrus Wong, for the grand opening of the Chinese American Museum in Los Angeles. In addition, she designed a walking tour of LA's Chinatown and wrote the companion guidebook for Angels Walk LA to celebrate the opening of the MTA's Chinatown station. As a longtime trustee on the University of California Press Foundation, she endowed the Lisa C. Endowment Fund in Southern California History and Culture. Linda Louie is the owner of Bana Tea Company, a company specializing in pu'er tea. She is a tea enthusiast and a tea educator. Ms. Louie studied under the renowned tea master Vesper Chan in Hong Kong. She has traveled extensively to tea producing regions around the world in an effort to study tea cultivation, processing, and culture. Ms. Louie regularly gives tea lectures, tea brewing demonstrations, and focused tastings at various museums, including the Huntington Library and Gardens, public libraries, community colleges, and tea conventions. These include the LA International Tea Festival, the World Tea Expo, and others. She has been profiled in Imbibe, a popular beverage magazine. Lisa C. will speak first and then be followed by Linda Louie. They will come back together for the Q&A. So now, please welcome keynote speaker Lisa C. for the first portion of No Coincidence, No Story, How a Trip to Tea Mountains Inspired a Novel. I give you Lisa C.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Catherine, for that lovely, lovely introduction. And to all of you for coming today. I've been watching to see where you are all from, and it's just amazing, literally from all over the world. That means some of you must be up in the middle of the night watching this. So thank you and welcome. I have to admit, I'm a little nervous. I'm not a tea expert. I'm not a tea scholar, but I do love tea. And of course, the theme of the conference is the stories we tell, and I am a storyteller. Today, I'll be talking particularly about how I came to write The Tea Girl of Hummingbird Lane and some of the research behind it. And then after I'm done, Linda was going to be talking more about tea in a more scholarly and learned way than I ever could. I have some slides. I'm not going to be talking too much about them, but you'll see that they sort of follow our trip that we took to China during our the research phase for this book, but also have some of the some poems and sayings about tea that reflect also some of what I feel about tea. So I just want to remind you that you can put a question in the Q&A, and then we're going to come back to those at the end for Linda and for me. So may I have the first slide? And as it's coming up, I'll just keep talking, or maybe I don't see it. Okay, there it is. So I think about books for a very long time before I write them. And with The Tea Girl of Hummingbird Lane, I had actually been thinking about this one idea for a long time. It had nothing to do with tea. I had wanted to write about China's one-child policy and adoption from China. And there's some very obvious ways that you could do that, but I hadn't found my way into the story. So after about 20 years of just sort of thinking, how could I tell this story and what kind of a unique way could I do it? My husband and I, one night, were going to the movies in Santa Monica. We were just crossing the street, and I saw up ahead of us an older white couple walking with their adopted teenage Chinese daughter from, ahead of us. And she had her hair up in a ponytail and it was swishing back and forth like this. And I had this vision of her as being kind of like a fox spirit in her family. Now, I don't know how many of you know about fox spirits, but they are pretty magical. They can be pretty naughty. They're mischievous. They're always doing things like sneaking into a scholar's study late at night. There he's studying hard for the imperial exams, and then she has sex with him. So naughty and mischievous. But in their best moments, fox spirits have this ability to bring great love and to create families. And so when I saw that girl walking with her foxtail swishing back and forth like this, I thought, well, yes, she truly is like a fox spirit in that family, in the sense that through her presence, she had brought great love and it helped to create a family. So truly, from the time I got from one side of the street to the other side of the street, I not only knew what the next book was going to be, but finally I had my way into it. Now, I don't know how many of you read my books, but I do write historical novels. And, I think on the face of it, you wouldn't think that the one-child policy is terribly historical. When I started the book, it was 29 years old at that point. So not, it's not deep history of going back to the 17th century or the 18th century like I have in some other stories. But I didn't worry about that too much. I just came home right here and started doing the research that I could, again, about adoption from China and the one-child policy. Jump ahead about 2 months, and I was invited to speak at a library event down in Carlsbad. I saw somebody say that they're from Carlsbad, so hello. And this was a very large event with hundreds of people. And it was so big, in fact, that they had invited someone in to be kind of like the opening act. And he was going to do this tea demonstration up on the stage. I would sit with him. He was going to pour different teas. I would sip them, and 600 people watched. It was kind of a funny thing. Anyway, he talked a little bit about the history of tea, that this was the second most popular drink in the world after water. He talked about the Tea Horse Road, something I had never heard of. He talked about the difference between tea shrubs and terrace tea and the ancient tea trees that could be 200, 400, 800, 1,000, or even older years old. He also talked about pu'er very specifically, and how this was the only tea that could age, over many, many years, and as it aged would grow in value. And, that you could have a tea that was 50 years old, and, if I had a tea that was 50 years old in my kitchen cabinet, it would have crumbled to nothing. But here he's, something that grew in value, and then he used a lot of the same words that we use for wine when he was talking. So anyway, there came a point when he said, and just this year, and now you have to think this was about 6 or 7, maybe even 8 years ago now, he said, just this year, there was a single cake of pu'er, a little under £1, that just sold at international auction for the equivalent of 150,000 US dollars. And when I heard that, I knew what my historic backdrop was going to be. And so, I should have asked for the second slide. Can you bring up that second slide quickly? Okay, so I knew what the next, what the historic backdrop was going to be. And so I came home, started doing research on tea in general and pu'er very specifically. Now, may I have the next slide? So, and you can see here, I'm in China and I really got my hands into it. So, not long after this event in San Diego, and I'd come home and I was working on the book and working on the research, when my husband had a board meeting. And at this board meeting, one of the people came up to him and said, so, what's Lisa working on these days? Now, my husband is a very dear person. I know he loves me very much, but he doesn't necessarily pay a whole lot of attention to what I do. And so this guy asked him, so, what's Lisa working on these days? And my husband was like, I don't know, something about tea. And this man said, she's writing about pu'er. And he was like, I don't know, something about tea. And so this man wrote to me the next day and said, asked, are you writing about pu'er? And in fact, yes, I was. And it turned out that just the week before, he had been at a huge Chinese banquet here in the San Gabriel Valley, where he was seated next to a woman who is one of the largest importers of pu'er tea into the United States. And did I want to meet her? Now, I'm just going to stop here for a second and tell you that not only is the title of the talk, No Coincidence, No Story, but this is something that, and it's also the opening line of the book. It's an Aka ethnic minority saying, no coincidence, no story. And it plays a very deep role within the novel. But it also was hugely important to me and kept playing out for me over and over again as I was writing this particular book. So again, seeing that girl crossing the street with her parents, giving that talk in San Diego, and all of a sudden here's this person talking about something I'd never heard of. And then when this board member mentioned this to my husband and wrote to me. And so one thing after another, he said, he'd just been at this banquet and did I want to meet this woman? And the answer was absolutely yes, I did. And so off I went. Now, this is Elaine Lo, and she's the owner of Denong Tea here in Los Angeles. At that time, Elaine didn't speak a whole lot of English, and so we met at the home of Linda Louie, the owner of Fana Tea Company that you're going to hear from in a few minutes. Now, I had never met either of them, but here we sat in Linda's dining room, and this was before she had her beautiful tea room, and they again started pouring these teas. Now, what I had at that library was perfectly fine, don't get me wrong, but this was at such a high level. And we started with, a very light tea, like pu'er, raw, working our way up until we got to, these very rich and elegant and beautiful and very old teas. And all along the way, they were again talking about the history of tea, talking about the tea mountains. Well, I had at that time planned to go to Yunnan during tea picking season. And I think I need to have the next slide, sorry. I had planned to go to Yunnan during tea picking season. And so at the end of the day, as I was getting ready to drive back home, I asked Linda, or I said to Linda, I've planned this trip to China. Can you give me any advice? Who could I even talk to about who I should meet, where I should go? And she said, well, I'm going for tea picking season. Why don't you just travel with me? And so even though I had only known Linda for about 6 hours, about a month later, we were on a plane going to China. And our first stop was to Guangzhou, and we went to the Fangzhen tea market. I think she's going to be talking a little bit about that later. And then we flew on to Yunnan and drove up into the tea mountains. And while we were there, we met with Linda's tea master. We visited farms. We went to different processing plants. We would sometimes just pull over by the side of the road, seeing people up in the trees, up on the mountainside, and climb up the mountain and talk to them. We would sometimes just stop at a house and knock on the door and would be invited in to drink tea. I learned about growing and plucking and cooking and drying and sorting and, of course, drinking. The last piece of my research, though, had to do with who were the people going to be in this story. Now, before I had gone to Yunnan, I, again, was doing all this research, and you all know that China has 55 ethnic minorities in addition to the Han majority people. 26 of those ethnic minorities live in Yunnan. And so before I went on the trip, I did look at all 26 to try to narrow it down so I could think about who I would be looking for, who I wanted to interview. So some of them I could discard pretty easily. Some of them didn't even work in the tea business. Some lived by a lake and were fishermen. Some were kind of, to be frank, a little boring. Some, the way they processed tea was so complicated. And I knew that I wanted to include the different aspects of growing and processing tea, but for just the average reader, they would not know about that. And so I had to try to keep it as simple as possible. So I had narrowed it down to about 5 people, or 5 different groups. Not one of them were the Aka. I thought, in fact, I'd be writing about the Dai ethnic minority because they are so prominent in the tea business and tea growing. So may I have the next slide? So, so there came this day when we were visiting one particular farmer's family, the family, and to taste their teas. And the brother was away, but the sister was there. And we sat in the family's little tea pavilion outside, and Abu was her name. She kept pouring these unbelievable teas that her family had grown. And her family known, internationally for the quality of the tea that they grow, for the number of ancient tea trees that they have. One of the teas she poured was made from the leaves of a single 1,000-year-old tree. So, these were exquisite. And the thing about Abu was she really reminded me of myself in the sense that she loved to tell stories. She loved to collect stories, half my age, but loved to tell stories, loved to collect stories. And so she started telling these stories about her mother and her grandmother, about the older people in her own village where she had grown up. She also collected stories from the elders who lived on her side of Nanoa Mountain. By the time lunchtime came around on that first day, I knew that I would be writing about the Aka. May I have the next slide, please? So in researching and writing this particular book, I did sort of move from being a tea drinker to a bit of a tea snob. I hope as you've been looking at these photos and reading these quotes, they really reflect a lot about how I feel about tea. I know for myself that tea can be transformative, invigorating, or calming. In the morning, and sometimes even at night, I start thinking about, what do I want to drink tomorrow? And then in the morning, and sometimes I have something in my mind. And then in the morning, I'll think about, how do I feel today? What do I need today? Do I want a pu'er? Do I want to drink Iron Goddess of Mercy? Do I want jasmine? Do I want an oolong? I so enjoyed reading all of the different teas that all of you love to drink. Do I want to drink a raw pu'er? Do I want to drink one that has been aged 2 years, 10 years, 30 years? When I'm drinking tea, I think about sometimes just the idea that something could come from an ancient tree, hundreds of years old, and that whole idea that you could be drinking, it's drinking an antique, it's a drinkable antique. I also think about all of the people who've touched the tea. And as you saw from some of the photos that I had, that you have people who pluck every single leaf. They set them out to dry. They cook, they do the cooking. They afterwards, after they've been drying, there are those women who sit around those trays and pluck out and sort each and every leaf. And this is for artisanal tea, and obviously not for mass-produced tea. But even so, I think about how all these fingers, all these hands, all these people who've touched those leaves so that I can drink it in my cup. But it's more for me even than that. To drink tea is to make friends, and I have. And I hope that next time that we can all be together in person and share tea and stories together. And now I'll turn it over to Linda.
Hi, I'm Linda Louie, and I'm so glad to be here. I have been attending the GTI symposium since its inception, so I'm a big fan. So next slide. Okay, I'm going to be talking about the history of pu'er. So here you're looking at photos of the old growth forest in Yunnan, which is located in the southwestern corner of China. And tea has been growing in this area for thousands of years. According to historical accounts, as early as the Zhou dynasty in 500 BC, the Pu people, who are the ancestors of several tea farming ethnic groups, were already planting tea trees at that time. They discovered tea trees growing wild in the forest and realized the health benefits. So they started collecting tea seeds and propagating them around their homes. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. These two photos are of the tea gardens in Yunnan. The difference between the tea gardens in Yunnan and those from other parts of the world is that the tea plants are trees as opposed to being shrubs. They are an integral part of the forest ecosystem and require very little human management. These tea trees were planted from seeds, so they are very genetically diverse. So in Yunnan today, there are still tens of thousands of acres of this type of tea gardens spreading over 12 tea mountains. And the teas made from each of the tea mountains possess varying flavors, all depending on the microclimates of the particular tea mountain and the type of other forest plants that are growing around the tea trees. Next slide. So during the Tang Dynasty, around 7th century, the tea from Yunnan were traded for war horses from Tibet. A famous trade route was created known as the ancient tea horse route, Chama Dao. Tea farmers brought their teas from the tea mountains to a town named Pu'er, and it was there that the tea leaves were sold, compressed into round cakes, wrapped in stacks of 7 cakes, loaded on pack animals, and is where the animal caravans began their long and arduous journey to their respective destinations. And because the teas were sold and distributed from this town of Pu'er, the tea was named after the town. So the photo on the left is a stretch of the tea horse road in the town called Yiwu in Sichuan, and it's a very famous tea mountain, where the tea horse caravans traveled during the Qing Dynasty. And Lisa and I visited this town, and we loved this. Just reminded us of the old days. Next slide. Speaking of the Qing Dynasty, that's the last dynasty of China, and it was around 7th century. At that time, it was the heyday of pu'er tea. It was designated as one of the tributaries to the Qing Emperor. More trade routes were created to export teas to India, Hong Kong, as well as Southeast China. And the photo on the right is the 150-year-old golden melon tribute pu'er that weighs about 3,200 grams, which is equivalent to about 7 pounds. This golden melon was on display at the Palace Museum inside Forbidden City. And whether or not it's still on display, I'm not sure. Now, the photo on the left is a famous old tea factory in Yiwu, where Lisa and I visited. And many of the vintage cakes were made there. This is just maintained so that people can still, go take a look at it. Next slide. So pu'er tea is well known for its ability to age. While most teas were, it should be drank fresh, but pu'er improves over time. In this slide, you can see vintage tea cakes from 40s to mid 70s, each of them representing the social and political backdrop of the time. So for example, the tea on the top left corner, the one without the wrapper, is a cake made before 1949, which marks the beginning of New China. So cakes made at that time were produced by family-owned factories. After 1949, all privately owned tea factories were folded into state-owned entities. And cakes from the 50s reflect the Great Leap Forward campaign, during which time substantial damage were done to the tea gardens, including tea trees being chopped down, and then the over-harvesting of the tea trees to increase productivity. And I think the chopped down tea trees were also mentioned in Lisa C's book. Now, during the Cultural Revolution in the 60s and 70s, the operative belief was that all old things must go. So old tea cakes were burned, and then the old tea gardens were abandoned. And to just in keeping with the modern trends, the government planted large-scale tea plantations using clonal varieties. So tea made during this era, which is like the second photo at the bottom, were mostly from tea shrubs instead of the ancient tea trees. Next slide. Okay, in the 80s and 90s, Taiwan and Hong Kong had a revival of tea culture. Tea connoisseurs were fascinated with the vintage pu'er cakes made in the 30s and the 20s and the 40s. So in 1996, a tea merchant from Taiwan went to Yiwu. Again, Yiwu is very popular. You keep hearing it, that I mention it over and over again. So this tea merchant wanted to recreate a cake using the same type of raw material and processing method as those that were made in the good old days. So he even hired a only surviving tea master who used to work in one of those old tea factories to supervise the making of this cake. Now, this cake is the photo on the left, and he named it truly simple elegance, 真纯雅好 in Chinese. And this cake is very iconic in a sense that because it marked the beginning of private label cakes. So as pu'er tea became a collectible, tea lovers started to pay attention to the storage methods to optimize the tea's quality and value. In early 1990s, tea master Vesper Chan, who is my teacher, aged a large batch of a cake he called 88 raw cakes using a dry storage method. So parting from the traditional high humidity storage method in Hong Kong, he decided to age this cake in a relatively dry environment. So because this cake was the first dry stored cake, it was very high sought after, so much so that its value appreciated something like 30,000 times. Next slide. As you can see, this type of economic return is very attractive. So in the 2000s, many people in China decided to jump on the bandwagon and blindly invested in pu'er tea. In 2007, the tea market was flooded with pu'er tea of varying qualities, and the bubble burst. Sadly, many people lost their lifetime savings. And this was a big event. I mean, even LA Times wrote an article about it entitled, "A County in China Sees Its Fortune in the Tea Leaves Until a Bubble Bursts." Next slide. So after this crisis, the pu'er frenzy did not fade away. In recent years, pu'er production became more boutique. So the teas sometimes not only region-specific, mountain-specific, they are even village-specific or even tree-specific. I think Lisa mentioned earlier that we had a tea in Nanor Mountain that was made from one single tree. So fast forward to 2014, pu'er tea even caught the attention of our best-selling author, Lisa See. She wanted to write a book using pu'er tea, the tea mountain, and the tea farming ethnic minorities as the backdrop of her story. So our mutual friend, Elaine Luo, who owns Danong Tea Company, brought Lisa to my house. So the photo on the left was taken on the day of our first meeting. Several months later, Lisa and I went to Yunnan together, and the rest is history. So I hope you all will create your own story, because I know this journey has been really fulfilling for me particularly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa and Linda. That was really, really wonderful. I know we have a bunch of questions, so we're fortunate this morning to have our GTI student assistant with us, Sapna Bhakta, who will moderate the questions. And Sapna is a third-year student majoring in international relations and Spanish, and we're just so proud of her. So Sapna, it's all yours.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sapna Bhakta. As Catherine said, I'm in international relations and Spanish double major. And to we do have a lot of questions. And as time permits, we'll go ahead and go through the questions. Some of the questions are very similar, so we're going to ask them in a little different way, but you will still get your question answered. So starting with Lisa, we have a question for you. We have a big fan of yours, and they are asking if you can reveal the exact origin of the concept of the 17th century Chinese poets who said cut to the bone in order to write. And they want to know the origin concept of the poem or another reference to it, if that makes sense.
So actually that was something that I wrote in Peony and Love, which it's really not on the topic here of tea, but just very quickly, there were a lot of women writers who were being published at that time. This is during the Ming-Qing transition, a time of great tumult. And so women were actually out and about doing things, including writing and publishing. And they did have this belief that to write, you really need to cut to the bone. That means to go as deep as you can, and it can be painful and it can be hard. And if you write, send me an email later. My email is just lisa@lisac.com. I'll try to find the exact source of that for you.
Thank you, Lisa. And a question for Linda. Linda, how long did you travel in Yunnan to research your story? And when you were traveling, what was it like? If you can talk about that.
Yeah, for myself, I started traveling to Yunnan since 2008. And I go usually every year and sometimes every other year because I have to go to the other parts of, I travel around the world to tea regions. And I think my the first time I went there was like the most impressive. It felt like I was just traveling back in time. At that time in 2008, the villages in the tea mountains only had electricity for 2 years. And their houses, I mean, we stayed overnight at a tea farmer's house. And it was, with the outhouse and outside. It was, I felt like in the tea mountain, I felt bonded with the tea trees. So I would encourage anybody who could, have the opportunity to travel to tea mountains to do so. I mean, it really gives you a sense of like you reach the origin.
Thank you so much. Lisa, we have another big fan who wants to know. He really enjoyed the way that you work details of the world into the narrative, character dialogue, and observations. And they want to know, for gathering the material for this story, what was the process of making the information organized?
I missed that. You're breaking up a little bit. I don't know if that's for everyone, but what was the last part? What's the process for?
They're asking about the in Tea Girl of Hummingbird Lane.
Just the last little bit you said.
The process of keeping all the information organized when watching it.
Oh, well, I wish somebody would come and get me organized. I gather material in so many different kinds of ways. I look on the internet to see what I can find. I live pretty close to UCLA and I go to the different research libraries there. I try to find people who know a lot more than I do about a particular subject, someone like Linda. But then for me, always the most important thing is to go to the place that I'm writing about. And, that's about seeing what it looks like. What does the air feel like on you? What's the food like? Is it different from, in the case of China, is it different in those tea mountains than it is in, Beijing? So it's really just trying, and then of course, talking to people who've actually lived through the history that I'm writing about. And I wish I'm just getting ready for another book over here. And I wish I could say I had some great way that I organize it. I don't. I just, I do come up with an outline with a plot, and then I try as best I can to just write. And then later I'll come in sometimes and plug in some of the history and cultural stuff. For me, when I write the first draft, I put in everything that I've found because I found it, and I'm so excited about it. But then I have to take a lot of it out. And I think of editing a little bit like that game Jenga, where you have, built a tower and you start pulling pieces out. And that's how I try to do that, to write these books or edit them, is that I start pulling stuff out. I don't want people to be reading and then just have to stop and have like a big 5 pages of research. It has to really be integrated. And so I think of it, all that research is just being like a firm foundation and a firm base to have enough so that structure is really still there and still a structure, but not to overwhelm people. Otherwise they could just read a nonfiction book.
Absolutely. All right, thank you so much. Linda, we do have a question for you as well. So did the excitement around the aged pure tea influence the popularity of other aged teas like aged oolongs and other white teas?
It definitely inspired the age of white tea. White tea, I think about 10 years ago, people did not age white teas. And it was only the tea farmers who kind of kept a little bit of the least expensive white tea, which is called shomei, with them. And they believed that it has some medicinal properties for children. And I think because of the rise of popularity of pu'er, the white teas, the tea merchants starting to say, hey, this may be a good business model for us. So white tea has become really popular. But other types of white, aged teas, kind of like the liu bao or the liu an, which is other types of dark tea, we call it. They try to have a revival, but then it was just never had the chance like pu'er tea.
Of course. All right. Do you think you can also maybe talk a little more about how it improves over the years of storing it, and what's the optimal amount of time to store it, and when the quality starts to degrade?
Yeah. People believe that probably the optimal time is like 20 to 25 years. I mean, the one that I showed 150 years, I think, the flavor actually definitely improves. It becomes more flat. But and from day one to say day to 25 years, it really transforms very significantly from something that is very light in color to something that is like black tea, like amber, like, kind of like brown color. And the leaves just oxidize or ferment depending on the environment. And it becomes more mellow. There's no bitterness, and it becomes more earthy or like Chinese medicine types of flavor. Some people like it, some people don't. But over time, actually, tea connoisseurs really value aged pu'er for how your body feels. And people just feel like it just kind of makes you really relax. And I think part of it is physical, part of it is psychological. Because I believe that when you drink something really old, it has this value of kind of transporting you back in time. It's transportive, like listening to an oldies. So, and that's the allure of aged pu'er.
Alrighty, thank you so much, Linda. Lisa, we have a question for you as well. So what language did you use when you were communicating with the young girl who enjoyed storytelling and then inspired you to focus on the Aka ethnic group, I believe, for your book?
Right. Before I answer that, I just want to say I saw a question pop up if I would type in my email address. I don't want to stop talking to all of you to type in my email address, but I'll just repeat it again. It's very simple, lisa@lisac.com. So for the translation for this particular book, you're looking at her. I don't know where she is on your screen, but she's over there for me. Linda did all of the translations. She, when I went with Linda, she was on a business trip. She was on a buying trip and sourcing trip. And so in addition to all of the actual work she was doing, she had to answer all of my questions, ask questions on my behalf, and do the translation. And it was fantastic, actually, because Linda speaks Mandarin and Cantonese, but in this area, certainly the Aka have their own language, but the people that we were talking to all did speak Mandarin. And so, it was a little bit like that game of telephone, I suppose, and it would get passed on to me. But I thought it worked really well, don't you, Linda? I thought.
Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, and I know Abu from before, so it was nice to hear her story.
Alrighty, thank you so much. And you also spoke about collaboration that you had with Linda. Do you want to expand on that a little bit? How did that look? What was that like?
I'm sorry, I'm for some reason you're breaking up a little bit, so.
My apologies, let me go ahead and repeat myself. So what was the collaboration for the books between you and Linda?
Well, I would say that, of course, was the first time we met, and you saw a picture of that. And then, when we did this trip together, and on the trip, Linda was introducing me to everyone she knows, and to spend 3 days basically with Tea Master Vesper Chen. He is internationally known. It was amazing. He was so gracious and also took us, way out into nowhere, to see things and to meet people. I wouldn't get in a car if he's driving, however, I will say that. He's not the best driver, but otherwise he was fantastic. He also invited us into the place where they do the tea processing for his teas. And, he had said at the time that he'd never had any foreigners inside there before. And it was such an honor. And I wished we'd had one of those photos. But, this was a place of a lot of security, an incredibly valuable, warehouses of tea at different stages of fermentation. And that was incredible. But also, I just think even after that trip, that when I would have a question, I could call Linda. Sometimes I had questions about the aka. There isn't a whole lot that's been written about them. And so I would call Linda or send a note to Linda, and she would, through WeChat, reach out to Abu, and I could get that answer back in sometimes as little as 5 minutes, depending on the time of day. So I think, would you say that that's right, Linda, that it was,
Yeah. Actually, I was very delighted that you wanted to write a book, using pu'er tea as the backdrop. And, and I think that, it also helped me learn, and it was a wonderful book. And so and to answer the questions, and, like Lisa's last slide says, drink tea, make friends. Lisa and I have been very good tea friends ever since. We actually make tea dates, once in a while, and she would come to my house, and then we'll try different kinds of teas. And I know that, one of the nicest thing about drinking tea is, like, you can drink it alone, or you can just have a group of, like a tea cohorts, and then you can, share your tea and talk about the tea. And there is never ending topics that you can talk about.
And I'll just say that we've also, in addition to being friends, my husband, right when the book was coming out, said, you know what you need for this book? Something for tea tasting, because most people will not have heard of pu'er tea. Most people only know Lipton. And so Linda, for her company, created a tea tasting package for book clubs. And when we started this, Linda said, well, how many do you think I should make? I was like, I don't know, maybe 30. and I had no idea, of course, that this was going to take off in the way that it did. But what's been so incredible for me, and one thing that I'm really proud of about this book, is that it really has introduced this particular tea to readers not only across this country, but around the world. And so actually just this week, I was talking to the folks at the American Library in Paris, and they want to do an event with me, but they also want to, Paris is a big tea city, but they want to incorporate a tea tasting or something with that. So again, that you could have a book club and sit around and drink wine, like most of us usually do, but you could also have a book club and drink teas and sort of learn about something that you haven't heard of. And Linda would be the one to tell you this, but people will taste something and maybe they like it and maybe they don't. But for some, it becomes, it's the launch of a new passion. And that certainly was the case for me. As I said earlier, I'd always been a tea drinker, but now I'm very, very passionate about tea. And I drink it every day, and I think about it every day, because as I said, I just think about what do I need? What do I want to share with someone? And all of the sort of history and culture and art and everything that is built into this culture of tea.
Thank you so much. I think we have time for one or two questions, maybe. Can everyone hear me still?
Yeah.
Perfect. Lisa, Linda, this is a question for both of you. How is the image of tea preserved as it gets past generations?
I'm sorry, you're breaking up, so I can't quite hear it. Can you repeat it?
No problem. I'll go ahead and yes. How is the importance of tea being preserved as we pass it down towards generations?
Linda, I think you should answer that, and I guess this question must be more about artisanal tea.
Yeah, like for pu'er, okay, storage is important. So the optimal way of storing a tea, the most important thing is it needs to be stored in a clean environment. So kitchen pantry, I'm not saying that it's not clean, but it has odors from other like spices and other things. So the environment needs to be odorless. Okay, so and then you not supposed to expose the tea to direct sunlight. So something really dark, like in a jar or something. And sometimes you need to if you have a lot of them, you need to kind of alternate, because sometimes at this corner may be a little bit more humid than the other, and sometimes it really depending on the climate of how you where you store the tea. And the kind of the gold standard right now is the dry storage. And that's arranged too. If it's too dry, if you live in like, Arizona, then you may need to use some kind of, humidifier to kind of bring up the humidity. But then if you live in some place like Guangzhou, in South China, it's very, very humid. So that, you may want to, at certain time of the year, you need to use a dehumidifier. So usually I think the ideal humidity should be like about 50 to 60%. But how clean you keep the tea, that's the most important.
But can I ask, was that the question, or was the question how does the tea culture get passed down?
It was more so, how does the tea culture get down through generations?
Yeah. I mean, I know we're coming to the end, and I'll just say very briefly that, one of the wonderful things about this tea, different teas taking off, and the idea of artisanal tea taking off, is we just know even from other types of products that we're in an age now where we prize things that are artisanal. We prize things that people actually had their hands on, hasn't been machine made. And this has caused a lot of change actually in the tea mountains of Yunnan. There's a lot of modernization. A lot of the old homes and other buildings are being torn down. But can you, in kind of ugly concrete boxes built, but can you begrudge anyone, having indoor plumbing and electricity? No, I mean, we all want those things. So, there's a lot of change coming and happening in the tea mountains. Some of it is good, some of it's not so good. But because people can actually make a living and make a profit, and what they do is valued, that even though you went through many years where it had almost, the techniques had almost disappeared completely, now you have this revival. And because there's value, it's not just cultural, but it's also monetary, that can be passed on to the next generation, and hopefully the generation after that.
Thank you so much, Lisa and Linda. I appreciate it. And unfortunately, we couldn't get through all the questions, but the ones that we did get through, they were wonderful. Thank you so much for answering those.
Yep, I will just concur. I want to thank our wonderful speakers. I know, and Sapna for fielding the questions so nicely. Linda and Lisa, I really wish we were live so you could hear the really round applause, the warm applause that I know that you would be getting from our very large audience. So thank you so much. I'll just clap my hands.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you so much for joining us. At this time, I'd like to introduce my wonderful colleague and GTI member, Professor Jackie Zhirge, who is a professor of chemistry. Jackie will introduce the next panel. Jackie?
Thank you very much, Catherine, for the introduction. And thank you, Lisa and Linda. That was a really terrific start to the conference today. I'm a firm believer in the idea that there is no such thing as coincidences. And that's why it's such a pleasure today to introduce the first session this morning that will be presented by Dr. Yuan Shen from National Chongqing University in Taichung, Taiwan. I actually have had the opportunity to know Dr. Shen for a number of years. He's an expert in climatology, remote sensing of fields, and in environmental biophysics. And so it's a really terrific pleasure to have him present this morning. He'll be presenting with, in conjunction with a postdoctoral scholar, also working at National Chongqing University, Dr. Yiping Wang. So without further ado, I look forward to seeing this morning's presentation.
Establishment of NCHU Wisdom Tea platform when served as the deputy dean of our college. Through that platform, our college begins to offer a series of courses related to the tea industry, starting from tea cultivation, tea making, tea tasting and culture, and marketing. When I stepped down from the deputy dean position 2 years ago, this tea program has not only trained many local students, but also become an attraction to international scholars and students visiting our university. During the years in leading the development of NCHU Wisdom Tea platform, I noticed that there are not many experts working on problems that tea farmers face in managing their tea plantations. Farmers often rely on own experience or recommendations from local dealers selling agrochemicals. Considering that good quality tea comes only from high quality plugged tea leaves, and healthy tea trees are the basis of high yields, I switched part of my attentions to problems that tea farmers commonly met. Soon, I found out that most poor growth and pest and disease problems are related to poor soil and fertilizer management. So in 2018, an integrated MOST research project based on our previous findings and targeted to help extension specialists to make proper diagnosis on site was proposed and got granted for 3 years. This research project includes 12 PIs from various disciplines and divides into 5 sub-projects to provide coherent supports to each other. I am involved in sub-project 1 and will talk about what has been done in this sub-project in the following presentations. Multiple purposes are involved in developing the expert diagnosis system. In general, an expert specializes only in certain areas due to background training and personal experiences, but it is seldom to have opportunities that a group of experts from different areas can be called upon and make diagnosis on site together. An expert system can assist in organizing expertise from different experts. In this way, an expert system can help preserving the expertise and wisdom when the experts retire or pass away. Besides, an expert system can also serve as an effective training tool for new experts. This diagram shows the basic structure of the expert system in developing. It is a rule-based expert system. At present, it will first do a preliminary evaluation based on aerial images and quick field inspection to determine whether the field will spend more time for further detailed diagnosis or not. If much detailed investigation is worthy, the diagnosis will be divided into three main parts. First, the system will look for limiting soil factors so that proper soil management practices can be recommended. If symptoms of poor or unbalanced fertilization were noticed, a more detailed diagnosis on nutrient deficiency or excess can be initiated so that proper fertilization strategies can be recommended. If symptoms of pest or diseases were noticed, a more detailed pest or disease diagnosis can be initiated so that proper control measures can be recommended. Basic soil physical properties are checked by a soil probe, a very simple penetrometer, visual inspection, and texture hand test. The portable pH meter and EC meter are used to check these two important soil chemical properties. More portable instruments that can assist in making diagnosis are currently under development by sub-project 2 to 4. An interface is also designed to bridge the system and users. Other than the question itself and pictures related to the question asked, a brief explanation as to why the question is asked and the symptoms to look for are also included in the interface. We are now trying to incorporate an AI algorithm into the system to facilitate symptoms identification for nutrient deficiency or excess and pests and diseases. Just like a patient's medical records could allow doctors to make better diagnosis, we can also retrieve information regarding the spatial temporal changes of tea trees in the plantations through analyzing satellite images. Here is a good example. This is a tea plantation located on a hill slope. This end is at the top of the slope and is at the bottom. We visited this site in the summer of 2017. Tea trees looked quite healthy at the time, but when we analyzed the historical satellite images, poor growth was very apparent at this part of the plantation during the winter season. We went to the site again in the February 2018, and here are the pictures taken at the time. Height of tea trees at this part of the plantation were about 30 centimeters lower than the rest of the plantation, and the growths were severely affected by pests and diseases. The owner mentioned that he did try various measures to control the situation, but without success. Penetrometer tests quickly showed that soil depth is much shallower in this part than the rest of the plantation. Because winter is the dry season in this part of Taiwan, it is thus very clear that tea trees in this part suffered severe drought stress in winter. Therefore, instead of spending money on expensive agrochemicals, watering at the right time would be the simplest and easiest measure to remedy the problem. Following are two more examples on how the expert system could help tea farmers. Diagnosis indicated that tea trees in this particular plantation lack micronutrients. After applying needed micronutrients through leaf fertilization at a regular basis, starting from March 2018, yield was gradually improved and increased up to nearly 80% in 2019. Less leafy spots spread across this plantation were mainly the results of inadequate nitrogen fertilizers supplied. After providing enough nitrogen fertilizers, tea trees have abundant leaves now. Through a series of UAV images, we can easily keep track of the improvement happened in the field. Further image processing enhanced the effects of treatments. Less leafy spots shown in darker color decreased gradually to none in about 8 months. This is a production cost analysis for regular tea plantations at Minjian Township, the largest tea producing regions in Taiwan. Items underlined indicates production costs of those already established and producing tea plantations. Irrigation charges ranked number 3, next to main labor and fertilizer cost. Farmers usually irrigate when soil surface looks dry, but soil water content measurements at fields indicated that there are still plenty of water available in subsoil. Over-irrigation also tends to induce roots remain at surface soil layer, which can be detrimental to tea trees when environmental stresses such as drought, flood, and cold occurred. Therefore, an irrigation advisory service could be very useful, not only for increasing water use efficiency, but also for better tolerance to environmental stresses. We started from using wireless soil water moisture sensors, but soon find out that the sensor is not cheap. Lots of sensors must be deployed even for a small plantation when considering the spatial heterogeneity of soil properties in the fields. Maintenance work is also a heavy burden to a research team. Therefore, our irrigation advisory service is built upon the free Sentinel-2 images provided by European Space Agency and uses a two-tiered approach. Take this site as an example. The first tier is a crop water availability index evaluation matrix, CWAI, which is determined jointly by soil water content, and NDWI, a crop water stress index, retrieved from each of the 3 Sentinel-2 images in the past 10 days. The second tier determines the alert level based on the derived CWAI index and precipitation record and forecast published by Central Weather Bureau, and send the alert level to collaborating farmers through text messages every 5 days. All the processing for the advisory service, from satellite image acquisition to sending text messages, have been automated since August 2020. On average, the suggested irrigation scheduling is about 20 days, which is 3 times longer than the current 1-week period suggested by Tea Research and Extension Station. Hopefully, a more complete analysis on effects to water saving and yield will be available soon. We share our experience gained from the research to local tea farmers through leaflets to explain the causes of various symptoms and management problems that tea farmers usually met and introduce improvement techniques. This leaflet talks about abnormal branches. This one is about branches trimming. This one is about fertilization. And this one is about poor growth of seedlings and trees. We also held workshops to communicate with farmers in person and answer other questions they may have. Through those leaflets and workshops, we were able to recruit many tea farmers to join our research in order to accumulate more experience in solving problems related to tea plantation management. Finally, I'd like to conclude my presentation by reminding several key points. First, our experience indicates that many tea plantations are not producing plugged tea leaves at ideal growth conditions due to poor soil and fertilizer management. An expert system can help extension specialists to diagnose problems in soil and fertilizer management more systematically and correctly, and recommend improvement strategies accordingly. Lastly, collaborations between industry and our team reached a win-win situation. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Shen, for your presentation. We will be holding questions at the end of the session. And so without further ado, I would like to continue with the next introduction of the next session, the next speakers in our session. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Hederachi, who earned his PhD from the University of Aberdeen in the UK, carrying out research on liming acid tea soils after graduating with a BSc degree majoring in chemistry. He is an agricultural chemist, having specialized in soil science and plant nutrition, and involved in technological and policy interventions for the promotion of rational fertilization use in tea and other crop sectors in Sri Lanka. Dr. Hederachi has also been a chartered chemist authorized by the Institute of Chemistry, Ceylon, a section of the Royal Society of Chemistry, UK. At Tea Research Institute of Sri Lanka, he is responsible for all research and development activities, administrative and financial affairs of the Institute, and provides leadership and encouragement to the staff. Dr. Mahasin Ranatunga, who's the head of plant breeding at the Tea Research Institute of Sri Lanka, and Dr. Neelam Piasena, Senior Research Officer in Biochemistry at the Tea Research Institute of Sri Lanka, have also contributed to this presentation, the title of which is Tea Breeding in Sri Lanka.
Welcome to presentation on tea breeding in Sri Lanka. Tea is the second most popular beverage in the world next to water. Today, people consume tea for satisfying physiological needs as a food and beverage. Recently, increasing attention has been given for health promoting properties of tea, and it has become popular as a herbal medicine. As shown in the figure, regular consumption of tea has health benefits, especially antiviral properties for combating viral diseases like AIDS, influenza, and possibly with COVID-19. Furthermore, tea has a strong relationship with social life of people in many countries, creating unique tea cultures. Tea has become an integral part of day-to-day life of people in Sri Lanka, India, Britain, and Morocco, etc. Countries like Japan, China, and Korea have unique style of tea ceremonies, showing how tea is used for satisfying psychological needs. In today's context, Sri Lanka promotes Ceylon tea with the theme of One World, One Tea, Ceylon tea. Sri Lanka maintains its position as the leading orthodox black tea producer and exporter with an annual production of about 300 million kilograms of made tea. More than 90% of this production reaches around 140 destinations, generating 1.5 billion US dollars as foreign exchange earnings, with 1% GDP contribution to the economy. Also, 10% livelihood depends directly and indirectly on tea. Hence, the industry is considered as socially and economically important crop in the country. In Sri Lanka, tea grows in 23 different agroecological regions, covering around 200,000 hectares. Tea grows in wide array of temperature differences and across altitudes as indicated. Also, tea can be grown in various types of soil. This climatic and geographical variation has contributed to produce 7 regional teas within Sri Lanka, namely Nuwara, Timbula, Udupi Salawa, Uva, Kandy, Sabargamu, and Ruhuna. Tea was introduced to Sri Lanka during the 19th century by British, that time rulers of the country. Tea seeds were introduced during 1824 and 1839 from China and India respectively for experimental planting. The first tea plants established at the Royal Botanical Gardens in Peradeniya, and seeds were distributed among planters. Late Mr. James Taylor, a Scottish planter who is considered as the father of Sri Lankan tea industry, commenced commercial plantation during 1860s, and First batch of tea was exported to United Kingdom in 1867. The Research Institute of Sri Lanka was established in 1925 for the purpose of conducting research on tea cultivation and manufacturing. It was established with 3 scientists. Today, the institute has more than 40 scientists attached to 9 research disciplines. Once TRI was established, tea breeding activities commenced in Sri Lanka. Sri Lankan tea fields are covered with 2 types of planting materials. Top part of the picture shows a field with vegetatively propagated tea, popularly known as VPs, which has a uniform cover. Bottom part of the field is covered with seedlings, showing uneven growth and cover due to high heterozygosity of materials. During 1950s, TRI introduced vegetative propagation technique for commercial planting, which made drastic shift in the industry. With the support of VP technique, mass selection was practiced after 1950s. During 1959, popular TRI 2000 series cultivars were introduced for commercial planting, which occupies more than 50% of VP lands today. Systematic tea breeding program was commenced after 1960, following establishment of plant breeding division at the institute. This picture shows first TRI 2000 series mother bushes introduced during 1937, and bushes are in good health and vigor even after 70 years. Tea breeding started with commencing of floral biology studies to increase efficiency of pollination. During 1969, polyploid breeding was started, and TRI 3069, the first polyploid cultivar in Sri Lanka, was recommended during 1980s. Early 1980s, TRI 3000 series was recommended for commercial planting. During 1979, poly and biclonal seed gardens established with the purpose of generating breeding materials for selection. Evaluation of TRI 4000 series completed during 1990s and recommended for planting in 2002. Preliminary work on micropropagation initiated during 1997, and TRI has tremendous success to date. Systematic research on tea germplasm initiated during 1998 by establishment of National Field Gene Bank at TRI. Molecular biology research commenced at TRI during 1998, and some progress has been made to date. The latest introduction of TRI 5000 series cultivars to the industry was done during 2018 with the aim of combating global climate change effects on tea. It is important to understand why Sri Lanka needs different tea cultivars for planting. Green color shows the green color shaded areas of the map shows tea growing lands in the country. Tea grows well in southwest part of the country, where elevation ranging between 0 to 300 meters above mean sea level, with average temperatures 30 to 35 degrees Celsius. Also, high productive tea lands are found in Central Hills and western slope of Central Hills, where elevation is around 2000 meters above mean sea level, with average temperatures 18 to 20 degrees Celsius. Accordingly, soil types are different in tea growing regions, and different pest and disease occurrences would also be seen. Hence, Sri Lanka needs diverse tea cultivars suitable for different tea growing regions. Tea breeding objectives are high yield, high made tea quality, genetic resistance to major pests and diseases, drought tolerance, and adaptability for different tea growing regions. Ultimately, aiming combining desirable traits as many as possible to existing proven cultivars. Tea growing areas are broadly categorized into 4 regions, and regional specific breeding objectives are prioritized based on major biotic and abiotic stresses prevalent in the region. Breeding objectives are dynamic and refined time to time in consultation with all stakeholders in the sector. This slide shows how trends in cultivar development change over the time. Before 1980s, when TRI 2000 series was introduced, main priority was yield and having 1 or 2 favorable traits as an advantage. In 1980s, when TRI 3000 series was developed and recommended, pest and disease tolerance was incorporated to high-yielding cultivars. During 1990s, when TRI 4000 series was introduced, high made tea quality character was incorporated. Today, TRI 5000 series has been developed with stacking pest and disease tolerance, high quality, drought tolerant traits into high productive cultivars. This figure illustrates how many number of cultivars with favorable traits increasing over time with the introduction of new series. This figure shows how tea breeding approaches change over time from controlled hybridization to omics approaches, increasing productivity of tea cultivars. Bottom part illustrates evolution of tea germplasm research, conservation, acquisition, characterization, evaluation in integrated tea breeding program. This table explains status of world tea germplasm collections as at today. Sri Lanka has only 540 accessions, whereas China, Japan, and India have large number of accessions in their collections. Systematic germplasm conservation was initiated in 1990s, and characterization work commenced in 2008 with morphological traits. Characterization with biochemical and molecular traits initiated during 2009 and 2013, and the whole genomic sequencing of germplasm is ongoing as a collaborative project with an Indian research institute. Metabolite profile of germplasm accessions were commenced in 2012. Research outcome shows that Sri Lankan germplasm is mainly represented by Cambodia type accessions, followed by Assam type, and China type is least represented. Knowledge on genetic structure is important in identifying gaps in the collection and initiating exploration missions. This table shows diversity of important metabolites in tea germplasm. As indicated, average total polyphenol content of accession is about 23%. Range of caffeine is 1.8 to 4.5%. Interesting to note that flavonoid and theanine diversity is pretty high in the germplasm. This is a snapshot view of the tea breeding program. Tea breeding program is a crossing and selection program. Started with crossing selected parents for getting the offspring or hybrid progeny, and the progeny will be evaluated in 4 different phases to select best accessions for recommendation. One breeding cycle takes 20 to 25 years to complete due to perennial nature of this crop. Selection and evaluation will be conducted in 4 different phases: progeny, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. First 3 evaluation stages are conducted at TRI and its regional stations. Phase 3 evaluations are conducted as adaptive yield evaluation trials with the participation of growers. In Sri Lanka, tea harvest year-round. Hence, tea yield is calculated based on weekly yield records for one pruning cycle. Yield is expressed as made tea per kilogram per hectare per year. Tea yield is determined by 2 yield components, namely shoot density and shoot weight. Shotol borer is a serious pest in Sri Lanka, which accounts significant crop loss. It attacks young shoots, making galleries inside. Shotol borer tolerance in tea cultivars is mandatory while recommending. Tolerance is evaluated under field infestations and results are validated with a bioassay too. Soil nematodes create severe damages to the root systems of tea, resulting crop losses and complete death of plants during severe infestation. Nematode tolerance of cultivars is screened by artificial inoculation under controlled conditions, and ranking is done with a standard nematode susceptibility index. Disturb blight is a leaf disease caused by fungus Exobasidium vixens that causes economic loss. As economically important leaves are directly affected, resistance breeding for blister blight tolerance has been considered as important. Evaluation of accession for blister blight tolerance is under field infestation using a disease severity index key. Sri Lanka is popular for producing high quality orthodox black tea, being the market leader for past decades. Quality of new tea cultivars is evaluated with the combination of green leaf biochemical parameters and organoleptic evaluation done by professional tasters. Once all evaluations are completed, final recommendation is done by considering long-term data. TRI has so far recommended 68 cultivars in its advisory circular for commercial planting. This image shows the landmark tea cultivar recommended by TRI. TRI 2043 is a unique cultivar recommended for producing white tea, known as silver tips. The cultivar is characterized with high anthocyanin content and high density of leaf hairs underside, which gives characteristic silver appearance. It contains high amount of gamma aminobutyric acid that claims many health benefits. To supplement the conventional tea breeding program, efforts were made to develop biotechnological tools since 1990. TRI has developed an embryo culture protocol from hybrid seeds to establish clonal progenies in vitro, facilitating production of adequate planting materials. Attempts made to explore alternative solid medium to agar was successful at the institute, confirming suitability of sago for initial multiplication of shoots without compromising quality of the shoot. This saves huge cost incurred in importing expensive agar. To reduce the cost of production of micropropagated plants, an ex vitro rooting protocol has been developed. Microshoots are subjected to a pulse treatment and ex vitro rooting induced inside the propagator. This simultaneous rooting and acclimatization process is economical and saves time for establishment of plants. To facilitate mass production of planting materials of tea, a somatic embryogenesis protocol has been optimized from cotyledon explants. Research is undergoing to optimize protocols for leaves and nodal cultures. Work continues with liquid culture systems as well. Embryo culture protocol developed by TRI has successfully integrated to the conventional breeding program in 2014 onwards to generate clonal lines of hybrid seeds. Clonal plants of hybrid seeds can be produced at a short time, facilitating early screening. Plants are uniform, pest and disease-free. Tissue culture supported breeding program reduces time taken for cultivar development by 6 years, saving considerable time and money. This is the first application in a perennial crop reported in the recent past. Molecular biology research at TRI started aiming developing marker-assisted selection techniques for early and precise selection of important agronomic traits. Work conducted to develop markers for screening cultivars resistant for blister blight disease using a mapping population. The study identified potential marker for screening blister blight resistant accessions at early stages using fluorescent labeled EST-SSR primer. TRI initiated a project to use radiation techniques to create variation. Project aims at inducing mutation using different plant parts to create novel genetic variation and screen mutation using molecular techniques. This could be helpful in creating variation in existing narrow genetic resources. There is an increasing trend in the beverage industry seeking trendy products with functional and neuraceutical properties. Tea could be the first choice as it contains more than 700 chemical compounds and volatiles with proven health benefits. Hence, TRI initiated new breeding program to develop tea cultivars for producing high-value diversified products like polyphenol-rich tea, caffeine-less tea, etc. New programs, or rather new crossing programs, are targeted in altering metabolites. Finally, the breeding research in Sri Lanka is not carrying out in isolation. TRI is collaborating with local and global research institutes and universities to develop cutting-edge technology to cater the demands of global tea industry. That concludes the presentation. Thank you for your patient listening.
Our gratitude goes out to the Sri Lanka Tea Research Institute for that very informational presentation. Our next and final speaker in this morning session is Dr. Charmaine Hardesty, who is one of UC Davis's own. Dr. Hardesty led the University of California's Small Farm Program from 2007 to 2017, a whole decade. She collaborated with the university's cooperative extension farm advisors to introduce small-scale farms in California to specialty crop opportunities such as tea, coffee, and dragon fruit. As a recently retired cooperative extension economist in the UC Davis Department of Agricultural and Resource Economics, she is continuing to work on expanding opportunities for current and prospective tea growers in California. In particular, Dr. Hardesty has incorporated her expertise regarding the specialty food business and values-based supply chains to advise growers regarding the marketing of their tea. The title of her presentation this morning is Development of Commercial Tea Production in California.
Can you hear me? Jackie, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. Yes, I'm delighted to be here to tell you 3 stories about the commercial tea production in California development. So we'll start with the 3 stories. We'll do them chronologically. And the first story is about the Wakamatsu Tea and Silk Company colony. It was actually initiated in 1868 by a German man, Schnell, who actually went to Japan from Germany and befriended the leader of a samurai tribe. After the tribe lost its control in the Civil War, Schnell obtained funding from the samurai to initiate the Wakamatsu colony as an effort to enable the displaced samurai to come to California and restart their lives. Although Schnell initially aspired to have about 400 colonists, there were probably at most 35 Japanese people actually involved in the colony. The first group sailed into San Francisco in May of 1869 with about 6 million tea seeds, lots of mulberry trees, rice, citrus trees, and farming tools. And they immediately went to Gold Hill, which is in El Dorado County, not too far from Davis, where Schnell purchased 160 acres from a farmer for $5,000. And okay, so he was a businessman, not a farmer, but the colonists started planting the tea seeds with some success. Later that year in September, we had journalists that visited the colony and were shocked to see tea plants and mulberry trees growing poorly because of the dry weather. Then in October of 1869, a second group of 16 Japanese colonists arrived. Later in May of 1870, Schnell and 2 of the colonialists attended a fair in San Francisco where they displayed some pretty healthy looking 4-inch tea plants that they had grown from seeds planted only 2 months earlier. Later that summer, a third group of no more than 10 adult colonists arrived, including O.K. Ito, who served as the nursemaid for Schnell's 2 young daughters. Then in September of 1870, Schnell participated in another agricultural fair and got some good publicity. Then in early June 1871, Schnell and his family left the colony, ostensibly to seek financial support, but were never heard from again. So the farm was foreclosed and then purchased by the Veerkamp family in 1873, and they farmed it successfully for 125 years, but never attempted to grow tea. A historian, Metro, attributed the colony's failure to 4 factors. The drought in 1870 and 71. There was also water that they used for irrigation, but it contained iron sulfate that basically poisoned the plants. And the venture was undercapitalized, and because of that, the workforce was poorly paid, and therefore they sort of diminished. So the Wakamatsu colony only lasted 2 years, but there were some other implications to it. There was a historical monument of the colony dedicated in 1969. The colony represented the earliest Japanese settlement in North America. And the nursemaid, Oke Ito, died at the age of 19 shortly after the Schnells left. She was the first Japanese woman to be buried in America. And so we have people of Japanese descent today still continuing to make pilgrimages to her grave, which is up at Gold Hill. The second story is about the Lipton Tea Search Company's research project at University of California's Kearney Extension and Research Center, and that lasted from 1964 to 1981, so much longer than the Wakamatsu. The project had 3 objectives. One was to grow tea with the proper quality for Lipton's instant tea. So I was pretty surprised to hear that it was instant tea that they were after here. The second objective was to develop high volumes of production. And then third, to have develop a mechanical harvesting system. So the project started with 41 tea clones that were propagated at Kearney in 1964, and they came from plants growing in South Carolina that had survived a similar USDA trial in the 1880s. Half-acre research plot was prepared, and the plot clones were successfully planted the following spring in the ground at a density of 3,600 plants per acre. More plant clones were planted in 1967, and we had a lot of ammonium sulfate being added to acidify the soil. Plants were irrigated 2 to 3 times a week during most of the year in Kearney. So they got about 4 acre-feet of irrigation during the full season. Mechanical harvesting was successfully developed, and it began in 1972. There were 5 of the clones that were reported to show real promise. And in 1978, there were 8 harvests of the tea plants starting from April 11th and ending September 25th. So that's a fairly long harvest season. Yields for the top 5 clones range from over 11,000 to 23,000 green leaf pounds per acre, which is impressive. And we had an economic analysis that was conducted that showed that the tea offers a possibility of being a profitable crop in California. However, in a 1979 memo from Lipton regarding their tea quality testing concluded that generally the California teas have not exhibited the quality shown by South Carolina teas. In addition to the plots at Kearney, we had 9 plots planted in 1964, starting with the research station in Lynn Cove, which is in Tulare County, as well as at privately owned farms in Merced, Placer, Butte, Mendocino, and San Mateo counties. And then as of December of 1967, there were actually 27 trial plots that had been planted in 19 counties, totaling 18,000 plants. And the test sites ranged from sea level to 3,000 feet in elevation. But we have never found any records assessing these sites. However, if you look at the photo on your right, that picture was taken in December of 2020 at the Nitta Ranch in Loomis, which is in Placer County, and it was planted over 50 years ago. So it's still growing successfully. And Lipton ended up terminating the project after the US and China reestablished diplomatic relations and signed a bilateral trade agreement in 1979. So then the university decided to remove the tea plantings in 1981, and only a few plants of 2 clones were saved as landscape shrubs.
Excuse me, Charmaine. Are you, because we're not seeing slides. Did you share your screen?
I'm sorry, I did not do that. Okay, let's see where I can find my share screen. Oh, uh-oh.
At the bottom in the green.
It just went away again. Oh dear. I just had it. Uh-oh. Let's see here. Here we go. Share the screen. I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh, goodness.
I didn't realize you had slides. So sorry that I didn't tell you sooner, but I didn't notice it until you said the slide to the right.
So now you're sharing, are you seeing my slides?
Yes, I see your slides now.
Okay.
Charmaine,
you may want to put it on full screen.
Yes.
And presenter view.
It should have been on presenter view, but I guess it's on. Oh, here we go. And are we on now?
Perfect. Looks great.
Well, looks like we need to go to the last set of slides here. Okay. So we're on to the third story now. And let's see. In 2004, we had an agricultural consultant who contacted the University of California Small Farm Program shortly before I became the director there. And he had brought tea seeds from his native Turkey and inquired if they could be planted at a test plot at UC Davis. Well, that didn't happen, but Small Farm Program Advisor Mark Gaskell planted the seeds and eventually planted the full plants along with various varieties from Hawaii at a collaborating small farm in Lompoc. That small farm, Forbidden Fruit Orchards, now has about 200 tea plants growing, as well as a variety of other crops. And the tea leaves are harvested by hand, processed and packaged and marketed at farmers markets, online, and at a wine tasting shop in Santa Barbara. So that little package is 15 grams, which is about half an ounce, and it sells for $10. Next, we have Mike Fritz. Some of you may have heard his name before at other previous symposium we've had. And he began planting tea in 2010 in Concow. He propagated his own seedlings and kept adding more and more plants. By 2018, he had about 800 plants growing and was selling his golden feather tea to the Michelin starred restaurant in San Francisco. However, disaster struck in October 18 with the Paradise Fire, which destroyed his home and about 600 of his tea plants. But he is now successfully reviving his plantings. Next, we have Roy Fong, an owner of 2 Bay Area tea houses and a longtime expert in tea culture. He began propagating tea plants in his 23-acre farm in Esparto in 2013. His efforts were challenged by lack of humidity and water that wasn't so suitable for tea production. But in 2017, he had propagated over 4,000 seedlings of 20 varieties in his greenhouse, and they were ready to plant in the ground. Unfortunately, a fire destroyed his greenhouse and the warehouse. He is currently undecided about reviving his tea growing efforts. Then we go back to the Kearney Field Station. In 2016, our moderator, UC Davis chemistry professor Jackie Gervais-Haig, contacted Kearney to discuss the possibility of restarting the tea project. And she was interested specifically in how microbes in the soil where the tea is grown could impact the health attributes of tea. Well, there were still 14 tea plants growing at Kearney. So she and her grad students cloned cuttings from these plants, and the plants were then planted successfully in 2017 and have continued since. They see a great, very healthy plot of tea plants just taken earlier this month. This research project now includes 400 plants growing there, as well as smaller plantings at 5 other sites. Then we go back to other small farms. We have Jade Mountain Tea. MJ Green Mountain, another participant with some of our tea symposia, longtime tea culture practitioner, lost his tea shop in Nevada City in 2017 in a flood. So later that year, he began planting tea on his farm, and he expects to have about 500 acres, 500 plants in 5 years. And he has revised his business model to include 5 sustainably oriented tea-related businesses operating as Jade Mountain Tea. Next, we have Duelson Ranch in Santa Maria, which is a developing UPIC agritourism operated farm. And they have added tea in 2018 to complement their coffee, citrus, passion fruit, and other crops that they grow there. And they are working with UC Farm Advisor, who's retired, Mark Gaskell. Next, we have Bella Vista Tea Farm. They have planted over 1,000 tea plants between 2019 and 2020. So they represent currently the largest tea farm in California. And for each plant, they constructed a wire basket, which you may be able to see. It's made out of chicken wire in that picture down below to protect each plant from gophers. So we have a map here. The green dots represent where tea is currently planted in California. Obviously, California's tea industry is in the infancy stages. It has become quite a bumpy road so far for the tea growers, but we have at least 3 more tea growers expected in 2021 in Southern California. And there's also an excellent tea plant nursery down there, Nuccio's. So what we know about these tea farms so far is that they all expect to handpick their tea. They all expect to rely on agritourism as their primary marketing method. So this is clearly a very different venture than what was envisioned with the Lipton Tea Project. And I would conclude that there's a lot of interest now with locally grown food, and we're folding tea into that marketplace. So there's a need now to develop scale appropriate processing, packaging, and serving procedures to support the tea farm's agritourism activities. That wraps up my slides. Jackie?
Thank you very much, Dr. Hardesty. We will now be moving into a question and answers session, which will be facilitated by Jessica McCarricker. She's a 3rd-year undergraduate student in sustainable agriculture and food systems. So Jessica, please take it away.
Hi, can everybody hear me okay?
I can.
Wonderful. Yes, my name is Jessica McCarricker, and I am a 3rd year in sustainable agriculture and food systems. Thank you to everybody for those wonderful presentations. And so one of the first questions that we have, this is for Dr. Hardesty, is what aspects make certain types of water more or less suitable for growing tea plants?
Well, it mainly has to do so far with the acidity level that's in the soil. And so acids can be added to the water during an irrigation process, and that's the main way that we have to acidify soil in California so far. I'm not familiar with any other types of toxins that are really an issue in California.
Wonderful, thank you. And we also have a question about climate change and wondering if you've heard anything about GMO tea clones in the field.
I'm not, but maybe the other speakers would be more able to answer that question, or perhaps even Jackie.
Jackie, you're on mute.
Sorry, you're referring to genetically modified clones? Is that what you're asking about, Jessica?
Yes, that was the question.
In the United States or worldwide?
I think that this was in general.
In general, as far as I'm not aware of any GMO crops being grown. I've traveled, to many parts of the world and seen plantings, and I'm not aware of any that have been planted.
Okay, thank you. And let's see. So this one is for Dr. Hardesty. And this one, someone's curious about the soil of tea growing regions in California and how does that differ from other agricultural soils?
Oh, there's so many different varieties, types of soils in California. And in particular, Mike Fritz, and being up way further up in Northern California, including, and also the Shasta Academy, Bella Vista Farm, they've got a very different type of soil where they probably don't have to acidify it at all. Whereas in Southern California, it's definitely a necessity. I'm not really a soil scientist, so unfortunately I can't comment any further about this. But I bet you there's somebody else on this campus that could.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. And thank you to all of our speakers. And we are going to take a short break now.
Okay. Close meeting, stop my video. Oops.
Thank you all. Come back at 11:30 and we'll start up with the next session. Don't go away.
Good morning, everyone. My name is David Gundry, and I'm an associate professor of Japanese here at UC Davis. Our second session, Narrating Tea Through Politics and Biocultural Research, will begin with a presentation by Devi Khajishvili. Mr. Khajishvili is a PhD student in history at Texas Tech University, Lubbock. He specializes in Soviet history with an emphasis on the history of tea as a commodity in the nation of Georgia and in the Soviet Union. The title of his talk is Commodity and Culture, Georgian Tea and the Construction of Soviet Identity in the 1930s.
Hello, my name is Devi Khajishvili. Thank you once again for allowing me to be a part of this conference. I'm very excited to be here presenting my research. I know we have a limited time, around 15 minutes, so I guess I'll get started. I'm gonna set up my timer and right, I'm ready to go. The title of my research is Commodity and Culture, Georgian Tea and the Construction of Soviet Identity in the 1930s. So I guess the main question here would be, why tea? What was so special about tea? And why did it become so instrumental during the Stalinist regime? We haven't really heard much about the Soviet Union for its tea consumption, nor have many Soviet historians reported much about tea as an important element socially, culturally, and politically. Also, the title of my research mentions the country Georgia. What was so special about the former Socialist Republic of Georgia? And why do I position it in discussions about tea? After looking at the formative years of the Soviet Union, I found several puzzling historical developments that made me interested in this topic. We hear about the Soviet Union as this uniform nation that brought socialist principles to political and social lives of the Soviet people. Naturally, we want to assume that there was a major change in sociopolitical circumstances between the Tsarist Russia and the Soviet Union. It is understandable that we would make such assumptions since the Soviet leaders continuously proclaimed their efforts to distance from bourgeois and elitist lifestyle and turn towards an egalitarian society vested in Marxist principles. The Communist Party aspired to create a society free of exploitation and class distinctions. However, the harsh realities seen through the consumer culture and the inequalities within the distribution of goods and services brought back the issues that the party was presumably trying to get rid of throughout the years. There are some changes most certainly to be found when comparing the Soviet Union and the Russian Empire. But in the context of consumption, to be exact, the hierarchy of consumption and the way the consumer culture operated, there are barely any significant changes to be found. The question that follows is, what was the difference? And what was its overall implications? One of the most crucial elements that my research is based upon is Stalin's decision to cease foreign imports into the Soviet Union. It is also important to mention that by mid-19th century, tea became one of the primary commodities imported from China to Russia via the Siberian route. The opening of the Suez Canal in 1869 and the construction of Trans-Siberian Railroad in 1904 allowed the tea trade to boom. In 1915, the Russian tea business reached its historical peak as the Russian troops consumed the tea on the battlefield during World War I. It was only after the arrival of the Bolshevik regime in 1917 that 6 tea factories in Hankou, China, that were owned by white Russians suddenly lost trading privileges and had to suspend their businesses. What were the reasons behind terminating one of the most imported goods, and how did it affect the socio-political dynamic in the Soviet Union? These are one of the main questions that my research deals with. What I found was From the beginning, the USSR began to rely on its domestic products and a vast variation of resource exploitation to achieve self-sufficiency and self-reliance. By World War II, their leadership saw an intimate relationship between domestic economic development and future security. They had no intention of working with the international community, and for decades had practically no trade relation with industrially and technologically developed West Bloc countries. This invariably led to domestic production of tea. The only place throughout the Soviet Union where the climate was suitable for growing tea was in Georgia. The first serious investment to set up tea plantations within the Russian Empire was by Konstantin Popov in 1892. This was done through the help of Lao Zhenjiao, a Chinese tea specialist from the Zhejiang province, who helped build the empire's first commercial tea gardens in the Caucasus near the Georgian town of Batumi. After its cultivation, Georgian tea was first presented at All Russian Exhibition in St. Petersburg, and was later sent to Paris World Exhibition in 1899, where it earned a gold medal. Although prior to World War I, the Russian Empire tried to cultivate tea domestically, tea production in Georgia began to yield a commercially significant output only under the Soviet Union, primarily starting from the Stalinist period. By the late 1920s, Georgia was the main supplier of tea to the whole of the Soviet Union. By 1985, 95% of tea exported to the entire Soviet Union came from Georgia. The level of tea production in Georgia would have made it the fourth largest tea exporter in the world had it been an independent country. The lack of recognition of Georgia's tea production in the Soviet Union was what prompted me to conduct this research. Before the Bolshevik Revolution, throughout the 18th and 19th centuries, the Russian nobility and aristocracy stood out from the general population by having the means to consume more expensive and better tea. Tea in the early 19th century Russia was far more expensive than in England or other Western European countries. Its costly overland transportation from China and additional costs such as import duties and taxes made tea an expensive luxury good. After its broad dissemination and popularization owing to new transport routes, the price of tea was drastically reduced, allowing common folk to partake in its consumption. Even though broader masses were able to consume tea, it did not mean that the tea they consumed was of high quality. This trend did not fade under the communist regime. Because of the central system of distribution, the leadership assumed full control of the rationing program and reserved special access to better quality tea for the privileged elite. The Stalinist period in the Soviet Union is commonly known as a period of socio-political repression and failed collectivization policies. Its economic shortcomings, the agricultural crisis of 1931, the famine of 1933, political repression and inadequate industrial output uniformly depict the ideological and production failures of the communist regime. New studies, however, on the Soviet consumer culture offer an alternative look inside this period. For example, Jack Agranov's book Caviar with Champagne examines a paradox of Stalinist consumer culture, where the state aggressively pursued the popularization of luxury goods amidst the widespread poverty in the 1930s. By mass-producing high-quality luxury goods, the socialist state tried to improve its population's material well-being. The introduction of new luxury products helped the regime gain legitimacy in the eyes of its citizens, as the luxury goods on the shelves of Soviet shops symbolized a cornerstone of new, prosperous socialist lifestyle. So how does Georgia fit into this? Well, Georgia's culture and resource-rich lands allowed for immediate output of commodities that the state referred to as luxury goods. Products produced in Georgia, such as wide variety of wine, champagne, tea, and even their restaurants in Georgia and Russia were considered elite dining establishments. According to Eric Scott, Georgian food was seen as a suitable substitute for the French fare previously served in Tsarist Russia's finest restaurants. It is often assumed that the Soviet Union was culturally uniform, and people from across the Union had some close familiarity with each other's culture and traditions. The newly emerging literature on the Soviet Union, on the Soviet consumer culture, departs from such beliefs and reveals the true nature of cultural, ethnic, and linguistic diversity of Soviet population. The exotic nature of Georgia went hand in hand with the Soviet leadership's efforts to substitute Georgian commodities for Asian tea imports and appealed to Soviet citizens' preference for imported goods. Georgian tea offered an approachable exoticism from near abroad, geared towards pan-Soviet consumption. By marking Georgian tea boxes as Gruzinsky chai, or Georgian tea, they stress the national origin of the tea over its flavor. There were several varieties of teas that were sold in the stores all around the Soviet Union, such as Bouquet, Extra, Высший, Первый, Второй, and Третий. Bouquet, which was considered the highest quality of Soviet tea and was sold in stores throughout the Soviet Union, was rated by foreign experts at 5 to 5 points on a 10-point scale. For comparison, mass-produced low-quality tea, Indian tea, had the rating of 6 to 6.5. Thus, the tea labeled as the best was not truly what it was proclaimed to be by the Soviet tea packaging factories. The only group who had access to the authentic high sort of Georgian tea was the Soviet elite. Georgian tea plants had the manpower to cultivate only a limited amount of hand-picked, high-grade tea leaves, which was enough to supply the highest-ranked members of the Soviet nomenclatura. The rest of the population consumed mechanically picked tea for mass production. Unless tea was carefully hand-picked and sorted for consumer consumption, its quality and flavor was often compromised because of the mechanical and haphazard extraction via new industrial machinery. The central system of distribution directly provided the elite with products of high quality, either through rations at work or through exclusive stores, which were inaccessible to the general population. The Soviet leadership may have tried to detach its socialist way of life from the socioeconomic traditions and the elitist culture of the Tsarist Empire, but the perpetual protection of the Soviet elite through their privileged access to better food rations, high-end stores, luxury goods, etc., halted the Soviet regime's supposed transition to this egalitarian classless society. Continuation of an organized system of privileged, reintroduction of luxury goods, and the creation of hierarchical society was the very indication of the Communist Party's reversal back to the bourgeois lifestyle of aristocracy under Imperial Russia. Also, it is important to note that under the early Stalinist years in the 1920s, the ideological views on consumption often deemed material objects as petit bourgeois, which signified a departure from true socialism and reflected the values of the old world. And as we can see, things have changed. The perceptions have changed. So the inequalities in tea drinking culture continue to live on. The privileged aristocracy under the Tsarist Russia enjoyed the high quality teas from Asia, whereas the average population drank cheap black brick teas, which were usually made from tea waste. Similarly, the Soviet elite had a privileged access to a high sort of Georgian tea, where the rest of the population consumed low quality tea, often containing pieces of branches or sawdust. So what is the difference between these two? The difference lied in how the people were able to access those goods. Under the Tsarist Empire, the aristocracy and the well-to-do merchants had to have the economic means to pay high prices for high-quality Asian teas. Under the Soviet regime, it was not the financial capability of the elite, but their privileged position that gave them exclusive access to goods and services through the closed system of distribution. So benefits were ultimately provided by the state. Well, this is the end of my presentation. Of course, this is an extremely condensed version of my research study, but I can definitely elaborate more in my in the Q&As. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Once again, I'm really thrilled to be a part of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khajishvili. Our second talk is authored by Aurora Prain and Dr. Mark Nesbitt. Ms. Prain is a specialist in ethnobotany, and Dr. Nesbitt is a senior research leader and curator of the economic botany collection at the world-famous Kew Gardens in London. The presentation will be made by Ms. Prain. Its title is Storytelling Through a Biocultural Collection, Tea at the Royal Botanic Gardens, Kew.
Hello, and thank you everyone for tuning into our presentation and for the Global Tea Initiative for having us here today. This project began in December 2019 and after a hiatus, began again remotely in June 2020. Our approach is ethnobotanical, combining industry knowledge, botanical awareness, and material culture perspectives, reading the objects as primary evidence to understand their agencies, stories, and journeys to Kew over the past 174 years. We used a few key methods, which started with analyzing the accompanying textual evidence by provenance details in the collection's entry books and catalog. Next was a physical analysis, engaging in a holistic review of the objects, beginning with the labels, the basis of the textual data, then the non-textual evidence experienced through sight, touch, and smell. This method was very telling and a significant step in understanding the collection as a whole, exposing details, similarities, and themes not seen in the written record. During multiple workshops held in January 2020, a large segment of the collection grouped in said themes was on display for around 50 members of the tea community from the UK and Ireland, as you can see on the right. Kew's Museum of Economic Botany, that is, useful plants, was founded in 1847 and was on public display until 1987. A distinctive feature of such museums was the combination of botanical raw materials, products, and tools on display, nature and culture. At present, Kew's Economic Botany collection contains around 100,000 objects, 375 of which relate to tea and are examined in this project. These items reflect the growth of the wider collection, with a large majority being from 1847 to 1914. The collection originates from around the world, and as you can imagine, these shelves contain many biocultural stories, histories, and perspectives. All parts of the plant, from root to seed, including seed oil, are represented in the collection, in addition to wood, clay, and different metals. We have many formats, as you can see, the largest being loose leaf and compressed tea leaves, with only 2.7% teaware. Our origins here are broken down into continents and regions, and you can see that most come from across Asia, with our next largest continent being Africa at 4.8%. The museum was started by Kew's first director, William Jackson Hooker, who was joined by his son, Joseph Dalton Hooker, after his expedition in South Asia in 1855. These teacups make up 2 of the 10 teaware items in the collection, all of which are some of our oldest. While in India, Joseph wrote here, his father noting he was sending him 2 very valuable botia cups of the Raj sort, which would be improved by polishing. From their correspondence, we learn how very fond Joseph was of the tea culture during his years in India, that he also collected this gorgeous teapot from Tibet. It is likely collected from around the Sikkim-Tibet border, depicted here in one of his watercolors. Onto another famous collector, Robert Fortune. This tea arrived at Kew in 1983 via the Pharmaceutical Society of Great Britain, but is dated to 1852. This is true of a few objects in the collection where the date attributed doesn't reflect the age of the object itself. It is believed to be collected during his second of 5 expeditions in East Asia. Called here fancy tea, it's also seen as old men's eyebrow tea in the collection. We have found this to be an incredibly rare object given the unfamiliarity to all workshop attendees and all but 2 others I've spoken to in the Western tea trade. Its origin, then and now, and production status and type are all quite elusive. Found in a single translated piece of Chinese literature, this tea's story requires collaboration with Chinese historians and growing communities. The other object attributed to Fortune is a series of 24 beautiful paintings illustrating the cultivation and preparation of tea by a famous artist from Guangzhou, known in the West as Lam Qua. Lam Qua was from a family of artisans and, along with his brother, specialized in oil and watercolor, and their works were in high demand then and are still quite respected today. In the correspondence between Fortune and William Hooker, and in particular the letter seen here, we learn that these paintings are the only items requested of Fortune to go directly to Kew's museum. And in the postscript, we learn that their price is equivalent to around 350 to 400 pounds today. Fortune did send, at the time, a record number of Wardian cases packed with seeds, along with tools and artisans from China to India. However, over 15 years after, the same was done by George Gordon in 1834. Further, both accounts were sanctioned by the East India Company, not Kew. By using the number of tea brokers in London's post office directories as a measure, we can see this dramatic rise in the 19th century, which is rooted in economic and political tactics. After the East India Company lost its trade monopoly in China in 1833, the attention shift to India for British-grown tea and did trade centralize in London. The disbanding of the East India Company in 1858 also resulted in a dramatic increase. It was around 50 years after the Assamic variety's formal identification in 1834 did India surpass China in tea exports, ending the latter's monopoly for the first time in history. Kew's collection partially reflects a substantial chapter in tea's history. This object is one of our oldest and one of my favorites, capturing a moment of green tea history. Adulteration of tea became rampant in the mid-19th century after the end of the East India Company's monopoly in 1833 till key legislation in 1875. This display depicts the stages of dyeing black tea leaves green with the assistance of Prussian blue, turmeric, and gypsum. It was collected in 1850 from a factory in Guangzhou in direct response to William Hooker's call in the Admiralty's Manual of Scientific Inquiry in 1849, seen here. During physical examination, it was apparent that, hopefully you can see here, that these leaves have a blue tinge, suggesting that they have been faced for an export market. Further research also suggests the possibility of multiple other adulterated teas in the collection, some being adulterated by British tradespersons. Now, black tea is the largest tea category in our collection, and one in which you can travel your way around the world, from Java to Kenya to Portugal to Jamaica and even Fiji. Around 85 objects come from India, with about half of these arriving at Kew in 1879 after the dissolution of the Indian Museum in central London, and most of these are black teas. The tea brick seen here was likely made for the existing market north in the Himalayas at the time. It also represents the multiple other Indian brick teas and other more orthodox tea types, more characteristically from China today, seen in the collection but coming from India. Kew's collection lacks CTC or crushed curl teas, a mechanized production type that was developed in the early 20th century and is often associated with Indian and African black teas today. This fact significantly dates and characterizes the collection as being from mid to late 19th century and initially rooted in Chinese knowledge and handmade production techniques. Another from the Indian Museum seen on the left compared to a recent donation on the right from Raj Babel, 2 black teas from Kumon, India, 142 years apart, roughly. The tea on the right was grown and made by Champwat village members, led by grower and producer Desmond Birkbeck, whose family has over a century-long history in the area. Both of these teas have their roots in East India Company plantings from the mid to late 19th century. Genetic testing might be able to prove their connection. It's very exciting. Thank you all for this wonderful donation. Compression is a central theme in the collection, seen here in the continuity between these 4 Chinese black tea bricks, 50, 60, and 70 years apart. Tea is compressed for type, ease of travel, storage, consumer expectations, aesthetic, taste, ageability, etc., and has long been traded overland, domestically and abroad. Here, the first 3 traveled via ship, with the last arriving via air in 1996. The second came to London from Shanghai, China, and was destined for Russia, showing a sea lane to a famous overland caravan trading route. Now for a less familiar compressed leaf object, lepet, where the leaves are meant to be consumed whole. Kew is fortunate to have 8 objects from Myanmar, a few once microbially active, one of which is seen here. Donated by the India Office in 1894, the leaves are packed for transit in splintered bamboo. We do know from a British account of its production and smell in a newspaper clipping seen here, that lepet was also deemed a necessity of life for residents. Unfortunately, without any leaves exposed, it is difficult to determine production details or species. Tea lozenges. Our second oldest object, collected in Beijing in 1812, but donated in 1855. The same year, William Hooker proclaimed they still retain the tea flavor in perfection in his Manual of the Garden. The lozenges are shaped in various ways, as you can see. Through physical analysis and specialty knowledge, during the workshops, we were able to determine the production is likely made by significantly reducing black tea to a thick consistency, undetermined if other botanicals were included or not. Taken, we assume, for a shot of caffeine on the go. One attendee, only one, Rob Taylor at Twinings, was familiar enough to help locate a modern equivalent seen here. Thank you, Rob. Pu'er. We have multiple pu'er cakes in the collection. This here is one of 2 from the same donor, Dr. Lockhart, from 1858. Packed for an export market, this tea is from Southwest China in Yunnan province, but was purchased on the coast in Fujian province. Our pu'ers are the only objects which provide or allude to health-giving properties on their labels. For example, the label here states that this tea is invigorating. From personal experience and knowledge, such details are still in line with beliefs today. This shows continuity and cultural value on a global scale over time. And lastly, we have another object via the Indian Museum from Upper Myanmar, consisting of 3 bamboo segments packed full with tea. Along with lepet, this form has ancient origins that are carried through till present. This tea culture is believed to be the one observed by the Bruce brothers in 1823, offering proof that tea grows in India. The new object on the right draws parallels in its production. However, it was produced and collected in May 2018 from Hadong, South Korea, a brand new site on the FAO's globally important agricultural heritage systems protected list. And in conclusion, I'd like to identify a few key themes and questions that have emerged so far. First, given its date and location, the Kew collection unsurprisingly originates in 19th century empire and trade. As a familiar food with an unfamiliar history, could detailed research into this collection's history be an effective route to sharing a more transparent imperial history with a wider audience at Kew and elsewhere? The second, industry knowledge in terms of recognizing and characterizing different tea categories, types, and their production is a key part of this project. However, it has become clear that no one person or body of knowledge can unlock the stories in this diverse collection. It is essential that we work with tea experts and historians in source countries and throughout the supply chain, and we hope today is a step forward in this process. Further, we hope that a forthcoming extensive online catalog, complete with photographs, is also a means of doing so. And lastly, generous donations have enabled us to start building a 21st century tea collection of similar caliber to that initiated by William Hooker in the 19th century. It is exciting to see a resurgence of diversity in the Western tea market, and we would love to see the collection, which is a means of conservation, grow to reflect this. We note that some teas in the collection are no longer reaching international trade, and perhaps they're not made at all. We ask, is there the potential to revive these for the kind of high value markets that we know return the greatest benefits back to the producers? And lastly, thank you everybody for joining us here today. If you have anything to share, please do reach out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Prane and Dr. Nesbitt. Dr. Alexander F. Day will give the last talk of this session. Dr. Day is an associate professor of history at Occidental College in Los Angeles and serves as Occidental's Chair of East Asian Studies. His presentation is entitled Socialist Tea Heritage, Selling China's Largest Tea County.
Thank you very much. As I start my PowerPoint here, I'd like to thank Catherine, David, Crystal, Holly, everyone, Jessica, everyone involved in putting this on. Such a great event, so great to have people presenting from all over the world and also in the audience from all over the world. This presentation looks at the relationship between agricultural modernization and the construction of tea stories, centering on a single tea producing county in China, Meitan County in northern Guizhou province. While Meitan was a very minor tea producer in the Ming and Qing dynasties, in 1939, it was chosen as a site for a state-run experimental tea farm and factory. After the People's Republic of China took control in late 1949, the tea farm continued under state ownership. Now, Meitan is one of the top 2 tea-producing counties in China, producing about the same amount of tea as the whole of China did in the early 1950s. Unlike most large tea counties in central and coastal China, however, Meitan was not really well known for tea production before the 1940s, or even really until the last 15 years or so. So this creates a problem for making a name for its tea in sales and branding and the like. So instead of focusing on the long history of tea, the county and its tea producers have turned to the 1940s and post-1949 tea history to tell the story of Meitan tea, in effect branding itself as socialist tea for a post-socialist market. So tea production in China has been moving southwest with new producers continually entering the market. For example, Guizhou province has rapidly grown in importance as a tea producer over the last 15 years or so. And the central state is pushing for tea production in mountainous areas in the southwest for environmental and economic reasons. So this paper investigates how a relatively new tea producing region region markets its tea when the historical stories of tea production play such a crucial role in branding and marketing in China's fractured tea market. So one of the things that I argue is there's a crucial relationship here between the stories told about tea for new tea producing regions and the issues of tea quality and qualities, both forcing new relations of production upon emerging regional and local tea industries. So a little bit more about what I mean by quality and qualities and their relationship to the labor process in tea production. And here I depart somewhat from the argument of Sarah Besky's latest book, in which the link between labor process is a bit less emphasized. The proliferation of kinds of tea in China has been enormous. And the possibilities for such proliferation are basically endless, all coming, of course, from the same plant. This proliferation has led, however, to the emergence of particular recognizable types of tea, and the exchange value of those types has had as much to do with the particular quality and qualities of the product as the stories, both historical and otherwise, attached to them. So a problem or tension of tea quality, therefore, has to do with the degree of standardization from the myriad differences of quality to produce a particular and reproducible product. In this case, a product with certain recognizable qualities and at a certain quality grade, all at a larger scale. In other words, on the one hand, you have to standardize a final product, while on the other hand, you have to maintain a degree of uniqueness of its characteristics and guard against becoming too generic. In a sense, agricultural modernization, which began under China's nationalist government in the late 1920s, centers on the standardization and scalability of agricultural production. So this is also true for tea production, and in fact, it's out of this specific historical process that the Meitan tea industry actually emerged. So this leads us to the question of labor and quality. Standardization can only occur with a control over the labor process, the process through which human labor transforms, in this case, a biophysical product of nature. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on the short time I have here on this, but the larger project I'm working on talks a lot about the frictions of nature in this process. Anyhow, the twisting course of agricultural modernization in the Meitan tea industry, which I'll lay out below, becomes the central subject for Meitan's tea story, now told in the marketing of its tea. And because quality and the specific qualities of the tea produced took on certain degrees of importance, the control over the labor process was especially important in the industrialization of tea production. So in this talk, I will describe the process of agricultural modernization and industrialization of tea production in Meitan in terms of its integration, which is largely about the integration of the growing of tea, in other words, control over the agricultural labor process, with processing and final marketing, especially in the contemporary moment. For it is exactly in the problem of integration that agricultural modernizers confronted in the 1930s tea industry after a long decline of tea exports, which we just heard about in the previous, a little bit about in the previous presentation. So Meitan, history of Meitan tea, there have been basically two waves of integration and modernization in Meitan's tea industry, with the first running from the 1940s through the 1970s. This was followed in the 1980s by a period of disintegration, with a second wave of integration beginning around the year 2000s. The first wave of integration really aimed at earning foreign exchange and as part of a system of domestic rationing. And interestingly, it's actually, that story really begins with exports to Russia, so it connects to the first presentation as well. So once tea rationing ended, however, in the 1980s, domestic consumption in China really grew. And in response to this second wave of integration took off in the early 2000s in Meitan, basically aiming at production for the domestic market. So very briefly on the first wave of integration, until the 1940s, Meitan peasants had produced tea as a sideline product for hundreds of years, but its manufacturing was really very dispersed and decentralized. Around a third of peasant households in the county produced tea leaves. Whoops, my light just went off in here. Does that automatically, sorry about that. And so about a third of the peasant households produced tea in the county, and the average household only produced about 5 kilograms of tea a year on a very small 1.3 or so mu of tea. That's less than 1/10 of a hectare of low intensity intercropped land. This was not specialized or really even commodity production, and households regularly directly consumed much of that tea. So this began to change in the 1940s when the nationalist government set up an experimental tea farm and processing factory in Meitan with about 36 hectares of tea plantation lands aiming at production for exports, again, primarily to Russia at that time. This was one of the first real attempts to both vertically and horizontally integrate tea production in China. After the establishment of the People's Republic of China in 1949, the farm was turned into a provincial level state-owned farm. The state farm managed over 600 hectares from the late 1950s, with almost all production going to export. From the mid-1960s through the late 1970s, state farm linked tea experts helped tea production to spread to communes, brigades, and county government farms as well. So by the late 1970s, there's a bit over 2,700 hectares of tea lands under production, producing over 1,000 tons of tea a year in the county. So during this period, quality mainly meant the production of tea with certain generic qualities at a set grade level that allowed it to be blended with other teas produced in other areas during final processing. In fact, few teas from Meitan during this period were branded in any way to recognize where they actually come from, that they come from the county at all at the time. And then in 1981, brigade and team tea farmland and tea processing reverted to the household in the economic reforms in China. This loosened control over the labor process, changing the tea produced. So households basically produced a rough and low quality tea, mostly marketed towards local and sometimes regional consumption. The county let go of tea marketing in 1982, and marketing really remained a serious problem for Meitan tea farmers and processors through the 1990s. Household produced tea was unbranded and uneven in quality and characteristics. The provincial level tea farm shifted its tea lands from waged workers to a production responsibility system in 1982, though the factory continued producing or processing tea leaves through the 1990s, and it contracted out its land. The total county land under tea production shrank from the early 1980s. So the second wave of integration really is the next thing I'll talk about. Until the early 1980s, rationing kept tea consumption in China at very low levels by world standards. But as the market loosened up in the 1980s into the 1990s, demand grew faster than incomes in China. So the growth rate rose particularly rapidly from about 2001 at a pace of almost 20% per year in the early 2000s. Meitan County responded by pushing a policy of tea specialization, leading to a second wave of integration taking off from around the year 2001. In the year 2000, the county had less than 2,000 hectares of land in tea production, largely unchanged since the 1980s. By 2016, it had increased to about 32,000 hectares in production and 40,000 hectares in planted tea, and now produces over 60,000 tons of tea a year. While national demand increased along with the increase in supply, marketing the tea from Meitan continued to be a problem, even with this expansion of production, or maybe especially with the expansion of production. Thus, while Meitan has a long history of tea production, its tea was not very well known as coastal teas. And in the late 1990s, the market price for one of its more famous teas, Meitan Cuiya tea, which was really created by the nationalist state-owned farm and factory in the early 1940s. It kind of has similar characteristics to Dragonwell or Longjing tea. It was about a tenth of that of Longjing tea of a comparable quality grade. So in response, the county helped to organize a tea association, which in 2005, with the support of the county, adopt a formal production standards for Meitan Cuiya and successfully applied for the brand to be registered as a county public trademark. So any producer in the county, have to be in the county, can join the association. And if they follow the production standards for Meitan Cuiya tea, they can use the brand name. They ended up doing the same in 2010 for Zuni Hong, a red tea, and the association raises fees from members to advertise the protected brands, and local producers without their own brand can buy this packaging with these names of the county brands on them to sell them. So unlike most attempts to build local tea brands in China, which construct their brand around pre-1949 or usually imperial era tea heritage, the Zuni Hong brand plays on the heritage of the revolutionary and socialist periods when Mao and the Red Army passed through the region. So the local government funded and refurbished the old state-owned factory into a tea museum, which has processing equipment from the 1950s on and focuses on the industrialization of tea, not the long history of traditional or artisanal practices, as with most other tea regions, or how most other tea regions brand their tea. The county researchers linked to the museum produce historical materials about the county tea production, focusing on the period from the 1930s through the 1970s. And at the 2018 two sessions, this is key annual national government meetings, Zuni Hong, the red tea from Meitan, was served as the official red tea. These changes, however, have relied on the emergence of a more complex division of labor and greater integration of tea production. Although in a less centralized version than during the first wave of integration, since for the Chinese tea market, the quality of uniqueness, the uniqueness of a tea is now much more important than it was when they were dealing with the export market, especially to the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe during the socialist period. But there are signs that the Meitan model is reaching its limits. With the tea market so saturated and Meitan now China's largest or second largest area under tea production by county, the county has stopped promoting the conversion of land to tea. Thus, while branding, heritage work have helped to promote Meitan tea, marketing continues to be a major constraint on local development of the industry. The largest county processors have opened their own shops in major cities and the county around the country to gain better access to the market. But the issue also raises the question of at what scale should branding and standardization occur in a country with such fractured tea market. So one of the largest county processors in Meitan was central to the establishment of the Guizhou Tea Alliance. That's a provincial alliance in 2014, which launched stores nationally to sell tea from Guizhou province. There's a tension here, of course, though. Thinking at a larger scale, the province is pushing to market Guizhou tea under a slogan, Guizhou tea, green tea, clean tea, responding to growing unease amongst middle-class Chinese concerning food additives and impurities. On the other hand, the ability to tell stories about tea become more difficult at a higher generic scale at the county level itself. Okay, thank you very much. I seem to be unable to turn off my sharing screen. Sorry. There we go.
I thank the speakers for presenting 3 engaging and enlightening talks. I will now turn over the proceedings to our student facilitator, Anna Elizabeth Ramirez, a senior here at UC Davis, who will be directing our question and answer segment.
Hello, thank you for having me. So the first question is, why was the Georgian climate suitable for the production of tea in the Soviet Union? Okay, that sounds good. It seems like the presenter is not here, so we can go on to the next question. So this is for Aurora. How is the tea stored in order to preserve it?
Hello. The tea items, all of the objects at Q are stored in a temperature-controlled room with low moisture, and for the whole collection. Q's collection, as I said, has around 100,000 objects, so it's stored much as you would think for a tea warehouse. It's very cool, low humidity, We monitor for bugs, things like that. So it really looks like kind of a tea warehouse. But they're all under museum conditions, basically.
Okay. The next question is also for Aurora. So the guest said that they're assuming that these collected teas are no longer consumable, but have you, Aurora, sampled any of them from the collection?
That's a great question. And the joke is that I'm going to drink it all by the time the project is done. But no, I have not tried any of them, though there are multiple that I do want to try. Most of them are stored in glass jars with snap top, like plastic lids. So getting my hands on the objects and working with some of them, they do have have maintained some of their aroma. And so some oolongs, as well as a white tea. You can definitely smell that some of them are black. The age of some of these leaves is definitely the oldest leaves I've worked with. So it's getting to know, your gunpowder and your types of tea today. And then I think many of us here have had aged or vintage teas, maybe back to like the mid 20th century. But then it definitely took some practice to get to recognize what these teas look like from the 1850s and 60s and 70s. So some of them are appealing, other ones might not be, but I think the ones that I obviously would very much like to try are some of our pu'ers, but I have not tried them yet.
Thank you. So the next question is for Alexander. Has COVID-19 affected the production of tea in the Chinese market?
I know a little bit more generally about agricultural production in general. There were some real hits on agricultural production. For the area, Meitan itself, it does rely somewhat on migrant labor, although most of that migrant labor is for the counties right around Meitan. And so that did seem to continue. I mean, I didn't get, I was supposed to go to China this last summer, and of course I couldn't. So I wasn't able to get in as much detail on this as possible. But yeah, hitting, COVID really hit at the wrong time for tea production in China, hitting it really those first flushes. So I know it did hit production in Meitan. I have not seen actual figures on how much it hit that tea production. There is actually, if you search in Chinese, you can find some stories on this online as well about the hit to tea production. Not sure exactly how much though. Thanks for the question.
Thank you for the answer. So another question for Aurora, kind of following up on what your previous question that I asked you was, do different teas have different storage methods, or are they all generally the same?
Currently, they're all under the same conditions. So they're all in different shelving rollout shelving units, and we have them organized currently by origin. And different groupings. So they're not stored by categories or anything, tea categories or anything like that. So it's currently all the same.
Thank you. Another question for Alexander. So how do the tea farmers and producers understand their tea and its competitiveness in the general tea market?
So for Meitan, most farmers have started specializing in tea only recently. And again, the second wave of integration, when there's this vast expansion of tea production in a county, really starts in the early 2000s. So many of the farmers that are producing tea there, growing the tea, are very new at this. And in fact, most of the companies, there are now about 500 tea enterprises processing and marketing tea in the county. Most of them are also very, very new. Many of them started in the last 5 or 6 years or so. This was originally a county project, even though this is a private enterprise doing this, and it took, so when I go visit tea producers there, many of them were, well, I was a banker 7 years ago, and now I invested my money in being a tea processor and things like that. So many of them are very recent to tea production. But then there was the expertise coming out of the old state-owned factory, and there was an institute connected to that that actually did all these training sessions for all of these new tea producers. So they see this as an important developmental project. Almost all of the, whether you talk to a small producer or a large producer in the county, they all talk about it as a developmental project for the county. And they're very supportive of the project of the county. It's risen. I mean, income levels for farmers has actually risen quite a bit out of this project as well. But again, the key problem for them all is how do you then brand and sell your tea? And overproduction is definitely occurring in the Chinese market as a whole and for county producers.
Thank you for that question. And then Alexander, just another, the same guest had another question. So what are the roles of the sensorial aspects of the tea, such as sweetness, bitterness, aftertaste, etc., in defining the quality or the qualities of the tea in Maitan? Sorry if I...
In Maitan, yeah, sure. That's not exactly my sort of specialty, but I'll give a kind of a general answer maybe to that. Is so the county is really, actually maybe this is the way to put it, the county's actually worked on this problem as well. As I say, many of the tea producers are relatively new. The teas they're producing are basically modeled on tea production that started in the 1940s. So they're actually kind of trying to do, again, Meitan Suya and Zoni Hong, the two biggest teas produced out of Meitan, were both actually kind of invented in the 1940s. So they're attempting to kind of reproduce those tastes in these newly branded teas. So the Tea Association, which is kind of started by the county, but is actually made up of mostly processors in the county. They have certain set standards for the taste, and there are contests in the county in which producers can then enter their tea into the contest that are judged in terms of how close they fit to the sort of quintessential and high quality Tsuya tea or Zoni Hong or the like. So the county's again trying to help, and the Tea Association are trying to help train tea producers on how to come and create those very specific qualities. So again, Meitan Tsuya is largely like a Dragonwell or Longjing tea. It's actually production in the 1940s was modeled on that, and they're still trying to produce a kind of high quality, basically Longjing tea.
Thank you. And so this will be our final question for this session. This is for Aurora. Has tea ever been stored in a book with pages or pockets?
We don't have an object like that, but we do, I have seen that and I've done it myself. What's really great about this collection is that we have raw leaves, unprocessed leaves, so in their natural form, as well as mostly cultural objects are made from the plant. And as I tried to show in different forms and from the whole part of it. So we do have some raw leaves that haven't been flattened in a book or anything like that, but have been just dried loose, so they're a little bit curly, and they are in a pouch. And we're going to get some really great photographs online soon. And they are meant just to show the leaf in its raw form, actually. So we do have raw leaf, but curly, not flat in a book or anything like that. So yes and no is the answer.
Thank you. And thank you to everyone who has attended this session, and thank you to all the panelists who presented. We will be going on our lunch break. Hope to see you in the next session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorensen, Professor of My name is Joseph Sorensen, Professor of Japanese here at UC Davis, and it is my pleasure to introduce to you the next session, UC Davis students talking about tea. First, we'll have a brief report on the Global Tea Club at UC Davis. Let me pass the baton to Xinyi Cassie Zhang, Food Science and Technology major and President of the UC Davis Global Tea Club.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you, Professor Burnett, for inviting me to this event. I'm really honored to present our club here today. So we are the Global Tea Club at UC Davis. Before I begin to introduce our club, I will do a little intro about myself. I'm Xinyi, and you can also call me Cassie. I'm from Hangzhou, China. If you know about Longjing green tea, you might know about Hangzhou because Longjing green tea is from Hangzhou. And I'm a graduating senior, and I'm majoring in food science and minoring in Japanese. I'm the president of the club this year. I have been in this cabinet for 3 years, and absolutely I'm a tea super lover. My favorite tea is pu'er. So here is a little background about our club. And the club was actually founded in 2016, and we aim to engage not only the UC Davis students, but also the surrounding Davis community. Our goal is to be a free of cost club. This means that all the events that the club hosts are free, and everything the club provides is free to our members. This includes teas used for our meetings and events like tea conversations, all the tea or pastries are all free for our members. So our mission is dedicated to educating, sharing, and exploring the discoveries of tea within the student body community at UC Davis. So we made these discoveries while sipping on some tea. So down below, as you can see, the picture was actually from 2019. I think it's spring, it was like spring quarter. We were having our tea and conversations in our arboretum at UC Davis. It was really pretty there, and people just chatting about the tea, and we definitely provide I think we provided 5 different types of teas at that time. So people just can go each of the table and they can just grab teas free, it was free, and just chatting about the tea and live. It was really fun. So here is our cabinet of this year. So considering about having virtual meeting, we have 2 activity directors and 2 marketing officers. Definitely, we are a lovely tea family. So next, I'm going to talk about our club meeting time and activities. So I divided into 2 parts, which one is before virtual time period and one is the current situation. So before virtual time, we have meetings in every other week. Basically, every meetings we have different scenes, we have Valentine's and Halloween meetings. So we first we give our members a tea education session about 1 to 2 tea per time. And actually in 2019, in Valentine's day meeting, we had a chocolate black tea, which sponsored by Honey Tea from New York. So after the tea education time, it is the exciting tea tasting time. So our members really, really love it. And each time we will provide some pastries as well, to pair up with the tea. So because of the current situation, unfortunately, we cannot have like in-person meeting. So from last quarter, we start to have online meetings by Zoom. But be honest, it is really hard for us to actually provide online virtual meeting because we cannot like actually serving teas for our members. So we invited some guest speakers to come over. So last quarter, Dr. Hackman from the nutrition department of UC Davis came to our meeting and gave us an excellent lecture about tea and mental health. Everybody loved it. And besides Zoom meetings, we also provide tea education videos for our members. Last week, I just posted a video presented by Miss Patty from Pete's Coffee for talking about the benefits of tea for stress and anxieties. And besides the tea education video, we are planning to do like a virtual tea workshop. So recently I was contacting with the Ming Cha Tea, which is a tea, small tea company from Hong Kong. We were planning to have an online tea, Chinese tea ceremony workshops. So hopefully it will get you soon. Yeah, and also we are planning to do like tea cushion shows as well. Yeah, and also we had our Discord social night last quarter, and Discord was actually a platform which like people can get together and play games. And yeah, one part of our club is to like get people to social together. So this event can really get people together, I think. So here is our social media places, either like both Facebook and Instagram. They're really important for us during this time period since we are connecting with our members majorly through them. So if you have interest to know more about us, you can go ahead to like follow us or ask any tea question that you have. We can help you. So thank you for listening my presentation, and I hope you all have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Cassie. Next up, we have a roundtable on embracing tea in Restoration England, led by Distinguished Professor of English at UC Davis, Dr. Frances Dolan. Her interest in tea is related to the work in her new book, Digging the Past: How and Why to Imagine 17th Century Agriculture, just published in 2020 by the University of Pennsylvania Press. Her teaching addresses the introduction of tea drinking in late 17th century England, in courses from lower division surveys to advanced undergraduate and graduate seminars on the topic of consuming empire. In those seminars, organized around comestibles, including sugar and tea, students attend to how these substances transformed British identity and diets, the enormous human and environmental costs of producing them, and the role of writing in contesting and promoting new comestibles, including tea. This panel brings together graduate students from her Consuming Empire seminar, doctoral students Ben Fong, Grace Hayes, Michaelia Radovian, and Himali Thakur. This will be followed by a question and answer session.
Hello, we are participants in an English graduate seminar called Consuming Empire, in which we considered many different comestibles, including beverages like coffee and tea, and how they entered England and became part of English culture and the English diet. So one of the things we learned in this process is that the uptake of tea operated somewhat differently than other beverages such as coffee. So we're going to focus on when tea arrived in Restoration England, that is in 1660 and after the late 17th century. And I'll introduce, you'll see the name and affiliation of each speaker right before they begin speaking. So let's begin. Oh, I also wanted to just mention that this is an image that we thought about a lot in the course of the class, and it's in special collections here at Davis. Just a reminder that when we're talking about the history of beverages, we often have fabulous resources here in our special collections. So here's our first speaker, Ben Fong.
Hi, so I just want to thank the Global Tea Initiative and UC Davis for giving us the opportunity to share our thoughts on tea, and thank you, Fran, for being a fantastic instructor and for choreographing the PowerPoint in our discussion today. So the first slide that I'm talking about is I'm interested in how tea is depicted and constructed through literary genre and form. So D.F. McKinsey argues in Bibliography and Sociology of Text that literary form affects meaning. And so travel writing encompasses a variety of different literary forms. And today I want to raise the question on how does the genre of travel writing have these very different literary forms, and how do those forms affect meaning and shape the reader's understanding of tea? So we may never have directly spelled this out, but we are familiar with literary genre and how it provides the opportunity for readers to position and situate themselves in different settings and familiar settings. And literary form provides those same opportunities. So for class, I'm writing an essay on tea, and in my research, I've been studying 4 travel writing texts that have encompassed 4 different forms. And so there are recognizable ones. So there's letters, essays, and poetry, as well as the more nebulous one that I kind of define as like travel writing. And so this last form, travel writing, which is also the genre, can be quite broad. And I'm envisioning Richard Leighton's A True and Exact History of the Island of Barbados when I talk about travel writing as both a genre and a form. And so the early modern period is populated by these texts that kind of bridge the two. And we see an undercurrent of that very nebulous genre in this title page here. So this is the English translation of a Dutch travel narrative called An Embassy from East India Company to the Emperor of China. And the embassy is a more conventional travel narrative that chronicles things, right? There's customs and there's knowledge. And travel writing as a genre is concerned with the process of claiming and defining. And this, the title page uses the example of the Chinese name cha and tea. And there's been a lot of writing on how the genre of travel writing is an agent in colonization. And so I want to consider first how the form of this loose collection of items, it reminds me of like commonplace books, miscellanies, or anthologies. And I want to kind of question, how does travel writing, the form, kind of act as an agent of periodization, or how does it kind of fall into a more conventional narrative that's popular in China, where you define items, you trace origins, and you detail the preparation of tea. So there's 2 different types of forms that we can consider in talking about tea. And so the current slide that we're on, Journal of 8 Days Journey, this is a collection of essays and letters that argue tea is like being pernicious and it's impoverishing the health of the nation. And so this form of essays and tea, they delineate a position, they try to persuade the reader. And so I want to question, is the reader engaging with this form, or are they kind of being passive and like allowing the form to talk to them? And so my last form, which my colleague Grace will be considering, is Motu's A Poem, and it's a more familiar literary example that we can consider. And at the opening of the poem, to the spectator, we kind of pick up a thread of marketing, of tea as an inspiration, and tea as like a religious pastoral element. So that's another way in which form and genre kind of impact the reader, where we see this form being both a marketing tool and an inspiration for future writing. So I hope as we consider tea during this roundtable and throughout the conference, I hope you'll keep in the back of your mind how literary genre and form affect meaning.
Thank you, Ben. Thanks for the introduction to Moto's poem. And I'd also like to thank the Global Tea Initiative organizers and Fran Dolan. I'm very excited to be here. So I will be picking up off of Ben a little bit and kind of performing a close reading of one excerpt of Moto's poem. The excerpt is on the slide and I'll read it in a moment, but Moto's poem Moteur is using the poetic form to draw a sweeping consumptive conclusion that tea and Eastern climates are no longer coterminous. So now we'll read the slide. To Eastern climes no more the leaf confine, but saved by tea what would have been lost by wine. One blessing more and Europe's ills must seize, add tea and health to liberty and peace. Tea in the man makes all the blessings live, and giving health the greatest good can give. To spread its power and wine's excess supply, let every British fair its virtues try. Like them, the drink is charming, clear and chaste. To make 'em love, persuade 'em but to taste. Then all mankind its wholesome sweets will share, for all are proud to imitate the fair. In one stanza, tea is stripped of its Eastern origins by claiming it as European. Quote, add tea and health to liberty and peace, end quote. And then in the unfurling of the last lines, claim to be specifically British. Moteur goes as far to extend Britishness to be part of tea's inherent power, and one which will extend to all mankind because people will be proud to imitate the fair. Quote, let every British fair its virtues try, then all mankind its wholesome sweets will share, for all are proud to imitate the fair. Moteur wields tea in this poem as embodying British colonialist power because of this last line, claiming that drinking tea is an English custom and one which all of mankind should imitate. I think this is very interesting to consider because when you start to engage with literary materials such as poems, broadsides, etc., you begin to see how studying cultural production around tea is as important as mapping out its trade route, and how the materials in tandem can create a more comprehensive study of early modern tea culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. This is a lovely segue, I think, into talking a little bit more about cultural production. And before I get started, I likewise would like to thank Fran Dolan for organizing and choreographing us. And I would also like to thank the Global Tea Initiative for having us speak. So I wanted to deviate a little bit from the literary productions that my colleagues have been talking about to talk about something that is potentially a little bit more familiar, and then to sort of investigate some of the long history of some of those familiar tropes. So I first want to display an image of a high tea service at a location in Colorado called the Brown Palace. This is an image from a typical tea service. And in addition to thinking about tea itself, I was taken by the idea that there are all of these kind of accompanying, supporting actors. And so I think that in tracing kind of how these supporting actors kind of come into being is a way to sort of talk about tea as both a product, but also as an actor itself. I think it's fairly clear that tea manages to influence British culture as much as it is a product that is imported by the British. So kind of this image here represents a fairly stylized image of this luxurious high tea. It's in a particular setting. There are a lot of rich fabrics. There are, if anyone has ever taken high tea, especially at the Brown Palace, there's usually kind of soft, quiet piano music that's playing in the background. And then there's also kind of the table setting, which is filled with kind of these numerous delicate and refined finger foods. And so I just wanted to take a moment to kind of consider this space, because these spaces are something that are created in response to a demand for having a place to drink tea. And so this is I think a particularly interesting comparison with a similar space that was created, the coffee house. So the coffee house, as you can see here in this image, I'm not sure if it's fully clear, but in this image, there really is kind of a more masculine, kind of a gender. Coffee houses are more gendered settings. There weren't particularly many women that are enjoying tea in these spaces. And so looking at some of the differences between the previous image and this image, you can see that these spaces are created for very different purposes. I would like to kind of point to an anecdote that we learned about in class that shows how these spaces were created and sort of how these experiences were shaped. And so I point, so this image is actually a picture that, or an image that was drawn for Mr. Twining, and Twining as the familiar name of the tea vendor. And so Twining actually purchased a coffee house, and noticed through his work that oftentimes ladies who wanted to purchase tea wouldn't enter the coffee house and would instead kind of remain outside in a carriage and send a footman to come kind of enter that masculine space, purchase the tea, and then leave. And so Twining, I think, really focused on this strange breakdown where these customers are trying to kind of breach these gendered spaces in order to get at the product that he tried to sell, or that he was kind of attempting to sell. And so what he decided to do was to purchase the space in the shop next door. He purchased the store next door, and he opened up a space that was a little bit more refined and that catered a little bit more to his female audience that was specifically for tea drinking. And so in doing so, Twinings opens up this, we have these two adjacent spaces. We have one that is typically gendered male, that is fairly exclusive to a male audience. And then we also have a more feminized space that is more enjoyable for ladies drinking tea. And so I think that is such an interesting history, because it's a legacy that we see today. And so I just wanted to end on this quick last image of the what was the original Twining's tea shop is today again kind of a space that is luxurious, kind of resplendent, very classed very highly, and is seen as a beautiful space to drink tea in. And this is sort of the legacy of tea's ability to influence British popular culture. So, thank you.
Thank you, Michaela, for ending on that note, because I'm also thinking about spaces. And thank you to everyone for their presentations, as well as the Global Tea Initiative and Professor Dolan for setting up this panel today. Well, as this section is titled, it's about pleasure to production, tea gardens in modern day Assam, as my interest lies in these tea gardens. Tea gardens is a term used interchangeably with tea estates or plantations. And these are places where tea is planted, plucked, and then processed in factories to be sold either directly to the customers or sent to bottling factories. Assam, the northeastern state of India, produces the highest quantity of tea in India. And these tea plantations first opened in the 1830s, with the British East India Company bringing workers from central India to work on these plantations. And Assam tea gained distinction for its strong flavor, so much so that it outpaced the sale of Chinese tea later on. And today it has a geographical indicator because of its unique flavor. Today, tea gardens in Assam are also a space of tourism. If we look at websites from Northeast tourism or trip planners or travel blogs, tea gardens are touted as places that one must definitely visit. These are beautiful, and thanks to the kinds of landscapes the plant itself needs to grow, but they also supposedly help one to understand the culture of Assam. One can visit tea gardens for a tour of the estate, the factories, stroll around in the greenery, and even engage in homestays in or near tea estates. The side of pleasure associated with tea gardens recalls the pleasure and tea gardens of 17th century England. This image here is an image of the Vauxhall tea gardens, the Vauxhall pleasure gardens. And while Assam tea was still 2 centuries away from mass production, England was enjoying tea in its gardens. These pleasure gardens were public spaces where visitors could walk around, chat, listen to live music, eat, and, well, enjoy drinks such as tea. All these activities came together to provide entertainment to a variety of people. Families, couples, friends could be found here, along with some pickpockets and couples making love after dark. Some notable pleasure gardens include Vauxhall, such as the one here, and Ranelagh Pleasure Gardens. Although production was not a part of these spaces, pleasure certainly was, and this pleasure now resonates with the tourism of tea gardens in modern-day Assam. Here, I will consider a few pictures from websites specific to the Northeast to consider how production is subsumed under the pleasure of visiting a scenic tea garden. Now, this is one of the pictures that you would find if you just look for tea gardens or tea estates of Assam on Google Images. And as you can see, the focus is on the undulating landscape of the place, the swathes of the Camellia sinensis plant, and the workers have our back to us, but we can see them collecting the leaves. As is usually the case, the workers are women. They're clad in their traditional colorful clothing. And the accompanying article also emphasizes you should visit the tea gardens here to know the local culture of the people in Assam. The camera looks at these people from afar, framing them almost as a part of their surroundings as they continue to work. Even though the tea workers are right in front of us, we are not meant to see them. We are only supposed to focus on the plant. The next image from Sentinel Assam, a local online publication, makes this even clearer. It is always the tea plant that is foregrounded. Fresh leaves are picked up and transported straight to the factory, and the worker with her back to us is not a part of the story. A final image I would like to look at is a picture from the Northeast Tourism website, which is a government website. This woman here has been caught in the middle of her work, unaware, and all she can do is bear a glance for us and smile, even as she continues to pluck the leaves. The text accompanying the image reads, "Endowed with lush greenery, Assam is also renowned for Assam tea, silk, petroleum resources, and rich flora and fauna. Assam has enjoyed a reputation for unspoiled natural beauty, substantial biodiversity, tea plantations, and friendly people." End quote. The image certainly demonstrates that friendliness. Again, however, the labor performed in tea plantations is associated with its friendly, smiling local people. Tea garden tourism is not only about the prestige of the Assam tea product, but also ingesting its culture. Such images obfuscate the brief history I began with. Assam tea plantation workers began as coolies or indentured labor built from tribal people brought in from central India. To this day, most workers are descendants of the initial migrant laborers rather than local people, as there was animosity about the importing of cheap labor initially. These images also focus only on the activity of plucking and collecting. We forget that tea plantations often employ pesticides, and the workers are responsible for sprinkling these with their bare hands. The factories do not show up on Google searches, even though these factories are a part of the estate, and working conditions are actually better there than in the gardens. It is easier to image and imagine the product as ending directly into these collection baskets, signifying pleasure over production. What can we do with this idea? Research on the condition of workers, such as one conducted by the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, asks for tea plantation owners, supermarkets, retailers to donate to causes or assess their impact in the production of tea, even as tourism websites romanticize the production of tea plants. Tourism is important for Northeast India as well and cannot completely be stopped. So there needs to be a balance between these images, and the visual logic of the pleasure garden must be questioned. It is necessary for us to think of a tourism that in some shape or form attends to the historical and contemporary struggles of tea gardens and their workers. Thank you.
Thanks to all of you for being so timely. And I hope that for viewers and listeners that you'll see what a range of interesting and innovative research projects tea is inspiring in these doctoral students in the humanities.
Thank you. That was an excellent and very well integrated
Hello,
round.
we are participants in an English graduate seminar called Consuming Empire, in which we
All righty. Thank you. That was a very excellent and well integrated roundtable. And we do have joining us live 3 of the 4 doctoral
one of the
students.
things we learned in this process is that the uptake of
We do have joining us live 3 of the 4 presenters on that roundtable, the first 3 doctoral students, Ben Fong, Grace Hayes, and Michaela Radovian. The question and answer session will be facilitated by first-year UC Davis economics major, Gabrielle Tersell.
Hello. Let's start with a question for Michaela. Were European coffee houses popular with men because alcohol was banned at some point, or were coffee and tea just more affordable than alcohol?
So this is a really good question, and I think based on what I know about the time period, the public, like the pub, the public house where someone might be consuming alcohol, and the coffee house where someone would be consuming coffee, were considered sort of to be for 2 different purposes. So the coffee house was more a space of discussing current affairs. It was for maybe you would be meeting with business partners. You were sort of doing these things that were considered maybe like quote unquote productive, versus like the public house or the pub was sort of seen as like a leisure space. So I don't know if I don't necessarily know if I can fully answer the question in terms of when or if people were choosing one over the other specifically, but I think at different times and for different purposes, sort of people were consuming these different beverages.
Thank you. Here's a question for everyone, really. Is there a specific time within literature where the social experience of tea drinking becomes more prominent? Also, do you guys think that Jane Austen and her contemporaries influence others through their works to drink more tea? Anybody can answer if they have an opinion.
I guess I'll take this one, and maybe Ben wants to jump in a little bit because we took literary form. But I was thinking about that, and I'm not sure that there's like a point that you could establish and say that literature like solidifies the social practice of drinking tea. However, I think considering the early modern period in drinking tea is very interesting because it's right on the precipice of like tea becoming a major British custom. And so you can kind of interrogate these materials surrounding tea to consider why it became such an important custom. And I would definitely think that there is an argument for Jane Austen and her contemporaries for solidifying that as well. Though I think the early modern period might be a little more interesting in terms of investigating that. So, but yes, thank you. Great question.
And just to add to that, the first text that I was studying in Embassy it kind of had 100 images that were circulating throughout Europe for about 100 years before any new images were kind of created. And so these 100 images were considered like authentic. And so for maybe 100 years, we had a lot of images that were kind of popularizing tea.
Interesting.
Before,
okay.
I just have one quick little addition, which is that I know that Charles Dickens fairly famously, a lot of the folks who were the villains drank coffee, and a lot of the heroes kind of drank tea. So I think there's definitely an argument to be made there.
Gotta love Charles Dickens. Okay, this one is also for Grace. Why did Moto describe tea as clear? Is this a poetic metaphor, or did they actually drink clear tea in England at the time?
That's a great question. And actually, I appreciate Michaela's last comment because I think it speaks to the rendering of tea as clear, because like, as we know, tea can kind of be a lot of different colors depending on how long you steep it, etc. But it's really interesting because a lot of times it's held up against coffee. And so in that regard, I think maybe he went for like terms like clear and white and pure, because a lot of times coffee was seen as like not those things. So I think it's more of this like comparison. And as well as I'll add that that excerpt was from the end of the poem, and the beginning of the poem is like this long epic sort of that like talks about tea and wine. And so I think similar to coffee, it's this just kind of comparison of like a lighter drink versus a darker drink.
Yeah, it's interesting to think of the contrast. This is a question for Ben. When you mentioned the genre of travel literature as an aid to colonization, what are some examples of significant texts in the genre which had a monumental impact on imperialism?
So I personally like to use Richard Hakluyt as an example. He's he's kind of an odd figure, but he's probably the most interesting figure because he created a two-part series called the Principal Navigations and Voyages, the Principal Series in Navigations and Voyages, and that had maybe 1,200 pages of different collections of stuff, you know. So he had like maps, he had poems, he had accounts, he had narratives, and so it kind of creates a big, what I would call like a commonplace book of materials. And so this was published many times over the course of a century. And so it had like a tremendous impact upon an early modern and receptive English audience. And you can kind of see the process of colonization and imperialization within the works themselves, because what Hakluyt includes are accounts that, you know, depict imperialism and practice imperialism. And so for the upper class that was kind of consuming this material, they were kind of recounting and practicing it as they were reading.
Yeah, and I'll just add, Ben also mentioned a true and exact history of the island Barbados. And while this doesn't explicitly address tea, it's really important for sugar, because that's like a major plantation where sugar was produced. And so, and that is related to tea because it started to be mixed into the tea. And so I think that's a really interesting text for considering imperialization as well, because it's a true and exact history, but you find that that there were so many like British imports that made life possible for these people that colonized that island. So.
Okay, thank you for your answers. This one is for Michaela. When was high tea introduced, and was it customary in other countries prior to Great Britain, or first introduced by the English aristocracy?
So this is a really excellent question, and I actually don't know when high tea was separated kind of from tea time, but I do know that the concept of high tea that is very you spend the whole afternoon. It's like very high class. That is sort of I think an American production, and I think it's an American production kind of trying to get back at and maybe like mimic what kind of it's a commercial construction is I think what I'm trying to say. And so it might not be fully authentic. And I know that a lot of folks like British folks kind of refer to tea time is actually dinner. And so like this idea of high tea that you would stop everything that you're doing in the afternoon is not quite accurate. But unfortunately, I don't know when that happened, but that's a really good question.
That's an interesting topic. So this will be our last question before our break until 2 p.m. And I think the question was, how how do you incorporate tea rituals or tea into your daily lives? Do you have any specific rituals that you go through for relaxation, or what is the tea purpose other than just a beverage?
When I wake up in the morning, I do make myself a big pot of green tea that I share with me and my family.
If I was in a Dickens novel, I would be a villain because I'm a coffee drinker primarily in the morning. But I do love to supplement my coffee drinking with Thai tea.
Yes, I will second Michaela. I'm also a villain because I love coffee, and I pretty much drink that throughout the full day. And I actually do think it is really interesting to consider tea as like as a relaxation, because like when we're comparing coffee and tea, coffee and tea have caffeine and can, like, especially if you have green tea in the morning. And so I think it's just interesting to think about those qualities in both of them and how one's villainized and one's not. But yes, to add to the ritual, sometimes I'll finish off the night nice with like a nice relaxing tea. So.
Awesome. Thank you so much to all of our panelists, as well as everybody who asked questions. I'm sorry if we couldn't get to your questions, but for now we're going to go on a short break until our next session at 2 p.m. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, we're ready for our next session. It's titled Talking About Legendary Teas, New Teas, and Spiritual Beliefs. Our speakers are from Japan, Taiwan, and Vietnam, so we were very fortunate to have them with us during their early morning hours. Their stories will cover the spiritual and potential health benefits of tea as presented by both legends and recent scientific studies. First, we will hear from Dr. Keiko Uno, a visiting associate professor at the Tea Science Center in University of Shizuoka, Japan. The title of her presentation is Japanese Food Culture, also known as Washuoku, and Green Tea. Washuoku was designated as a UNESCO World Intangible Cultural Heritage in 2013. She will discuss how green tea as an important ingredient in washoku is considered to contribute to a healthy life. Keiko?
Sound.
Relationship. Today, I'd like to talk about Japanese food culture, washoku, and green tea.
What is going on?
University of Shizuoka is Japan's leading research institute for the functionality of tea, and the University of California, Davis and the University of Shizuoka have signed an inter-university collaboration agreement since 2011. Based on this relationship, today I'd like to talk about Japanese food culture, washoku, and green tea. As you know, Biocultural was designated as a UNESCO World Intangible Cultural Heritage in 2013. Rice, miso soup, fish, pickles, vegetables, and Japanese green tea are characteristic components of the Japanese diet. In Japanese food, we value the umami extracted from these ingredients, such as glutamic acid, inosinic acid, guanilic acid, and theanine. Some components, such as vegetables, fish, and green tea, are reportedly associated with a lower risk of mortality. In addition, a longer survival is associated with a higher content of these characteristic Japanese ingredients. Now, does washoku improve quality of life? We focused on the impact of green tea on cognitive function and stress-induced problems, the most important issues in modern society. This is a relationship between green tea intake and the mortality risk for Japanese male and female. In both cases, those who drank 5 or more cups of green tea daily had the lowest mortality rates. People who drank 2 or more cups of green tea daily had a significantly lower risk of dementia. However, it was not observed in black tea, oolong tea, and coffee. After 5 years of follow-up of about 500 participants over the age of 60, 26 people became dementia and 64 became mild cognitive impairment. However, significantly fewer people who drank green tea daily had dementia. After 5 years of follow-up of about 500 participants over the age of 60, 26 people became dementia and 64 became mild cognitive impairment. However, significantly fewer people who drank green tea daily had dementia. The same was observed in mild cognitive impairment. So what ingredient in green tea brings these improvements? Catechin, caffeine, and theanine in green tea show astringency, bitterness, and umami respectively. And these combine to create the deliciousness of green tea. In addition, these components play an important role in biological function. The main function of catechin is antioxidative activity and anti-cancer effect and suppression of blood pressure and blood glucose are known. Today, we introduce a new function of catechin, that the suppression of cognitive decline with aging. Next, We will focus on the anti-stress effect of theanine and the sleep improving effect of theanine. The main catechin in green tea is epigallocatechin gallate. This is called EGCG. EGCG is metabolized in the small and large intestines and is mainly broken down into dehydroxyphenylvarelolactone. We call this EGCM5. This decomposition process takes about 8 hours. EGCM5 is also conjugated with sulfuric acid and glucuronic acid. We found that EGCG and EGCM5 have a strong effect of extending neurites. This means that EGCG and EGCM5 have the ability to differentiate nerve cells. There are about 70 or 50 milligrams of catechin in 100 milliliters of green tea. By ingesting several cups of green tea, or about 1 plastic bottle of catechin, it is predicted to activate brain nerve cells. In other words, EGCG ingested as green tea is absorbed from the small intestine 2 or 3 hours later, reaches the brain through the bloodstream, and activates the brain. After that, EGCG disappears, but after 8 hours, EGCM5 absorbed from the large intestine reaches the brain via the bloodstream and activates the brain. In this way, it is thought that both EGCG and EGCM5 act on the brain with a time lag and suppress the decline in brain function associated with aging. Next, we explain the anti-stress effect of theanine, a major free amino acid contained in green tea, which is an umami ingredient. When mice were stressed, the changes in gene expression in the brain were examined. NPAR4 expression was decreased during stress, but increased when theanine was ingested. NPAR4 is a transcription factor involved in the neurogenesis and balance of nerve excitement and suppression. When ribocalin-2 is overexpressed, it causes nerve cell death, but the expression was suppressed by theanine intake. Theanine has anti-stress effect, but we found that EGCG and caffeine, which are the main components in green tea, act antagonistically to theanine, while arginine and epigallocatechin can help the action of theanine. Therefore, we made low caffeine green tea. When hot water is applied to the pig tea leaves, only caffeine elutes. So caffeine can be reduced to 1/3 or 1/4. Low caffeine green tea was eluted with cold water. This is because EGCG elution is suppressed in cold water. Participants in their 20s, 40 or 50s, and 80 or 90s drank low caffeine green tea. Cerebellar amylase activity was measured as an index of stress. The vertical axis is the cerebellar amylase activity, and the higher means the higher stress level. In all age groups, stress was reduced when low caffeine green tea was consumed compared to controls. Next, we examined electroencephalogram during sleep. Early morning awakening is a problem, especially for the elderly. Ingestion of low caffeine green tea suppressed in the elderly and middle-aged. In short, low caffeine green tea reduced stress and improved sleep quality. This is the process of making matcha. First, the tea plants are cultivated under the shade for about 3 weeks before the leaves are picked. This is to suppress the decomposition of theory. The second, the picked tea leaves are steamed and dried to make tincture. Next, tincture is grinded with stone mill. Obtained fine powder of green tea is matcha. Matcha that had an anti-stress effect in animal experiments is called test matcha. The matcha of no effective was used as placebo matcha. In the test matcha, the molar ratio of caffeine and EGCG against theanine and arginine, CETA ratio was 1.79. On the other hand, placebo matcha was low in theanine and arginine, with a CETA ratio of 10.64. When the student drank 3 grams of matcha suspended in water, the stress was significantly reduced with the test matcha during routine college life, but no significant effect was observed with the placebo matcha. Even during the stress-loaded training, the test matcha group tended to reduce stress. Even when eating cookies containing test matcha, a significant stress-reducing effect was observed compared to placebo matcha. From these mouse and human data, it was necessary that the CETA ratio was 2 or less for matcha, which is expected to have a stress-reducing effect. Therefore, as a result of examining the CETA ratio of 77 brands of matcha sold in Japan, 32 brands were expected to have a stress-reducing effect. Of 67 brands of matcha sold outside Japan, only 1 brand was expected to have a stress-reducing effect. In conclusion, it became clear that green tea is an important ingredient of washoku and contributes to healthy life. Daily intake of green tea suppresses the age-related cognitive decline And low caffeine green tea and matcha can reduce stress. Tea plantations are an important culture of Shizuoka Prefecture, and we enjoy the view of Mount Fuji and drink Japanese green tea every day. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Uno, for sharing such wonderfully encouraging information about green tea. Our next speaker is Nguyen Dinh Dien Y. His presentation is titled Vietnamese Tea from Beverage to Spiritual Beliefs. Nguyen is an accomplished freelance journalist, photographer, filmmaker from Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam. He will now take us on a journey through about the sacred rituals and potential health benefits of Vietnamese tea.
Hi everyone. Today I'm delighted to be able to attend the 6th annual Colloquium Global Tea Initiative for the study of tea culture and science. I would like to share the story of Vietnamese tea, focusing on theme Vietnamese tea from beverage to spiritual belief. So how was this tea first used? In Vietnam, the most traditional and simplest way of enjoying tea is to put breast tea leaf directly in a pot of water, boil it, and drink as a daily refreshment. For thousands of generations, Vietnamese people have drunk tea in this way, and this tradition lives on until now. Today, I would like to take you to the central region of Vietnam, where the custom of drinking tea cooked from fresh leaf is still common. Here, local people use simple clay pot to cook the tea leaf. Straw are lit to create the small fire to heat the pot. The people here have a habit of picking not only the tea leaf, but also the tea branch. They bundle this together and put everything in the clay pot. For them, this combination will give the purest, original, and smooth taste of green tea. Interestingly, the story of drinking fresh green tea mentioned above originated from the legend of Hmong people in the high mountain of northern Vietnam. Vietnam is one of the countries located on the native range of San tea, scientific name Camellia sinensis. This is a type of white tea, not your typical plantation tea. Countries in the world that have this tea variety include China, Vietnam, Laos, Myanmar, and Thailand. White San tea grows at an altitude of 1,000 meters or more. The Hmong people are a tribe of people living in the high mountains. They are associated with this white tea area. The Hmong people call tea medicinal plants, a treasure of heavens and earth. The Hmong ancestor discovered the tea by chance. Due to being a nomadic people, in the past, legend is that a Hmong husband and wife were in search of new land to live in. When they become tired, they stop under their own tree and boil a pot of water with the intention of cooking some food. By chance, strong wind came and leaf of the tree accidentally fell into the pot of water. Then husband and wife drank the water later on. They love it. It made them feel refreshed and relaxed. And so legend is that it was by accidentally discovery that Hmong people discovered tea. In addition to picking breast tea leaf to cook and drink, Hmong people also use tea, a remedy for stomachache, headache, and a stress reliever. The Hmong people have high respect for the tea tree, especially in terms of spirituality. They consider the tea tree to be a god to be worshipped and revered. The Hmong people annually give thanks to tea god and believe this is tea god who has given them their prosperity and happiness. These tea worshipping ceremonies usually begin in the spring. when the first tea birds bloom after 4 months of winter hibernation. An example of this ritual ceremony that takes place in the white tea area of Suizan in the northern and mountainous province of Anbai. The village elder would select young representatives to bring offerings to the tea tree that has the largest trunk called the ancestral tea tree and set up an altar there. The offering would include wine and, most importantly, a live rooster. After the altar is set up, the village shaman would recite the prayer. We focus on thanking the tea god for blessing the villager with prosperity, happiness, having food to eat and clothes to wear, having tea to pick and to make medicine. The prayer also are for the tea tree continue growing and flourish, and for the new tea harvest season to be successful in healthy, plentiful, and big tea birds. When prayer is complete, the chicken is sacrificed, or as the locals say, given the chance to reincarnate. The chicken, as local belief, will, in this journey, bring the prayer to the god above. After that, the shaman would cook the chicken and place it on the altar at the foot of the tea tree. He then shared the chicken with the villager, and together everyone drink the wine. After the ceremony, the congregation will all travel together to the white tea tree area, and the shaman will show the villager the way the Hmong ancestor have picked tea for generations before. Hmong people usually live at the highest terrain of mountain range. This is also where the white sun tea trees are the largest. In some places, it takes up to 2 people with their arms wide open to fully embrace the trunk of tea tree. Some of these tea trees are estimated to be on average at least 600 years old. Living at the lower terrain than the Hmong people are Yao people. Another ethnicity in Vietnam's 54 ethnic groups. In Yao spirituality, there's also a traditional tea worshipping ceremony. I will share with you the Yao tea worshipping ceremony that takes place in another province of Hayao at the border with Chinese Yunnan province. If we observe closely, we will notice that the rituals of the Yao and Hmong people are very much different. The offering of the Yao people are simpler, arranged on the ground, not on an altar. The ceremony includes an already boiled chicken, a few cups of wine, and incense. The role of the shaman is the most important. He is expected to recite the prayer continuously during 2 hours. The prayer are to invite the spirit of ancestors to gather under the largest tree in the region, to enjoy the worship and bless the villager with peace for the upcoming tea harvesting season. The chicken here is no longer a spiritual being that conveys a message like the chicken in ritual of Hmong people, but merely an offering for the gods and ancestors to attend the ceremony. We can also notice that during the Hmong ceremony, the shaman needs not ask but only recited the prayer. Whereas in Yao culture, 8 times the shaman make a prayer. He used 2 bamboo sticks and release them onto the ground. Based on how they land, he would determine whether there was an agreement from the ancestor to receive the prayer. From the 2 cultures and folk beliefs of the Hmong and Yao people, this tea spirituality had also gone from the mountains and influenced spiritual life in the lowland. In Mother Goddess religion, a Vietnamese religion that dates back to 16th century, there's also a tea god. The Mother Goddess religion was born as a folk religion where people worship and practice mediumship to take up the spirit multiple gods. Most of these gods were in real life heroes who contribute to the nation and who made into gods after their death. There are 36 gods in all, and one of whom is the tea goddess, thought to have been in real life a person who used tea leaves as medicine to cure people ailment. In this case, the ceremony to worship the tea goddess is completely different than what we found in Hmong or Yao tea worshipping ceremony. This is the family shrine of a medium who is the follower of the mother goddess religion. The luxurious and ornate nature of setup is clear. Beside the fresh flower, there are many expensive offerings, all beautifully decorated. We saw that with the ethnic group in the mountains. It was all about simplicity. Meanwhile, in this case, the more luxurious and beautiful the offering, as it's thought that the happier the god would be, and they are more willing they would have to grant the wishes and prayers. In this religion, it is thought that the more money you spend, the more the god would give back to you. They would say, if you give one to the god, you receive a plentiful in return. In clearer terms, if you spend $100, the god will give you millions of dollars. Let us now return to the biography of the tea goddess in the mother goddess religion. The tea goddess called Miss Tam of the Tea Hill was born in the reign of King Leloi around the 14th and 15th century. Miss Tam was the one who had the king fight for an invader, and every day she specialized in growing tea, picking tea birds to make medicine, treating the sick in the formal area of modern-day central province of Taiwan today. When she died, people set up a temple in her honor, and she became one of the 36 gods in Vietnam mother goddess religion. As mentioned, in this region, practitioners carry out mediumship ritual. In this ritual, they are seemingly possessed by the spirit of the different god. They vomiting themselves, and then the next, Miss Tam, a villager girl, picking the tea leaf to save people. In the mother goddess worship ritual, each god or goddess is portrayed with a different outfit. The medium not only wears this outfit, he or she will also replicate the habit of this god or goddess, whether it be smoking or drinking tea, or even speaking in a certain way to people in attendance at the ritual. Joining in such a ritual, one has a feeling of being transported in time to learn more about history through the real lives of these real people who has been worshipped into gods. During the ritual of Miss Tam, the tea goddess, the medium showcased Miss Tam vibrant nature, dancing along to folk music. The lyric described Miss Tam as a picking tea leaf to formulate medicine, in turn saving many lives. In this ritual, there is usually a part where the medium, possessed by spirit of either a god or goddess, asks out blessing in the form of real money. So Miss Tam would throw into the air and onto the ground, attending an abundance of cash. The ground would try to complete this, wrapping the money, believe it as a blessing, and that this would bring their household luck. So that is perhaps a facet of Vietnamese tea story. In addition to being an ordinary tradition, symboling, tea also finds itself closely linked to the number of ritual and spiritual activity. From the tea tree worshipping ceremony of Hmong or Yao people to the ritual of a tea goddess in Mother God religion, a custom-made distinctive trait of Vietnamese tea, telling the story of how tea here in Vietnam is closely linked with the culture and spiritual belief, with myth and legend. If you ever happen to visit Vietnam, perhaps, hopefully, where we are in the new normal, and you want to experience tea or hear more about culture, story, and legend linked to tea, I would be happy to welcome you and accompany you to Vietnam's marvelous Sa Tea area in the Highlands. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Nguyen, for sharing those beautiful pictures and the information about the spiritual traditions related to tea in Vietnam. Our third session is titled New Developments in GABA Tea. The speakers are two researchers from the National Chung Hsin University in Taiwan, Dr. Chien Phen Shen and Herta Novelina Sipayan.
Hello, everyone. Do
you want to share your screen?
Okay.
Great, we are there.
You see my screen, right?
Yes, we can see your screen. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, first of all, thank you for the Dr. Sherman Hardesky for introducing us here. We are here, me and with Dr. Chen, and for the presentation, I will present all these topic, and Dr. Chen will have to answer the question if the audience have question regarding to the new developments in GABA Tea. Yeah, I'm glad to be here with you in this GTI. And first of all, like good afternoon for everyone there, but good morning from Taiwan. Yeah, we are in Taiwan now. It's already morning in January 22nd. But yeah, it's happy to see you, and I'm so happy to hear about all the story about the history of tea. To be honest, for the tea scientists, we are seldom to read or maybe to listen about the tea history because we only focus about how is the tea science going on. But today is very, yeah, it's really nice to have this kind of meeting, and so we know more about tea around the world. And now we go to about I will talk about the new developments in GABA tea. This is the outline that I will present to you. And here the GABA description. I think Dr. From Japan already talked about how it's about the green tea and talk a lot about how is the benefit drink about the green tea. But here we just want to introduce to all of you maybe it's kind of the new development because GABA, maybe people will be raise so many questions. What is that GABA tea? Are we adding the GABA inside the tea? But actually we didn't add any GABA to our tea leaves, but here we describe how it's going on with this kind of the GABA. But first we need to notice how is the GABA description, because GABA, as we know, is like the gamma amino butyric acid, and this is like belong to the non-protein amino acid and the measure of the inhibitory neurotransmitter, and they have the multifunctional factor in neurology. And how was the GABA enriched foods? Those have been like actively promoted in recent years, then they have heart promoting products. So what is the GABA tea? And here, as we know, GABA is like the neurotransmitter inhibitor for our brain's function, but this activity produces like so many effects, such as like relieving the anxiety, reducing stress, and improving sleep, and preventing brain damage. So all of this is the function of the GABA in our neurotransmitter of our brain. And we go here. This is, I will talk like the brief introduction. How is the history of the GABA tea? GABA tea, actually they have like several names. Maybe people can call GABA tea also the gabaron. And some of them, they will call the Jiawu Longcha, Jingbai Longcha, and Jiaye Longcha. So all this kind of tea is referring to the GABA tea. And we need to know the history of the GABA tea, like they have begun developing the GABA-rich tea in years of 1984 by the Dr. Shushida. And this kind of the methodology they did, like he has undergone a special oxygen pre-fermentation process. And then they, this technology, they've been created in Japan in their National Research Institute of Tea. And the question now is just like, what is like the difference between the regular tea with the GABA tea? Actually, all they are the same, but the difference thing in like in the GABA tea, they have like has more GABA content, and other has undergone the special process, and they have the calming effect. But if we say the regular tea also have the GABA tea, but not more like in the GABA tea. And this is like the several researchers did do the methodology of the GABA tea, because they have several ways how to produce the GABA tea. First off, the methodology, they use the field and to the treatment, and then they fill the CO2 treatment and cycling anaerobic incubation and micro fermentation, then anaerobic treatment. But here we use like for this research, for our research, we prefer to use the anaerobic treatment because this way is like simple and accessible and efficient. So for the farmer, they can use like, or they can adapt this kind of methodology also to produce their GABA tea. And this is the GABA production in plant during the anaerobic treatment. This is just only like the brief introduction. How is the GABA will produce during the anaerobic treatment? We can see from the glutamate. So from the GABA-shan pathway, based on the like GAD, for the enzyme of GAD, it's like glutamate decarboxylase, they will be produced GABA. So this is just only like the brief how is GABA will produce from the GABA processing, the production in the plant during the anaerobic treatment. And we can go further. What is that anaerobic treatment? And during the anaerobic treatment, we can see from the two activity, which are like such as the GAD activity and the DAO activity. And what is like the GAD activity? From the GAD activity, for the summarize, like the glutamate will be produce the GABA, but for the DAO activity, they will produce the GABA from polyamines. And this is just like the picture, the formation of the non-proteinaceous amino acid GABA during the pre-harvest state, and then post-harvest stage. And here, the during the anoxic stress condition, we can see what the researcher did. They compare between the pre-harvest states and the post-harvest states, which is they vacuum, they put the vacuum bag in a, like in this figure, we can see that they can see the, during this pre-harvest state, they will have like the leaves without wounding, but after the post-harvest stage, they will have like the leaves with wounding, and we can see how is the, what's going on with them in the further analysis. We can see how's the activation of GSG81 by binding CAM. So there will be less increase. The GABA just less increase, but what's going on if we do in the first harvest stage? So here, with the activation of GSG81 by binding CAM, and then the increase in expression level of GSG82, and they say it's like they found that the GABA is more increased. So this is just like the background is like based on the research, how we can do the more further to do the produce the GABA tea with the anaerobic treatment. And now we are going to our research. I will bring you all to the Taiwan now. So welcome to Taiwan. This is the our tea, not our tea plantation actually. This is like our tea flood experiment. So this is belong to the Dongta Tea Factory, and the location in the Mingjian Township, Nantou County, Taiwan. And this is all the tea plants. The cultivar here is like the Camellia sinensis, and we call that cultivar for spring. In Chinese, we call that Sejichun. So this is the cultivar that we use for to produce our GABA tea. And what is the background and research, the motivation for us to do this kind of research? Because we raised the question of like some people cannot enjoy to drink tea. We have the problem of the heartbeat and the feeling awake. And another hand is like some of them maybe they have like the heart problem like insomnia. So let me tell this story. This is like regarding to my experience, because this is I also do research with myself, because I'm the people I really love. Yeah, I'm the tea lover, but I cannot drink tea too much because I'm not tolerant to the caffeine. So when I drink tea a lot, especially the green tea, if they have the super high caffeine, I will be like heartbeat and I couldn't sleep. But the thing is, when I have GABA tea, I will be like more, it's like I have the calming effect. So for me as a researcher, this kind of tea is working for me. And also like the insomnia, I'm not the insomnia person, but for my experience, when I'm drinking drinking GABA tea in the midnight time or in the night time, I will have the good sleep. It's like my sleep is very tight, and it's really the quality of the sleeping is really nice. So this is the reasons why it's just like we are curious how to produce more the GABA tea, and based on the what the consumer needs. So here, like how to develop the tea as a beverage with low caffeine and high GABA content. As we know, caffeine will make us like feeling awake, but we know GABA already have like so many kinds of effects, such as like calming effect and reducing stress. Then we did like we produce like several kind of GABA tea. First of all, we produce like the GABA green tea, which is actually the kind of the processing that for the regular tea is quite similar, but the difference is like I already like mentioned in the previous slide. The GABA is the specialty is like in the vacuumized because it's the anaerobic treatment. So this is what we did. This is like the flow chart of we produce the GABA green tea. And now we go through to the GABA yellow tea. Actually, all this kind process is quite similar, but the step is different because of the fermentation. On the green tea, we don't have the like the kind of the fermentation, but for another tea, we can do like so. This is like the sun withering. So for all the kind of tea is like different, but just for the vacuum is the vacuum is same because we will produce the GABA tea, and this is the GABA oolong tea. And this is the GABA red tea. In the GABA red tea, for the they have like the specialty because we have like vacuum is like for 3 times, and the final vacuum we do the vacuum plus the nitrogen, which is like the nitrogen we can like replace the oxygen for the during the vacuumize. So this is the what we did for the tea processing to produce all the several the GABA tea in our research. And then this is the like the what the best like the current products of the GABA is like the weakness of current products. Actually, like just fulfill the criteria because mostly if we call the GABAron or GABA, they just only like have the GABA content only 1.5 milligram GABA per gram of dry leaf, and the flavor is very simple, and mostly they are in oolong tea. And on the other hand, it's like caffeine content still unknown for the GABA in the current research, and then individual differences in GABA effect. And what we produce is here, I think we can see from this graph. This is like the several GABA that we produce in our lab, from the green GABA, yellow GABA, oolong GABA, red GABA, and 5 GABA. So we can see from here, this is like how is the GABA content for each the GABA tea, and then this is the ratio of the caffeine and GABA. So we can see from the this graph from the GABA here, this is the content of the GABA, and this is the ratio of caffeine and GABA. And this is what we already found. And we can see this is like, we call that this is the GABA 5, which is like, this is the high amount of the GABA. And but for the others, we still have like, they still higher than the previous one, because actually GABA in currently we just only have 1.5, but all these kind of tea, they already like reached or upper than 1.5, the basic of the GABA content in tea. And this is like we more further the information about the improvements. First, for the previous slide, I talk about the criteria is like 1.5 milligram GABA per gram dry leaf, but now we can produce like the GABA content more than 5 milligram per gram. And the previous one, they have this only simple flavor, like mostly are oolong tea, but now we already we can produce like 5 flavors. So based on like the graph that I mentioned before, we have like 5 flavors. And the caffeine content unknown for the flavor for the basic one, but now we already provide how is the caffeine level and the individual differences in GABA effect. Like here we can, what we do, because we already have the 5 of types GABA tea, so we still have, we can offer like more choice according to the individual needs. And to summarize all the what we did in our research is just like, we can say that like individual needs could be like, maybe they need tea for day or night, and maybe for based on their mood, or maybe they need tea when they have too much coffee, and other is like jet lag. So this is like the why we produce like more of several types of the GABA, because of these individual needs. And okay, this like I want to share to you all about our picture. When this is like the last year we did the demonstration or the promotion about our product in Taipei Nangang Exhibition Center. So this is like but yeah, like this kind of product. So we have this kind of product, like 5 different of GABA tea, and or their GABA and caffeine content. So that's all. Thank you for listening. Okay, back to the moderator.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sapayan. And I understand that Dr. Dr. Chen will also be joining us for the question and answer section. Is that right?
Yeah,
okay.
That's right.
And now I'll turn this over to Christiana Ortiz to handle the Q&A session. She is a forensic chemistry major.
Hi, thank you so much. I really enjoyed all the presentations. And so I'm going to start with the questions. For my first question is going to be for Nguyen. They're wondering, how has COVID-19 affected the Hmong tea ceremonies, and have practitioners adjusted for the virus propensity to spread in tight-knit communities, social situations?
Hello, did you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you repeat the questions again, because the sounds here is not quite good.
Oh, okay. How has COVID-19 affected the Hmong tea ceremonies, and have practitioners adjusted for the virus, kind of the situation that's happening now?
I'm really sorry. Can you repeat again, please?
How has COVID-19 affected the Hmong tea ceremonies?
With the COVID, it's not affected because most of the tea area is in highland area. So it's quite far from quite far from the modern life. So they live in their mountainous and they still produce tea as normal. There's no effective at all.
Has it affected the ceremony and the way that they do the ceremony at all?
This year, the COVID come to Vietnam is around effective on March. So the ceremony of Yao people normally start in the springtime, so around January or February. The Yao people is different. They celebrate at any time of the years due to the shaman decided. So with this year is also no effective.
Okay, thank you. This is for Dr. Chen and Huerta. Since GABA tea can help reduce anxiety, is it possible to use it to treat anxiety disorders? And if so, what are its limitations when it comes to treating mental illnesses and disorders?
Okay, I'm trying to answer that question. Yeah, I think it's good question, because GABA is also because we talk about the neurological transmitter, right? In my opinion, as a scientist, could be maybe because we just still start this kind of research, and maybe if we want to dig more deeper about how is the function of the GABA based on the neurologists say, because actually every human or us, we have GABA in our we already have GABA, right? But is how to activate and how to reduce the kind of illness, for sure, because this is they can have the calming effect. For me, actually, it's work, but sometimes maybe it's not for everyone. But yeah, depends on our immune system, our body immune system. So I couldn't make a statement is can help for sure, but might be we need to do the further research. It's more research to do that to answer this kind of question. But yeah, thank you for this question.
Also for Dr. Chen and Huerta, can boiling the water too hot or not getting it to the right temperature, can it also reduce the effects of GABA and what effects it'll have in the tea?
Yes, if you use the warm water,
there are more GABA, you will get, but less caffeine. So usually prefer you use the warm water. Okay, especially for the night time, you can have more GABA. But after you have it, so the next day you can use hot water. It means you get more caffeine. It means you can use different way to get either you want GABA or you want the caffeine. Just use the different temperature of water.
Awesome. This question is for Dr. Keiko Uno. Does green tea produced in other countries also contain the beneficial ingredients that you described? And how can we make sure that we are getting the most out of our green tea when we are drinking it?
So let me answer instead of the Dr. Uno, because she is actually absent at desk. So green tea has a lot of components like catechin and theanine. So it is already revealed that many health benefits are. So as Dr. Uno introduced the benefits of the theanine, so it's very rich in matcha tea, because matcha tea is cultivated under the shade, then the content of the theanine will significantly increase. And so the theanine will give us a relaxing and so make our sleep quality better compared with other type of green tea like sencha or matcha, something like that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. These were really great presentations. I'm sorry, this is our last question, but thank you all. We're going to take a short break, and I believe our next session will begin in like 10 minutes, I think.
Okay.
Hi. Hi, Catherine. So far, it has been brilliant. Huh? Very good, actually. Excellent. I have come in between the programs. Now it's a break time, right? Catherine? Oh, Catherine is also now.
Hi, Monique. Yes, but they can still see and hear you. So even though it's a break, we can have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you'll want to go off camera again, please.
Okay, got it. Sorry about that.
Monique, you're on mute. Monique, you're on mute. Brilliant.
You can hear me, yeah? You're looking good, yeah? Straight, just, I put a tea background for you all.
Well done.
Because.
Should we kick off?
Santiago, hi. Hi, Elliot, hi.
Hi, Monique. Hi, Helen. Hi, Santiago.
Hi, both.
Catherine, so far it has been brilliant, huh? My goodness. Well done.
We're ready to present and go.
Good. Anyway. So, any quick comment? I have my
Monique,
IT
we're
consultant
live
on standby, Dill on standby, so many people to help me. Oh my goodness.
That's brilliant. So we're live at the moment, and we've got an audience of 100 and something people listening in at the moment. So do you want to kick us off and start the introduction?
Okay, sorry. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's you know the numbers already, yeah? You all are.
I can see them at the bottom.
Okay, you all are highly advanced. I can see. So Catherine, we are waiting for the host to start us off, right?
No, you're kicking it off, Monique. So you just begin.
Right now?
Yeah.
Yes, Monique. Okay. A warm welcome to all of you from around the world. Today's subject, a cup of tea for everyone. We'll be showing a 7-minute video from around the world, half an hour of panel discussion, 10 to 15 minutes of Q&A and closing remarks. My name is Manik Jayakumar. I have been in tea for 57 years, 25 years managing tea plantations in Sri Lanka, now running Q Trade for the last 28 years, which I founded. I'm also the co-chair of GTI, Global Tea Initiative, which is all about promoting tea. So we are only going to talk about Camellia sinensis tea, although there are many liquids claiming to be tea. Tea is the largest consumed beverage in the world, second only to water, employing millions, giving joy to billions, and also health to billions. We have an international panel, exciting panel, leading the discussion. Helen Hume, head of Leaf Division of prestigious vertically integrated centuries-old tea company, Finlay's, headquartered in UK. Elliot Jordan, Vice President of Peet's Coffee and Tea, whom I have known very well. It's a famous coffee company which has always sold specialty teas. They also own and manage big brand, tea brand Mighty Leaf. Third person is Santiago Gonzalez, all the way from Colombia, a niche tea producing country. He is the international tea sales executive for Bitaco, whose teas are sold, are very popular in South America. Q&A session will be conducted by Ganga Nair, a student. So please start giving the questions, texting the questions while the discussion is going on so that we can immediately follow you guys. Okay, all over to the panel. I mean, not the panel, the video.
educate about tea.
你好，我叫王彩燕，是湖南省茶叶集团股份有限公司的副总经理。茶是我们日常生活中非常重要的一部分。在中国，茶是柴米油盐酱醋茶的日常生活，也是琴棋书画诗酒茶的文化生活。
Yes.
由于茶的保健作用，越来越多的人爱上了饮茶。谢谢。
Yes.
Good afternoon, my beloved tea men and tea women all over the world. My name is Robi Badruddin. I'm the director of TTKBP Chandra. We are now standing in the tea tasting room located in the Tea Kanan estate in West Java, Indonesia. We are producing green tea, black tea, and Japanese tea and export it to all over the world. We are proud to be the tea
Sorry, I
farmers.
can't take this call now.
We are proud to share the goodness of tea to the world. Tea, good for people, good for economy, and good for planet. Let's drink tea.
Para mí el té es esa hojita con un cogollo y dos hojas, la cual me llena de satisfacción, de tranquilidad, porque se están haciendo las cosas bien, porque me llena de alegría, de gozo, de ver que esta hojita genera tanto en la zona, en la gente y en la comunidad de Bitácora. Para mi vida, pues una estabilidad total, ¿sí? Me he sentido pues muy completo, digámoslo así, en la compañía. Le agradezco pues a la compañía todo, porque todo lo que tengo en este momento es gracias en parte pues a ella. Y pues para mí Agrícola Malaya ha sido pues toda mi vida prácticamente, porque tengo 5 años ya cumplidos en la compañía.
Hola, mi nombre es Víctor Guzmán. Llevo trabajando en Agrícola Himalaya aproximadamente 3 años. Sé que para mí ha sido una muy bonita experiencia saber que de una misma planta se pueden sacar tantos sabores diferentes. Yo estoy a cargo de innovación y mejoramiento industrial y la idea es poder llevar esos sabores de Colombia, de nuestro té, a todo el mundo por medio de procesos industriales.
Hello, I'm Annie Petit in the San Francisco Bay Area. I'm the tea specialist for Pete's Coffee and Mighty Leaf Tea, where I source teas and botanical blends, help maintain the quality of our product, develop fun and innovative ways to infuse tea into recipes, from syrups to salads, and spread enthusiasm for tea wherever I can. Tea was a life changer for me. Early on, I struggled a lot with finding my career path. Then I discovered my passion for tea and botanicals, the history, philosophy, and the benefits they encompass. And then the path, of course, opened before me. Thank you.
Hola a todos, mi nombre es Victoria Tovar, soy jefe de investigación y desarrollo y sommelier para Agrícola Himalaya. Me encuentro en Cali, Colombia. Llevo trabajando en Agrícola Himalaya alrededor de 6 años en el área de investigación y desarrollo. Y el té en mi vida ha significado mucho, ya que por medio de Agrícola Himalaya me ha permitido poder profundizar mi creatividad en el diseño de productos, en el diseño de blends con frutas aromáticas, especialmente con té. Además de que me ha ayudado muchísimo a conocer sobre pues, esta planta tan maravillosa como es Camellia sinensis, como es el té, y sobre los beneficios que esta tiene para nosotros al momento de consumir.
Jason McDonald. I'm the owner of the Great Mississippi Tea Company. Tea in our daily life during the summer is every day because we're plucking, but more generally, tea in everyday life for us means iced tea or sweet tea because we're in the American South.
Hola, buenos días. Mi nombre es Alison Tangarife, del área de compras encargada del abastecimiento de las materias primas. Pues este es un mundo súper maravilloso porque conocemos el amplio portafolio que tenemos a nivel nacional y a nivel internacional de las diferentes materias primas con las que podemos realizar diferentes desarrollos, diferentes mezclas para pues complacer el paladar de nuestros consumidores a nivel nacional y a nivel internacional.
My name is Regina Rono. I serve as a technical officer in James Finlay's tea estates, and tea means value to me. I play a role in from the start, from tea establishment to the end product. basically, my daily life entails providing practical solutions to everyday challenges faced in the tea estates.
My name is Rona Tisson, and I'm the Executive Vice President of Corporate Relations and PR, and I'm responsible for the overall corporate image and communications through branding, marketing, and special events. Having a heritage of being half Japanese, I remember and have fond memories of drinking Japanese green tea with my Japanese grandmother. And I'm grateful that this has been so much a part of my life, and I continue to do the tea journey and hope to introduce and bring wonderful great teas to the world.
So may I introduce myself? I'm Elise Harney, and tea has had a most profound influence on my life. It gave my husband a vocation that he totally adored. It gave me a family business. So I have the pleasure of having my sons take over for my husband, my grandchildren involved. It's kept my family close, and it's brought an incredible number of really wonderful, interesting people into our lives. So, you know, what more can you ask? My husband has left us, but I have the family, I have the children. Every time I have a cup of sencha or a cup of chamomile, I think of my husband. He was happy, smiling all the time. And I do believe that happiness and that smile has gotten into his tea.
Para mí el té lo es todo, porque es lo que me da todo a mí para subsistir, para ser feliz, para estar bien.
Shall we kick off?
Okay, shall we get going then? Very good. Great. So I'm Elliot Jordan, and I'll start off and then turn over. We're gonna have a discussion today with Ellen Hume and Santiago Gonzalez about the title of the topic is A Cup of Tea is for Everyone. And so when I thought about that, actually, it made me think of my very first cup of tea ever, which was quite some time ago now. My mother would give me as a very, very young and impressionable boy. Black tea, should have ordinary tea bags from one of the two brands that were available in the store. Put them in a very fancy teapot, brew the black tea, brew it into nice cups, milk and sugar, and occasionally I would add jelly because I thought that was I was already doing product development at a very young age. And that, to me, that was tea. I mean, I thought, okay, that's tea. I thought I knew what it was. And if you go back, you know, a good long time, 50 years or so in the USA, that's kind of what tea was. I mean, you drank it hot in the winter and cold in the summer, and it was very limited choices. And the thing is, of course, that's a lot of people's experience, and I think there was a lot of very much the same in different places around the world. If you grew up in Japan, you would drink whatever green tea maybe your parents drank, and if you grew up in Britain, it would have your own tradition. But really, since I think what's really happened since that time is we've really, especially over the last, say, 30 years, entered a new era of globalization. It's like essentially like a second globalization of tea. I think the first one started probably, you could argue, is 400 years ago when it first reached Western Europe and my ancestors. But things have really changed a lot, especially, and it's really kind of comes down to both with tea itself, tea trends and tea technology, but also the broader trends and the broader globalization that the whole world's going through. So just to name a few things, America drinks iced tea. It used to be America was the only place you drink iced tea. Nobody else really traditionally has ever drunk it. Americans have drunk it from about the, around, well, they say it was 1904, I think, when it was so-called invented, but I think really what the invention was refrigeration. And once you have ice makers and a way to keep it cold, you can have iced tea. And slowly, that's become, ubiquitous around the world. Refrigeration is kind of universally available. So you see iced tea growing. That's just one example. And really, over in this country, in the USA, since especially starting in the 90s, you've got people doing a lot more international travel, a lot more cuisines being circulated around the country. I mean, I learned how to cook and eat tofu as a young guy. My father would never touch it, So these food trends, the kind of opening up of food, and this goes right along with tea. People became much more receptive, excuse me, of a variety of different kinds of teas, and not just the ones they grew up with. And also in the 90s, a lot of smaller boutique tea companies really got their start. I work with the Mighty Leaf brand now, which is owned by Peet's Coffee, but the brand started in the mid 90s, and there's quite a few of the favorite brands of people today that started during that time. And on the supply side, I think is something that was really very notable in my career. Within after about 5 years of tasting tea, I started suddenly seeing all these specialty teas coming out of China as China relaxed their exports and government control of the tea factories. So the number of teas entering the marketplace really changed. So all these are a variety of different effects, but I think the technology piece is really important, because in that time, I mean, you've got a lot of developments in bottling technology, a lot of different kinds of bottling technology that have happened in the last 30 years. You've got improved logistics. Now it's easy to move stuff anywhere around the world. You've got a lot of offshore packaging now, so you can, Sri Lanka, for example, used to be just a major tea producer. Now they're a major tea packer too. Grow it right there, down the hill, pack it, ship it out the door. So that's a thing that's come along. And flavoring technology too is really, I'm not sure the quality of the teas are better than they were 30 years ago, but the things that you can then blend with them and enhance them with, those are improved quite a bit. And meanwhile, the food trends and the lifestyle trends continue. So, for example, general look at health, and that's helped tea a lot. Tea, as it's become, as it's perceived more healthy, it's kind of taken the space of a lot of the soft drinks. In fact, a lot of the big iced tea brands or bottled tea brands, excuse me, are now owned by soft drink companies. And people are willing to spend more too. They're just willing to spend more on food and more on tea. Another important thing is, again, this is part of my mind because I work for a coffee company, is I think the cafe culture has really helped a lot. Peet's and Starbucks and other companies. There's a lot more venues to go out and enjoy something. And not everybody walking in the door wants coffee, or not every coffee drinker wants coffee all the time. So it's greatly changed the way people drink both coffee and tea. And I want to kind of just tying these things together, technology and trends. I want to just kind of, I think the best example, especially over the last 20 years, would be matcha. So matcha spent about 700 years as a very, hand ground powdered tea associated with Zen Buddhism, and it really changed in that from the first of all, it rode a health trend of people being interested, and it was in a unique powder form which no other tea was. is available in that form, or was available in that form. And it just kind of landed in this coffee culture, and guess what? You can mix it with anything. And physically mix it, that is. And then, you know, it's now become, matcha's become sort of this, you know, category, green tea category in and of itself, because of its form and because of all these other trends. So anyway, I've just kind of rattled a long list of things that have happened in the last 700 years and the last 20 years. And I want to give Santiago and Helen a chance to dive in and kind of talk about the trends in technology they've seen.
Well, we've definitely seen the matcha trend coming up in the UK as well. Interestingly, though, the iced tea trend, even though the refrigeration came through, the iced tea trend never really came through as strongly, though bottled iced teas now are coming much more strongly into the UK. So I think we're a bit delayed on that one. Santiago, how about you?
Yeah, even here in Colombia, matcha has been becoming really popular for the last, I would say, 5 years. And jumping into something that Elliot said, we are a coffee traditional country. Yeah, we have been drinking coffee for, and you have 1 year old, you gotta start drinking coffee sometimes. So people that have been drinking coffee, it's even turning into tea, or just taking sometimes a cup of coffee or a cup of tea. Tea has been becoming really popular in Latin America, especially also in Colombia. We used to not have like any tea stores or tea shops 10 or 15 years ago, but right now it's popping up. A lot of tea shops, even if ice or hot, has been opening in Colombia, a traditional coffee country.
Yeah, yeah, and it keeps changing, and just the very fact that you're growing tea in Colombia is remarkable. And also I was reminded from the video, we're now growing tea in the United States in multiple states. In fact, I don't know how many we're up to, maybe a couple dozen or something.
We have a tea estate in Cornwall as well, in the southwest of the UK.
Oh, that's right. Wow.
Tiny
if you can grow tea up in the UK, that's amazing.
Very little of it.
I have one little, so since this is myths and anecdotes, and that's the theme, I want to add one little story, again, sort of indicative of where the US has changed. When I started in the late 80s, one of the jobs I had to do was take samples of all our tea imports, and we would send them off to the official US government tea examiner. So a lot of people don't know this, who have been in the trade, less than 25 years, or if less than 25 years. There used to be a board, it was founded, I think, in 1897, Tea Board of the USA at a time, and there was a lot of stuff mixed in with tea, like lead and dirt and stuff like that to make it heavier. They established this board to inspect all the tea, and of course, like government boards can often do, it lasts for 100 years. And so we used to send this off, these lovely teas, Darjeelings and Jasmines, and of course they would get approved. But apparently what we learned is that the word in the industry is, don't send any pu'er tea to the inspector, because, and sure enough, he would flag it as being water damaged and reject it. And you have to take your entire pu'er shipment and, burn it, essentially. So there was this, it's an example of, and then the Tea Board was dismantled in a government, cost-cutting measure in about 1994, I think. And the elderly Mr. Dick, who was the taster, he retired. But this is I should finish also, the Chinese American importers would, I heard this, that they would call it Chinese medicine, and that's how they got their pu'er tea into the country. But anyway, it's indicative of how we've come as a society out of a very niche, closed view on tea, and really kind of open it up to everything. And on that note, I want to switch gears now, and I want to turn over to you, Santiago. And I think you're going to talk about sustainability.
Yeah. Thank you, Elliot. I will shortly talk about sustainability into the tea industry. Helena will share the same concept from different points of view. And first, we will talk about people, we will talk about environment, we will talk about the residues and waste, the organic context, and at the end, a real case of tea sustainability. So let's start to talk about people. Tea is a labor-intensive product, so sometimes the cost of the tea raw material is 80% labor cost. It means that a lot of hands are involved in the tea production processes, and sometimes we are not really paying attention as a consumer, paying attention to those hands that are actually making the tea, plucking it, growing it, or just processing it, yes? So for the last decade, the industry has been working into the improvement of the quality of living for the labor that is involved in the growing and manufacturing, especially growing and manufacturing processes. So the tea labor force has faced many issues in the past because of sometimes bad practices done by many tea producers around the world. So that is why we as a consumer, buyer, seller, trader, or just tea enthusiast, we play a role really important into the development of the industry and the development of the conditions for the people that is behind each cup of tea. So we should share about the origin and the practices behind the teas that we consume in our daily basis. Based on the major problems, we should be paying attention and try to promote and consume teas that are well related to fair wages. It is important to know that there are differences of what is a fair salary in the different producing countries, but mainly to check that the product has a good traceability, even if I'm a buyer in a tea company, or if I'm a consumer buying a tea in the store, try to check this traceability if the tea in the whole chain of the process has been treating well the people that is involved, yes? Also, health. And health is really important in growing and producing tea because most of the tea plantations are going to be in rural areas, and rural areas that are maybe sometimes not really well connected to the major cities or to the health system. So hopefully companies and tea growing companies will be paying more attention year by year to get well connected to the health system. So at the end, it's always good to have certified teas with maybe a logo or a certification that there are many different in the market. But more important than just a logo or a certification, it's really to pay attention to the origin and the best practices of each place. So we have plenty of information right now that we can go on and look at it and try to take the smartest decision that will help the improvement and the development of the regions that are growing tea. Jumping into the environmental, it's important to have some specific points, to have good treatment with the soil, to have better health for the people and better health actually for the soil, to have good surroundings of nature and forest, to not have like huge, just huge monocrops plantations that are just eradicating native trees and native forests or nature, trying to create just a microclimate that the regular nature and the Camellia sinensis can play together. Try to get the industry promoting the accurate use of the water, even if it's in the irrigation, in the producing, but also as a consumer trying to not waste water even in the boiling activities. To use renewable energies for the production, try to get some different opportunities of energy rather than just wood and coal that used to be used in the past, trying to get better renewable energies, and especially to be conscious on the packaging materials that we use. We as a tea packers and tea producers, we have to pay attention of what are the materials that we are using to pack our teas, and the consumers should be paying attention and getting, again, a smart decision to get and to buy a brand that is paying attention of the materials that they are using. maybe in here, Helen or you, Elliot, might add something about the packaging materials and what are the thoughts on your side?
Elliot, do you want to go first, or do you want?
Oh, you can go. Go ahead, Ellen.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you, Santiago. The kind of the focus on packaging overall is really important. And I mean, I know that within my company, within Finlays, we have a massive focus on making sure that we're trying to reduce and minimize packaging usage as much as possible, and having reusable big bags in the factories and things like that, and managing those, kind of cleaning those, making sure they're safe, but also making sure that, for example, in the UK, there's been a big change in the last year, led by organic products like Clipper or PG Tips, where they've moved to remove plastic, because there's a tiny amount of plastic in each tea bag. And there's now been a good kind of public kind of challenge from one of the BBC programmes. So most of the brands now have signed up to committing to becoming plastic-free tea bags in the next, I think, 2 or 3 years, which is a really positive move.
Thank you, Helen. Thank you, Helen. So just at the end, I'll get some extra 2 points that are to talk about organic. So it is ideal to have organic products, certified organic products, because of the health, again, for the people and the soil. But sometimes we have to understand that it's not really possible for some companies, and it's really not cost effective. We, as a program, we have 100% organic certified products. All the teas that we sell are 100% organic certified, but we experience a 35% of reduction in the yield and productivity. The organic supplies are hard to get sometimes and really expensive. The regulations sometimes are really hard. So we have to pay attention to organic teas. If we can have the opportunity to buy an organic tea, it's good, but also to check about responsible conventional teas.
Yeah, I fully agree with that.
So at the end, I will just try to sum up a real case. Our project is called the Taco in Colombian Tea. And some points that we have been facing and experiencing and trying to promote are the next ones. So we are a small tea garden located in a really remote rural area in the West Andes Mountains. But we have been doing something that we think, and we are proud to say that we are an example of real tea sustainable project. So we have a total of 210 hectares of property, where 110 hectares are a forest reserve, declared now natural park. So it means that we will always have 50%, more than 50% forest preserving the nature, the flora and fauna. We are using more than 50% energy that comes from solar panels. We have all the workers hired by annual and full formal contracts. They get paid more than minimum wages, and they have access every month to extra bonuses if they get good quality, not just volume. And we are having equal conditions for men and women. All the female and male workers are hired same and having the same opportunities to overcome in the company. We support the social development of the region, and especially the education in all the levels. So we are building daycares. We are helping the infrastructure and the professors for the elementary and high schools in the rural area. There are just towns in the middle of the mountain. We are giving right now 15 scholarship funds for the young kids in the rural areas. So again, we are really small tea company and tea garden, but we are trying to promote and to influence the industry that things could be done better in the sustainable side. So this is my main point. If you, Helen or Elliot, want to add something, if not, we can go on Helen.
Santiago, I think that's great, and I just think that, you know, from my perspective, you know, when I'm sourcing tea, I'm looking for, you know, a long-term relationship and people who think sustainably, because, you know, even on a very, very selfish basis, you know, I don't want to have to go find a new supplier every single year. It's better to find the best people and stick with them. And that's the only way we'll be able to do that is with this kind of thinking. And you're absolutely right. It covers everything from the soil to the people to the packaging. And And all of that also, has a cost. You know, it's kind of easiest and cheapest just to, you know, to forget about tomorrow and make a tea that's, you know, won't be here in 5 years because you've taken advantage of the earth and other people. So yeah, so I think we all kind of share that ethic and support it.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I have literally within the company we're in, I have a foot in both of your camps. So we're very much aligned in terms of, Santiago, what you're saying in terms of what we do within our estates. And Elliot, absolutely agree with you in terms of from the other people we buy from around the world, we actually want those relationships and the longevity of those relationships, and to make sure that teas are traceable, that we're supporting all the correct kind of environmental activities and all the other aspects as well. So full agreement.
Thank you. That's great. So Helen, if you want, please go on your sustainable side.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I'm going to tell you a story to start it up, a brief story. So as a trainee tea taster, which I started with a company called Tetley, who's now owned by Tata, the big corporate conglomerate from India. And I began back in the late 1990s, and I joined a department that was headed by a woman, and the team was pretty well evenly populated with men and women. And I just didn't really think about it. And then about 6 months later, I went to the first kind of tea trade event in the UK. And I was confronted by a room full of about 300 people. And practically every single one of them was a man. And it dawned on me that with a few exceptions, all of the women in the UK tea trade were the women in my company. And as that was dawning on me, this elderly gentleman walked by and remarked, looking at me, "Oh, that's a novelty, it's a girl." So apart from the awfulness of that statement, but we'll ignore that for now. Why am I telling you this? Why am I telling you this story? And it's a crucial aspect of the sustainability piece that Santiago began, which is in the tea industry, for it to be sustainable, I firmly believe that sustainability lies in the diversity of its people, and specifically in this case, the balance of gender overall. So quick to say that today, the world has definitely changed significantly. And I know, Santiago, you'll share a story a bit in a minute about from your side, from Vitico. But in the last 25 years, I've seen the representation of women in the tea industry from my experiences of traveling around the world in both origins and in consuming countries, that women are more well represented, just in total and also at different management levels, which is a really big positive overall. And there's also, I have to acknowledge that it's a bumpy landscape. There are very different social and cultural norms that play their part in either speeding up or challenging and slowing down that balancing of the genders in the business. But overall and everywhere, there is progress, which I think is a huge positive. So I was thinking about this as I was kind of thinking of the examples. I was thinking actually, when we were putting together the video montage that everybody's just seen, you know, we spent quite a lot of time talking with Catherine as well about, you know, are we ensuring that we've got a wide range of countries represented and different sized businesses, and are we showing a consumer view as well as different aspects of the supply chain? And it struck me, and I'm really pleased that we didn't actually have to go, hold on a minute, have we got a balance of gender? There's actually a nice mix of men and women through the whole of that. And that's a really encouraging little kind of vignette. But I suppose what I wanted to go into was around what Finlays does and kind of what we've been focusing on. And I kind of want to take you up to the highlands in Kenya, in Kericho, and I'm going to be very biased here, one of the most beautiful tea estates in the world, Jamestown, Kenya. And what they've been doing, because they've really been kind of spearheading what Finlays has been focusing on in gender over the last few years. And they're focusing on gender equality and women's empowerment. And we began a project in 2019, which was called very aptly Project Athena. And we've kind of built on some management projects that started up a few years before that. And that project had a two-prong approach. One was looking at equipping women with the technical skills. And basically, there's a lot of technical skills that you need in the tea industry, plumbing, mechanics, operators, machines, all that kind of stuff. And as we're moving more towards machine-led plucking, et cetera, that's a bigger need. But it's traditionally a male-dominated area. So we put together 18 women from the estates with the local technical college and got them those skills. And very happily then employed them all in JFK to use those skills. The second part of it was around managing the underrepresentation of women in management. So James Finlay Kenya partnered with IDH to create a 9-month program for 25 of the women who were either just in junior management or below junior management to teach them leadership competencies and also the confidence and kind of the abilities and confidence in themselves to become those leaders. And after that program in 2019, we took a really big learning away, which was we can't teach the women in isolation. We've got to have the men and women working and learning together because they're going to be working and learning together and making the benefits in the future. So on the 2020 program, we put 25 men and 25 women in the program together, and that's going really well at the moment. So the impacts that's had, we've moved from 22% inclusion of women in the junior management up to 27%. So it's a small step. We've got a long way to go, but we're on a good track overall. And I think probably one of the best ways of sharing that is Anita, one of the quality assurance assistants, said for her, it was the best opportunity ever. She said, it gave me the skills that propelled my growth to a more substantive role as a junior quality assurance manager. And it also helped improve my work-life balance because I was taught time management and prioritization. Then, and the one I love most, because I phoned one of my other colleagues, Patricia, who's in the quality team. And I said, what does it mean to you? And she said, this program taught me to know that my work is a reflection of myself and I want to autograph my work with excellence. And I loved that. I thought that was a brilliant, brilliant idea. So on that happy note, Santiago, do you want to share a few thoughts on how Bitico is doing with gender?
Yeah, of course. It's great to hear those stories, Helen. We have been facing something similar. We are a really rare tea country. I mean, we are the only tea plantation that exists. And actually, which is not common, we used to have only male pluckers till 6 years ago, something like that. And we used to have only male workers at the factory because it was a male job, yeah. But since we started this project, Bitaco, in 2013, we changed and we start hiring more female in the plucking areas and in the facility. Right now, we are having almost, I will say, more than 50%, or almost 50% of the workers are female. And the female have been becoming like the elite pluckers. So they are respected. They are earning sometimes really more than the male in the company. And they have earned something that the most important is that the respect. So we were talking before with Helen and Elliot about in the rural areas in Colombia, sometimes it's better to pay the salary to a woman than to a man, because the man, the first thing that he's going to buy is a beer, but the female, the first thing that she's going to buy is food for the home. So it's good. We have been experiencing a great development on the region, the social side, talking about equal conditions. And we think that it should be growing more year by year and all over. It's something that it should be happening.
Brilliant, thank you. Elliot, did you want to add any comments on that?
Yeah, I just want to add that, as I think about it, first of all, I want to applaud both of you for what you're doing. And as I think about it, the people I've met in the tea industry over many years, the people who are my age or a little bit older, that I remember, meeting when I was in my 20s and 30s, they're mostly men, and there's a couple of women out there. I'm thinking of USA, Europe, Asia, a lot of different cultures and countries. And that's still, that's really still the case. But when you look at the next generation, the people who are in those companies working for them, the people who are now in their 20s and 30s, a lot of women. In some areas, I'd say more women than men. And I'm thinking of China and Japan, those countries. There are a lot of women in their, hopefully toward the beginning of their career, and they're gonna continue. So USA has gone on its own trajectory. And it's still on its own trajectory. The world is on a trajectory, and it I think we're all headed in the right direction. And the tea industry is already becoming a lot more balanced that way, and it's going to, especially as the next generation kind of takes the reins and runs the show.
Yep.
Yeah, I totally agree. Thank you. I think I'm conscious on time, so I think you, Elliot, you kind of summed it up beautifully there. So, Manny, do you want to rejoin and take us through to the next section? Manik, are you still there?
While we're waiting, please put your questions in the Q&A right now. We would love to get your questions.
Actually, I'm checking here some questions.
There are quite a few. So
I'll just join you briefly and thank you all for this splendid panel once again. And I'd like to introduce the student moderator who will handle the Q&A for us. And this is Ganga Nair. She's a student in our first year seminar on global tea culture and science, and readily volunteered for this task. So we're very grateful that she and all the other students are here joining us today. Ganga is a psychology major, and are you a first year? Goodness.
I am. I'm a first year student.
Take it away. I'm going to disappear.
I'd just like to thank everyone for the wonderful presentations and discussions. It was really interesting to hear the different perspectives. So the first question I have is for Helen, and the question is, how do you see the industry changing in the next few years in terms of social changes, environmental changes?
It's a big question. So I think that the themes that Santiago was raising in terms of and well, all three of us were discussing in terms of the environmental, I think that's just going to keep on pushing up. So I think traceability, transparency, management of packaging, conservation of the environment. And it's not just the kind of idea of your environment, but we're talking kind of the total landscape environments, the responsibility of the companies to the local populations and society as well. All of those, I think, are just going to keep on increasing. I suppose what I have hopes for is that the consumers and the consumer awareness increases along with that, and A, demands it, but B, also wants to support it and, kind of pay the fair price from the product point of view, so that filters all the way back down through. My major hope, I think, is carrying on that trajectory that Elliot spoke of in terms of balance of gender representation in the business overall. And I think those are the ones I can think of. Elliot or Santiago, do you have any additions to that, or have I covered most?
One thing I'm aware of that's, I think, part of the question is that I think we're definitely in the middle of a trend in the realm of hand plucking. That's a very big issue, because most tea is, or definitely when I started, most tea was hand plucked. It's really actually the best way for quality. And all the countries that produce tea around the world, China, India, Kenya, Sri Lanka, they're all developing. And hand plucking there's a shortage of pluckers in a lot of countries now. That seems like it's getting worse every year. And of course, everybody wants those countries to develop, and people should be going for the best jobs they can. And I think what it necessarily means is that either a big leap in technology to improve the way tea is harvested, or another option is actually really pay for that quality, because a lot of work goes into hand plucking tea, and it should be transferred all the way down to the field level. So that's anything to, I don't know if you want to go that direction, Santiago, but you're a tea producer, so anything to add about that?
Yeah, I think at the end, the key is the consumer, who will be more conscious on what they are getting in their daily basis. So I think that the trend will be to have more conscious taste. People will try to get over just a regular black tea bag cheap. They will try to look for some different origins, different flavors, and teas that are really more conscious on the process.
Thank you. The next question we have is for Santiago in terms of the health of the workers. Who oversees the health quality of workers, and are the farmers and producers getting the medical support they need with the COVID-19 pandemic currently?
Good. So, like, as an example, we are having periodically visits to the plantations. We are not too far away from a major city, which is Cali, around 1 hour. So at least once per week, a medical doctor is going and checking. We are supporting also like the health point in the rural area, and people professionally it's taking care about it. So and I think it's happening in many different places and many different tea producing countries.
Thank you. The next question was for Elliot, and specifically with Mighty Leaf Tea. The question was that there seems to be a difference in the types of tea options available, and what causes the change in the types of tea that consumers can purchase?
So yeah, the every tea brand, every tea company wrestles with the fact that there are many great teas out there. There's almost a bigger, I mean, there's definitely a bigger list than any one company can sell. You know, over time, I mean, there's definitely, I don't know if it's fads, or I don't know what makes a tea take off or make it. I wish I could always tell when, you know, a tea is going to take off and be super popular. But one thing you have to do as a brand is you can't constantly support everything, every tea you ever sold. And so, for example, when I think back, again, I've been involved with Mighty Leaf for just 5 years now, and of course with Pete's Tea before that. And even with Pete's Tea, even within that same company, which has really sold tea out of its own stores, you know, we saw changes over time. We saw it started out, people just wanted to drink black tea. That's all they really wanted to drink. And more and more green tea has got a lot more popular. It used to be maybe 10-to-1 black tea, and now it's maybe 3-to-2 black tea to green tea. And herbal teas, which we're not really addressing today, those are also much more popular. So you know, what you have to do in just to be able to really keep your focus on what you're putting your best foot forward, you know, you have to let teas that become, for whatever, fall out of fashion, you have to let them go. Even if I've had to kill a few of my very favorites over the years, which I really hate doing. Helen's nodding too. I mean, this is something it just happens, and it's really frustrating when you actually, I mean, customers have called me sometimes and accuse me of wrecking their lives essentially by, and I know, I agree, I completely agree, but we just can't be everything to everybody. I think we just have to keep a line that we can really, again, we can keep an eye on, we can keep traceable, we can keep high quality, And we can keep fresh too. I mean, if a tea doesn't move quick enough, it's not really fresh enough. So all those factors, kind of basic and kind of regrettable business choices, they just factor into what we're selling today. And but I'm still trying to constantly. Everybody should drink Yunnan black tea, by the way, and Darjeeling too, by the way, and Assam tea black tea. So I'm still a black tea drinker myself, so I gave it all away right there.
Thank you. The next question is for the whole panel, since we're talking about quality of tea. As a consumer, how do you identify quality tea? Because there's just so many options for the types of teas we can drink. So as a consumer, what should we look for?
I'd say that, so I think there's so many different ways to answer this. I suppose my view is, and Santiago earlier might disagree, is that essentially the consumer, what you enjoy and what you like is the tea that you should go for. I think that, you'll get told, so for example, matcha can be amazing quality and can be absolutely fabulous teas, but you can also buy matchas that are at a lower end of the scale. There's always a scale for practically every single type of tea that you can buy. So I would say that, I'd go with what you like in the taste profile, but I think it's things like freshness and knowing where it came from, having clarity of the origin and clarity of the garden or the grower, I think are good indicators of there being effort and focus on quality in that product. Elliot or Santiago, I don't know if you agree or disagree.
I agree. I'm just going to jump in. I think that that's something that's really important to remember, that if you take a type of tea, if you take jasmine tea, for example, jasmine green tea, you could easily find a dozen different levels of quality from the same supplier, from dirt cheap to can't afford it, and they're all available on the marketplace, in some, maybe in small quantities, maybe in large quantities, but they're all out there. So I think what that means is that it's very hard. If first of all, as a consumer, you have to decide, okay, you have to try several different kinds of tea to figure out what style you like. I mean, maybe you'll think jasmine tea is terrible, but if you love it, try buying 2 or 3 different brands. And look at how much you pay. I mean, I just think if the tea is very expensive, you have every reason to expect it to be better. If it's not, I mean, go with the other one. That's what I do. So, so I would say there's a tremendous variety about there. It can feel like, oh, you're wasting money, but nobody likes every single type of tea. And a lot of times, if you think, oh, I don't like green tea. I tried green tea. Well, green tea is not a type of tea. It's a vast category. It's like having one Chardonnay. It's like, oh, I don't like white wine. You're at the start of the journey, not at the end of it. So I don't know. Keep following your nose, also like Helen said. But Santiago, what would you add for quality?
Actually, I'm agree with you. So I will say that the best tea is the one that you like. It doesn't matter if it comes in a tea bag or if it comes in a super special loose structure. Yeah. Sometimes about quality, you have to check about also complexity in the cup. If the cup fills your mouth completely, and if you are feeling happy with the notes that you're getting, and that's a good tea for you. Yeah. In the industry, like talking about technical, in the industry, you will find some really specialties that can go up to too many dollars per kilo. But the tea is a really huge range. You should never say, I don't like Elliot say, I don't like green or white or red tea. You have to give it a try and to check what is in the market. That's what I have to add.
And sorry, can I add one last thing? This is my favorite topic. As they say, sometimes it's you, not me. In other words, sometimes it's the person brewing the tea. And unlike buying a Chardonnay, which is done, all you have to do is open the bottle. Tea is, you have a raw material and then you turn it into the drink. So that's something you have to be careful about too. If you know how to brew a cup of black tea, doesn't mean you know how to brew a cup of green tea. So read the instructions if you get the package and prepare it exactly the way they say, and then judge it.
And actually building on that, also consider the water that you're using, because the water that you're using makes an enormous difference. So if you've got, in the UK, we have kind of hard water areas and soft water areas, and the tea, you'd never believe it was from the same tea bag. It can dramatically change it.
And the higher quality of the tea, the more it suffers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Another question we have is for people that want to enter the tea industry for any career within tea. What are the steps you can take in pursuing them in terms of education, in terms of the types of internships or jobs you can take? How do you get into the tea industry?
I can take that.
So thinking from the US perspective, you might be a stronger answer on this one.
Well, I don't know if I have a stronger answer, but let's say it's a US, since I'm based in the US, and it's the question's coming from there. It's actually it's not easy. It's not like it's a big industry. It isn't. It's a small industry. It also has a lot of people who are running family businesses. And there's definitely some corporations that have tea, but it's not like becoming a fireman. Every town doesn't have a tea company. So I think you've done the smartest thing. You've joined today and asked that question. I think probably, I don't want to spend too much time answering in detail, but I think looking for organizations online, and then once COVID's over, joining, attending in person and networking, I would say that's probably the best thing you can do. But Helen, would you add anything to that?
I'd agree with all of that. I think it is a small industry. I think that whilst it is small, there are many different roles that you can take within the tea industry. So I think that if anybody's listening, kind of thinking, oh, but I'm an engineer versus I'm a sensory scientist kind of course, they've both got roles in the tea industry. So I wouldn't exclude yourself from thinking that there could be a job there. And I 100% agree in terms of networking and seeking any opportunities of internships or other things like that will also help a lot.
Thank you. And for the final question, the question was about the expansion of plant-based drinks, so mate tea or medicinal value tea. Is this a type of tea that's increasing in demand within the tea industry right now? Do you see it increasing in demand in the future?
Elliot, do you want to, because you mentioned earlier about the kind of portions of botanicals versus black and green in the USA, so that might be a sensible start point.
Yeah, I don't have a lot. Maybe you could add it, but I think there's I do think so our focus today has really been on Camellia sinensis, the true tea plant, and yerba mate and other beverages you mentioned are different. And I think it's we don't have time to cover them today. I think as far as tea goes, as a as a kind of a health additive in drinks, I mean, I've seen a little bit of that. Honestly, I don't know how compelling that is. I don't think that could be a small niche, but tea already has a mild, sort of a mild health halo that goes over every single form, and it's really easy to make tea. You buy a tea bag and you have a cup and you can find hot water. So it's not something that you can't oh, I have to get this can. That's the only way, this pill, it's the only way I can get it. Tea is so readily available. Anyway, that's my perspective right now. It might be changing in the future, but Helen, do you have anything to add?
No, I'd agree with that. I think to the point of the mention of mate and rooibos, So mate being kind of, predominant in Argentina, Brazil, and kind of South America. Maybe Santiago can add a bit more on that, but I definitely know that there is a trend towards that, and kind of there is increasing exports of that. But I don't see it kind of clashing, particularly tea. I see it as a kind of separate line alongside it. Rooibos is constrained because you can't really grow it anywhere else other than kind of South African belt. So it's never going to grow that big, unless somebody can miraculously tell me that it grows elsewhere. But yeah, I think that would be my only two comments. Santiago, have you got anything to add from the South American point of view?
I will say that, in Latin America, we are herbal tea drinkers. So even more than black tea or green tea or any other Camilo sinensis tea. And based on COVID for the last year, herbals have been growing in a really high ranges here in the Latin countries. I would say mate has been growing a lot, and it has been expanding the plantations in South America. We are drinkers, mate drinkers, and it's getting more popular. Maybe mate will be something that will be increasing in the coming years and expanding all over. Rooibos, just has the limitations for, like just Helen said, it's because of the origin. So I will say the tea will keep growing, and there will be coming some other herbal teas that will be also adding to their portfolio. But the good thing is that all the infusions have been growing, and hopefully will keep growing, bringing health to people.
That marks the end of the Q&A session. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was absolutely wonderful. Thank you for another wonderful panel, the last panel of the day. And so I am going to see if I can share my screen with you. Cross your fingers. Oops, wrong one. Here we go. Okie dokie. So I wanted to say a couple things to close out our wonderful day. First of all, that was a spectacular day with one wonderful panel after another, with great speakers, and you done me proud. Somebody recently asked me what my impressions about the tea industry and people in the industry, and my immediate response was, wow, they are so nice and they are so knowledgeable, and it's always such a pleasure to work with them. I always learn so much. And as you can see from the representatives here, our members, individuals who are part of the Tea Advisory Committee and the Tea Advisory Committee across the board represent some of the most wonderful companies, the most thoughtful, proactive, forward-thinking companies. And so this is the reason why UC Davis works with them. It's because they are so thoughtful and leading the way to improve tea for us consumers, but also for the people who work for them. Today, we got to hear from students and seasoned experts in academia and the industry, and a writer and with the novel contributions of a writer and a journalist. Some were speaking here in local time, and some were speaking in the middle of the night. And so everybody made a huge effort to prepare their presentations and do the research for them, and then prepare them and share their thoughts and their work with us. This is no small task, and it is in the spirit of generosity that they did that for us and for you, our audience. The reach of this event was, as we noted before, perhaps more global than any of our other events, and both in subject matter and in geography of participants, but also surely the benefit of this terrible period of the pandemic, which has stressed everyone and made many lives very difficult in so many different ways. But for that, we encourage you to have a cup of tea and reach out this afternoon or full day of conviviality and talking about tea. Really, I think was pretty wonderful and very, very special. I want to, in addition to thanking the speakers for all their efforts and the faculty who introduced and chaired the panels, I also want to make sure to thank the students who were able to not miss class, but also participate in today's event and do such a fine job. I want to thank our tea advisory committee members for their wonderful support. We couldn't do any of this without you. We couldn't be where we are without you. We wouldn't be where we are without you. We want to thank the sponsors of the day and of the event who helped us out with the expenses of this kind of event. They're there even as we're relatively virtual and online. And of course, our remarkable staff who have been working so hard and for so long. An event like this really does take about a year to put together, and there's just a little, less than a handful of us who are working so hard to make it happen. So the staff really has gone above and beyond, and so we really want to thank them. I want to remind you to come back on April 23rd. We'll have an online event, which will be the follow-up event for this, where we'll have an opportunity to take a look again at the talks from today, which will be posted on our website. So check back in a few weeks. They take some time to process them and prepare them and upload them. But also we will be posting the wonderful, more wonderful presentations by almost 50 people who submitted really great proposals for today's event. And so we will invite you to take a look at those, screen them in advance, and then come back for a discussion and networking session on the 23rd, so that unfortunately we couldn't do much chatting today together and get to know each other, but that is the focus of talking about the stories we tell, myths, legends, and anecdotes about tea. And then make sure also to save the date for next year's 7th annual colloquium on January 13th, 2022, when we talk about tea and tea. So bridging science and culture, time and space. And with that, I adjourn the day and thank you again for joining us. See you April 23rd. Bye.